easier for people who want to just like shit on your day? Why make it any easier for them to have access to you? You know, I think most of us are pretty solid grounded. We know we're decent people. We know we're imperfect. We're not trying to make people feel bad. And you know, there's some people that are, you know, as they say, hurting, and therefore they hurt other people. But it's not for you. You're not their messiah. You're not their therapist. You're not even their friend if it's Clubhouse. You're just a voice. And it's like, I really think I need to give you in my world if that's what you're here to do. It's like that crazy person that came in yesterday. We gave him his minute of fame with us. I don't know if where it was or whatever, and he was hanging out for a bit. And then the second I mentioned I was a Freemason, oh my God, it's like we triggered his QAnon crazy. He just went fucking nuts. He's like all this crazy shit. And then I was like, I took the pro approach where I was like, okay, let's just see how deep this rabbit hole goes. So I didn't kick him. I just listened. There were a lot of very rational, intelligent people in the room, so they fully handled him just fine. But eventually, it was just like, now this is all we're talking about. So then I booted him. You know, it's kind of like that. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah, but I had to leave, so I wasn't here during all that.
He went off the deep end. He went like way off the deep end. It was really, I mean, it was funny, but I also don't really get a whole lot of pleasure out of the like, I'm smarter than you kind of vibes, or you know, I mean, I'm not trying to be above that either. I'm just saying, I mean, we don't do anything profound over here. I'm just saying if we could come in as equals and just not hurt each other, that'd be cool. I think that's a success. I don't know how this is. I mean, Mo, I appreciate you being a little open with me. Just because I feel like it kind of let me open up a little bit too. So thanks for that.
Well, you just tell them, hey, this is only positive intention, only positive vibes are allowed. You can't apply that out. Well, it sucks to you, then you're bad.
Oh shit, crazy lady. Maybe I should make you the mod. That's the kind of attitude I like. Crazy lady's coming at you. She's gonna be the muscle of this operation.
No, I mean, but that's what boundaries are for. You know?
Yeah. These
are the rules okay. And for those that don't understand that, okay, these are the rules of engagement.
Yeah.
You cannot abide by these rules, well then check it out. I'm not giving energy. You know?
It's tough sometimes. You know what's tough is when you really care about someone and things just start to twizzle off the deep end. You're just like, oh man.
I know, I love you, James, and it's twizzling off.
Yeah, that word I don't know where that word came from, twizzle. It just felt like the right thing to say.
Twizzlers and fizzles.
So hey,
Mo.
Yeah.
Mo's reciprocal. She's good.
Reciprocal, that's a good word. Reciprocal, that's the kind of relationship I think is a good, you know, you want to build reciprocal. As long as the reciprocal isn't, you know, the dirty, toxic, yeah, right.
Oh, you guys are just voices in my head, okay? So
I love that. Yeah. I want to welcome you. You have a plus, you can just anon up. It's like a great way to show us that you care. Well, it means there are paid users, so more paid users in here, the more value we have to be at. You don't have to be enough. But it's safe to say here. Yeah. If you want to come up, feel free to come up, folks. There's nothing fancy going on here. I mean, you can listen if you want. There's nothing fancy.
I know I'm new, so I need like a little while.
Wait, so you're not new to the Crazy Lady? Are you really new to the app? Honestly?
Yeah.
You see
for real. Like, no, I used to be over in Podbean, and they took away their live feature, so I stopped paying them. I'm like, hey, you doing away with that?
What's Podbean? I was like, Podbean.
It's like a pod. It's like you can do podcasts on there, but you have a live feature where we had a panel of 8, and we had the chat, but you could hang out or do whatever.
I find that I don't really find a lot. Like if I'm going to a room that I'm not hosting, I don't usually find them in my feed. I usually have to scroll through my friends that are online and see where they are, and then I'll check out where they are. That's usually the way I do it. I kind of find the feed to be a bit useless. Have you? Oh, look at it.
Yeah, well, but they did away with their live feature, so yeah, it became more because a friend of mine who was a fellow probably found this, so we were trying it out. So far, we're like we would do like a weekly trivia show. It was nice. A little family.
Have you been to?
We were homeless. We're looking for a home.
Yeah. Did you find? Oh shoot! The evening comedy show. We just had him here a few days ago. Hold on. What's his? I'm trying to know his name. Hold on. I'll tell you. His name is Kevin. Runs a bunch of evening for me on the West Coast. Evening kind of comedy rooms. Does there's a few like improv comedy rooms. Those if you're into doing kind of the fun experiential things, there's a couple of surrounded by little kids. I gotta get out of here. I don't like that. Okay. So that was weird. All of a sudden there was just like all these tween voices screaming at each other, but surrounding me. Okay, so I'm with. So you've done any of those entertainment rooms that they have on this app? Those. I don't know.
I found a music show that where they revisit like. Yeah.
Yeah, with Friday nights. It's it's Coalition. You did that, right?
Yeah, I did that. Well, I didn't do this past week because Brandy Carlisle's here, and they're just a lot of women that are needy.
Oh,
that think they're better.
Hey John, you like that? That photo that you have on your profile right now was one of the ones where I was still trying to get the thing to do what you asked for, and it kind of merged her outfit with the disco outfit, so it left her with the fanny pack, which I thought was kind of funny.
I didn't even notice that. It's funny. There's one picture. The one picture where it gave me a blonde page boy. It is the best capture of what she actually looked like.
Right, because I said it. You're exactly because here's.
So specific. You just have to be so ridiculously specific. It's just not possible. You just have to say, look, forget everything. Let's start over. Right?
Also, there was electric beanie on her.
Yeah.
Your beard and hair there looks like George Carlin or something.
Well, the beard, actually, that's not the best. The best picture of me was the first one. The first one he gave was kind of amazing. I still don't quite understand. What did you feed it to get? Was it just that picture of me as a 20-year-old? Is that all you think?
Are you saying the first one I gave you yesterday was the best one?
You sent me yesterday.
Okay.
Really captured, except for the beard being too long. It really captured what I looked like at the time. I was surprised.
Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to remember which one that was. The first one was just you, right? Yeah. The beard was a little long. So yeah, for that one, basically what I said was something to the effect of,
I was astonished at how well it captured what I looked like, except for the fact that the beard is just, I never had a beard, and there's actually probably, my hair wasn't quite that neat. It was frizzier and everything, but the beard was the main thing. The face, though, I didn't know how it had gotten the face so accurately, because I didn't think you had anything that, would give it that, except for that picture of me, that grainy picture of me, head on. If that's what you fed it, it did an amazing job of.
Right, that's the only thing I fed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, sometimes I notice if like, oh, there he's back. Oh, look at him, now he's showing his muscles. He wants the attention back on him.
No, because the thing that you built for me with the shiny sequence disco suit, I was a big chubby guy, so I chose the muscular.
Okay, so are you asking me to make one for you? Because I'm going to do it now that you basically.
So I like that.
Of all the people on Clubhouse, you're the one person that just basically violates people's consent about doing things like this. So I think I'm not going to wait for your kid. Now we're in a war of sorts of PTR pictures. I think you started the war sometime.
Oh, you want to play it that way, eh?
Look at
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war.
Look at my PTR, George Carlin's face. It looks so much like John.
Yeah. Yes. Totally.
Yeah, there's that resemblance.
Girl, you know which.
And it gets even better when he loses his hair later on. That's.
Yeah.
We're kind of twins that way.
The question is,
I am a type with the bald head and the beard. It is a type. There's a lot of people who have that.
The question is, can John sing like a Bee Gee? That's the question.
Yeah, true. Because it does. A couple of them really do look like a Gibb brother. One of the Gibb brothers.
The original photo, though, does look a bit more like a cult leader, in my opinion. I think it's got more of those like Helter Skelter vibes.
Totally.
It's like the quasi-Jesus. It's the quasi-psychedelic Jesus look.
Yeah.
I'm getting love bombed with all the 10 women that are just outside of the photo.
But that was the thing. I was constantly in those days. I simply never got a haircut. That's as long as my hair got before it would fall out, and it was always frizzy like that. And you can tell from that photo that it wasn't.
I believe, was it you, Dr. James?
Yeah. Welcome.
I mean, the name alone, but when you read the description, it's just like a real cult kind of vibes. It's so funny.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not really a cult. I mean, at least that wasn't the intent. That was just a little bit of silliness, a little playfulness.
The cult stuff comes from the Masonic vibes, I think.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, okay, that's true. But whatever, it's fine. Don't worry, no one's gonna try to induct you into anything. No one's gonna keep you.
I'm absolutely happy to be inducted into such an interesting cult. It's so funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically the idea is if you're late, you're on time. And I don't know how. I've tried to do some. I've actually built out like a whole coffee table book out of it. Not that it's really a book that's being sold, but more just like in my personal notes, just having fun. And one of the things was I built up all these degrees, and I tried to have something be serious at the end of it, but I realized that was not possible. So there's pretty much nothing serious.
But anyway, it's so funny, and I just wanted to come up and just say it out loud. And you're so creative, and I love it. And I just added you.
Thanks, Mary. Thank you. That's nice. See, this is why I'm really reconsidering my block list. I mean, the fact that there are still new people like Mary that we've just met that have made it through my block list means I haven't blocked every single person on Clubhouse yet. So that's good.
I also blocked people, and I asked like my friends not to mod me. Like, it's just, oh my god, it's so funny. I'm glad that I'm not on your block list.
Yeah. That is a warning, though, Mary.
Oh my god, shots fired.
But anyways, let's. There's like 7:30 in Germany p.m.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and East Coast is I think 1:30 on like New York time or something.
Yeah, Germany. So what do you if you don't? And by the way, you have the right to just not answer a question. You can just sort of silence can be an answer, or you can say no, I don't want it. But I still want to get to know you a little bit now. So you're in Germany, and what brought you to Germany?
Well, I moved around. Like for the first years, I was in Bavaria, and the German they speak there is so different. Then I moved closer to Frankfurt, and yeah, I've been a student, and I graduated, and I worked part time. Yeah, and sometimes I come house. Yeah.
I think, Mary, that Dr. James is actually kind of subtly suggesting, at least what I hear him saying, is he doesn't hear your German accent and thinks you moved there. Am I wrong, Dr. James?
Were you born in Germany?
Oh, thank you very much.
What languages do you speak, by the way?
Well, first it's Persian, of course, and then started learning speaking English since I was 8, and then we were forced to learn Arabic at school because it's like the religious thing is going on. Nobody likes it, but we were forced to learn it. And then I learned German for 1 year before I moved to Germany, and then I'm learning Spanish at the moment. So yeah, it's all over the place.
So do you find the more languages you learn, the easier it is to pick up other languages, or is it not just as hard?
To be honest, I'm perfectionist, so that's why I left at this procrastinating title, because when you're a perfectionist, you procrastinate a lot because you want to learn it best and you want to articulate well in other languages, and when you see that you are not reaching that point, it gets very frustrating.
Sure. Yeah,
it's such a redundant, common fucking thing. I'm just not even gonna fight it anymore. Okay.
Just admitted you are.
Yeah, everybody.
You did not.
I'm bang.
You got it.
Lean in.
I'm not gonna spar with you in the club.
Bang. How do you know he's gay? Did you see his dick at all? Did he send you a dick pic or something? What's going on?
Yes, he did actually.
Hi, Marley. Dylan, you sent Bang a kid dick pic? I didn't know.
Yeah, it was so weird. I added him on Snapchat, and all of a sudden he sent me a fucking little tiny fucking.
Are you sure it was not like a trans man or something?
He had a very small here sized dick, bro. I was like, what the fuck is?
What does his dick look like?
Bow wow. Bow wow.
Yes.
Bow wow.
So John, please invite Yasmin.
No, it's fine. You
Well, if she doesn't want to come, I can just sell you a picture.
pictures of her what?
Bow wow.
He got like a big booty Gucci.
Let me sit down. Has everybody seen her?
Marley, how you doing, baby?
No, not me.
Fucking Daisy. Marley.
Hello.
Marley.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
How you doing? How are you?
What's up, Giuseppe? How's it going?
Can't you see she doesn't want to talk to you? Where are you from, Marilyn?
What's up?
Dog, she doesn't want to talk to you. Yo, come on, Dylan. Why are you jealous, bro?
Hey, Jacob. Yeah.
She can talk for herself, bro. She can talk for herself.
1 second.
I just answered the guy.
Yeah, exactly, Dylan. What's your problem, man? I'm trying to have a conversation with a beautiful Daisy girl. Look at her. She's cute. Are you jealous?
She's not interested.
You're not interested in Marilyn?
I just answered his question.
Exactly. I'm not trying like to. You're just because it doesn't let me talk with a beautiful girl. I'm really following me, please.
It's because he's the one that's gay. Because he's
Bro,
I know. And he first of all, better looking than him, and that's great.
first of all, I'm 6'3", bro. I bet I'm taller than you, but I'm 6'3", for sure. I'm a boxer, and plus, I'm black. You know black people have a big ass.
I'm 5'2". Can I give you head?
Hell no. Shut the what the fuck? Oh my god.
Bang, you sound like an Indian. You sound like Indian.
I'm Indian, yeah. See you fucking Jamaican. I'm Indian. I'm this shit. So why did you redeem it? Why did you redeem it? Alright, anyways, Marilyn, hey,
I'm 5'2".
I'm talking with the lady.
Yeah. I can't hear you. What did you say?
I said, how old are you, Marley?
Hey, man, you gotta shut the fuck up. Let's have a really good
I'm losing great self-respect. I'm talking to Marley. I'm not interested in you, Dylan. You're gay and straight. I'm not interested in you. Okay, Marley.
Yo, that's actually funny. I like that. I like the fucking pamphlet.
Hello.
It's more than just a
Marley. Oh, the thing is, Dylan, everybody here is like disabled, and you know, you would come listen. You gotta learn this already, Dylan. I mean, you being on this app alone is like already really exposing yourself. Like people are.
Hi, Marley. Welcome back.
In the land,
it will make
in the land of the disabled and the mentally R word, I am king.
Please don't upset Marley.
Bow wow.
Marley is not upset. She's
Bow wow.
Like, don't even.
Dylan, nobody asked you a question.
Do I go to LA Fitness now?
Yeah.
You should go to Whitney.
This room is a disaster. Like everyone's speaking at the same time.
This is going to give fitness.
Because we're all mentally retarded.
And aware of it.
Hey, Marlon.
கட்டாயம் பேசிதான் ஆகணும். எல்லாமே இருக்கிறோம். யாருமே இல்லாம பேச போறோம்.
நீங்க வந்து தமிழ் ஹிஸ்டரிய ப்ராப்பரா படிச்சுட்டு வந்து பேசுறதுல எனக்கு பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. ஆனா எல்லா ரூம்லயும் போய் நிலத்தை பிடிங்கிட்டாங்கன்னா அது வந்து தவறா. The most famous, of course. And so the fact that there's this, again, for people that are concerned about bioengineering, that's what we're talking about. This can also be done through just simple synthesis, and I think that we're going to find easier and cleaner ways to do it. And again, tobacco in its kind of infinite variety in a way. Now, for instance, for those who are using vape pens, a lot of the nicotine that is actually coming. Tobacco is in the Solanaceae family, also known as nightshates, the same as Datura, and tomatoes and peppers and eggplant, tomatoes. And the tomato plant is actually the one that's the real bomb. Easy to grow, widely used in agriculture. But the molecules that it makes can be converted into nicotine. So a lot of the nicotine that people are using is actually coming from tomato plants. It's crazy, right? So it is very possible, yes, in that same way, that the ibogaine that will be used in the future for whatever reason will be coming from tobacco. Why not? Definitely possible. But again, plants are factories of molecules, so are we. And plants can be, the way that bioengineering particularly, and now new ways of looking at plant breeding, thank you cannabis breeders in the underground previously, but all along for 10,000 years since our ancestors came out of into the alluvial plains, when the glaciers retreated, the glaciers had ground the earth itself into such a fine dust that the plants just loved that shit. And it blew up megafauna where there was so much meat we didn't know what to do with. And it wasn't as cold as it had been for 2 million years. And all of a sudden there was all in agriculture. And then unfortunately along with that came greed, patriarchy, capitalism in its infinite forms, types of wealth accumulation. So y'all, let's get out there, share with each other, be nice, go give a neighbor a hug, and give a stranger a hug too.
Well, and don't forget that you cannot buy consciousness for $5,
For 10 cents.
Free 99, man. Free 99.
2 cents. 2 cents. A lot of people have their 2 cents. Just to circle around on this, the fascinating piece, and thank you, AI, for being a wonderful research tool in this, right? It also gives some reasons why synthetic ibogaine matters, right? So whether it's the total chemical synthesis, the semi-synthesis, or the biosynthesis, right? This bioengineering we're talking about. But the environmental sustainability, because and it's only native to those central regions of Africa. I still believe in the power of the plant medicine. So Gabon, the primary producer of this, has created a big export market for it. So I hope that they can continue to create and harvest sustainably there. I hope that that while they've been harvesting it and now they're realizing that they need to. And I can't remember my poor brain thinking of all the different things I saw. But I remember watching a documentary about a guy that went to Gabon and was brought to an iboga field, and it was just thousands of acres of iboga plants in this one field where it was. So it will be fascinating to see that. But I hope that the sustainable plant medicine and proper preparation this byline that, there's an ibogaine shortage. When we dive into it, we look at, no, there's not an ibogaine shortage. There's just not enough people doing the chemistry and agriculture behind it to actually make it readily available. So all those chemists out there, you're in a decriminalized zone.
just say I express my feelings to you.
Hello?
He's told you. I want you.
That's his favorite song.
And can you say nice, please notice his stuff.
I think he doesn't have a favorite word. Johnny's playing the skip flute. Yeah, it feels like.
Jinx.
John, I can teach you to be blowing, not blowing as in blowing, like blowing
my
the
dick.
flute, not
Could you put your second foot more like you cute? Oh my god.
second picture.
Shit. Wow, maybe it's gonna come. Could you stop me, babe?
John, I'm gonna beat your ass up. Stop that.
Jacob, can you run this motherfucker?
No.
Bro, he's annoying. Fuck. See, everybody's leaving. I'm only.
Yeah. So you're black, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How
Hello?
black you are?
Still in luck, and you motherfucker.
Okay. Where black dudes is coming from? Originally from Africa.
No, usual nice comment. It's not Africa that have like fucking black people. There's black
Originally.
people.
Oh, this is
Originally, yes, but it's not all black.
Okay. So I'm from Africa. I'm more black than you.
But
I'm
you
internally black.
Hi, everybody. I just came back in the room.
Nobody gives a fuck.
What,
Then
what,
shut up.
what did I miss?
Shut up.
What's being discussed?
Oh, shut up, you gay motherfucker.
You didn't miss anything.
Piece of
You
shit.
know, the good part of this room, it's have only one mod, and I hope it's all only one mod.
Okay, Marley. Straight
You
up.
think of this picture between two legs.
Hello?
They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh, 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. And every woman is a star, for every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyeless, the minuscule poor portrait. Not the clue in the color.
Because I feel like the reason why they're really Israel is because people just seem, for whatever reason, to have a wild hair up their
Second,
ass.
I'm a Jew. Have you seen anybody hate on me here? Seriously, in the past hour that you said.
No, I'm not talking about people in this room. I'm just saying generally.
But you don't think that the Islamophobia and the xenophobia also makes it easier to watch people that are Arab and Muslim being killed overseas as just like a consequence when we saw white people being killed in the Ukraine and everybody lost their fucking shit. So the same can be said the other way around. Your argument is mute.
I think that anti-Semitism, Islamophobia.
Sorry, but anti-Semitism. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Well, anti-Semitism started in Europe. We didn't start it, okay? So this anti-Semitism problem that you have it in the US. Solve it for yourself, okay? Solve it there in Texas, in Europe, wherever the fuck you want to solve it. Just go there. Fix it there. Now, regarding what's happening in the Middle East, not anti-Semitism. Okay.
What are you talking about? Islam is anti-Semitic. Have you read Charter of Muhammad in 660? The Charter of Medina, it's anti-Semitic.
One dumb fuck at a time. Okay, so our fight is not with Israel, just to be clear. Like, if we Palestinian, we have to take care of Israel, I don't know, within 70 years, we could take care of our fight with America. Like, literally, our fight with the dog and the master. So, you're part of the fucking problem. I don't care if you want to call it anti-Semitism. We got to a state where we
You hit my projection bell.
We're the Palestinian people, and the Republicans are.
I don't want your fucking sympathy, man. Sorry. We don't want it.
Wait, we don't?
We don't want your sympathy. Just get the fuck out of our region.
Wait, we know it's bullshit. We know that it's both sides that have this. They're funded by the same PAC, the only PAC that able to operate within the United States without registering as a foreign entity. So we understand on both sides at this time. The people of America have been understand that two sides of the same shitty ass coin. So, I mean, for you to say, oh, Democrats, they're so innocent, and Republicans, we all know this is all bullshit. If you haven't woken up to this yet, I'm sorry. Again, this is another argument I have against your own intelligence and your own cognitive abilities. Able to talk to you right now and not physically smack you.
Uh-oh. You know how hard it is to talk to you without wanting to punch you in the face?
Wait, smack me? What?
What?
The figure of speech. Don't get hung up on it.
Listen,
don't act like you haven't been smacked before.
I think there is a clear. I get what you're saying. Yes, both parties have been funded by AIPAC. They're the program Israel law.
They're not talking about funding by AIPAC, apolitical. We're talking about funding by the U.S. the Congress and Senate. Being funded with military weaponry and given diplomatic cover to carry out atrocities with those same weapons.
The thing is, the was president, we would be
we'd be at the same place, just with better PR. Yes, with better PR.
This is the issue.
I would like to remind you that the Biden administration is the one that appointed Elliot Abrams, the Elliot Abrams, Iran-Contra Elliot Abrams. Radio Watermelon. Somebody help me? Ghost.
He clicked on the link and it's like it shows up as a radio something radio station.
Yeah, it's right. That's the name of the account, Radio Watermelon.
وهذا
He
اسم
needs to
الحساب
DM them.
يا محمد هذا اسم الحساب تبعه.
طب ايش اعمل الحين عشان اوصل رسالتي اوصل معاناتي؟
انت ضفت الحساب عندك. So he followed the account.
He should DM them. Have him DM you. Okay.
Yeah, for real.
He's been around Ambrose.
You shut the hell up, bro. I've been listening to you for the last 20 minutes.
But Edward, it's really effective.
Still engaging with you.
It's really look. To be honest, the guys from Radio Watermelon are not my cup of tea, but they're doing amazing work when it comes to Gazans.
No, I understand, but this guy, I'm 99% certain he's not from Gaza.
Can we allow?
I agree, Edward. I think I've had him in a room before and someone more.
Yeah, people were throwing him out at one.
Yeah, I don't want to be
No, they're not. Don't get myself involved in this, but they're not. He's verified.
This is what Radio Watermelon is for, so they can do them.
Yeah, this. Money. Okay, go to this link. Have these people verify you. They give you a seal, and then there's no dispute.
Revealed was Mr. Van Rice actually does have a soft spot for Ada. I saw a man. Just move on, bro. And breakdown. That was a fatherly figure trying to contact your interaction.
You know what? God is too much.
Yeah, I need a God. He's not Stephen A. Smith. I don't need a post-game breakdown. I never claimed to be Stephen A. Smith. Talk about yourself.
Someone said you had a soft spot for suffering. That might be true.
Hollywood. So it makes him an expert and he's never making a living on media. He has not yet seen any genocidal proof on social media from Israel.
One point he did mention that stands out the most, that he is not pushing Palestinians out of Gaza yet. Not yet.
Sapien, did you say you didn't see any proof of genocidal intent from Israel? Seriously?
I never said that.
Okay. First of all, I'm sure some of you have heard about the Rawi, the reporter, a journalist. If you go to his account, there's a thread with over 106 different posts, all of them from various IDF officers making very, very genocidal statements, all of them from within Gaza, photographing themselves in uniform. That's number one. Number two, if you want, you can go to my feed on X and you can search.
Sapien, I'm glad you have a little pause.
I'm talking about people like Bogi Alon and Ehud Olmert, staunch Zionists, both of them former IDF chiefs, one of them the former prime minister, both of them calling, unfortunately, only what's happening in North Gaza and the West Bank ethnical cleansing. Yes, they didn't go as far as genocide, but when it comes to expelling Palestinians from their land, this is good enough, even though just for this specific argument. But yeah, Bogi Alon, for one, Ehud Olmert just last week I need more. I'm not alone.
Sapien, like, you haven't been here for a while. You're still a Jahash, bro. Like, what's going on?
What? What is a Jahash?
Like a very good person. Like, you haven't changed. You're still a good person.
You know, Ghost, your sarcasm is not very appreciated.
Why?
To me, I don't appreciate your sarcasm.
You asked me what does Jahash.
Two parties, and I think this whole reductive of I'd rather be told to my face, as opposed to you saying something behind my back. I think that's like very short-sighted. I think that often in politics you have to vote for the lesser of two evils, and you can't get everything that you want. And I think that's one of my big beefs with like the Palestinians is that they seem to not. They don't get every single thing that they want. Like they just
What do Palestinians want? What do they want?
They literally they want a one-state solution. They want to abolish basically the state of Israel as it is. They want to go back to the homes that they were expelled in. They want the right of return. I mean that's kind of like a non-starter.
So what's wrong with asking for that? You literally.
In history over and over again. Freedoms cost lives. And when there's a tyrant in town, when there's an occupier in town, people will stand up and fight at any cost and every right to do so.
So what do you think the Lebanese people should do, Sapien?
Get Hezbollah up out of their shit.
What about the Syria?
Syria, get all the Hezbollah, all the terrorist people, all the people that are trying to attack Israel, they need to disavow them and push them out and just not allow them to be there.
They're not in Syria. They're not in Syria. I mean, Syria a long time ago.
What about the Egyptian, Sapien?
The Egyptians have signed a peace treaty with Israel. They're cool. I mean, on paper they are, but I mean, they kind of do a little underhanded.
The military gets something like $3.5 billion a year in order to keep that peace treaty. So it's a bribery situation. And that's America's paying for it. Yeah. Weapons and monies.
Yeah, it's like again, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like I don't know. Like I don't know. You guys want everything.
And that's really the problem, Sapien, is you don't know. And you should learn.
We're just kind of at a loss at this point. Because it's just sort of like
you're at a loss.
You want everything and you don't get everything you want,
the moment you lost the sexuality of yours, you're at a complete loss. You have no clue what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
To be honest with you, Mr. Sapien.
So Iran has made Lebanon a focal point. It sounds like for
tells you something about the state itself. If that's your objective, if your objective is destruction, and you're wasting your tax dollars, your citizens' money on destruction, which brings them no security, which is evidenced by the citizens in the north of Israel when Ben Gavir made his comments a couple of weeks ago, and without being given any evacuation orders or anything, a lot of people from the north of Israel left the north and going to more central and south Israel because they don't have faith that the military will be doing the right thing or protecting them. If anything, would be bringing more Hezbollah's wrath down upon them, like what happened in 2020.
Peace agreement with the states, and they were talked in under them.
They did, yeah.
Like even prior to this attack, between 800,000 to 1,000,000 people were displaced.
Yeah.
From South Yemen.
Yes, and parts of the north now, or no, south Beirut area. Dahia. People left there. People left. They're giving evacuation orders, meaning Israel, right? They're giving evacuation orders. People are leaving, and then they're claiming, okay, we're attacking to attack Hezbollah. Well, you gave evacuation orders, so people left. What are you attacking? It's literally just for destruction.
It's just like Gaza, bro. Like, they knew Hamas was underground. They self-destroyed Gaza.
Not going to really be, engaged in it, especially because it was Trump that brought it to the U.S. to begin with. So people really hate Trump. A lot of people would just boycott it for that reason alone. But there's a lot of people boycotting it because of what's happened, to the Palestinians, and as well as what's happened in Iran and what's happening in Lebanon. Because Israel's involved. I think Mexico said, what did they say? I think they said,
Mexico said that if the U.S. is not
exactly. It's a really fucked up. It's an embarrassing situation right now. I mean, what do you
Rose, I have a question. So you were talking about how it's proven, or like how there's like undisputed evidence that Israel's officials have made genocidal statements and stuff like that. I'm reading in the chat, Ali said something interesting.
Ali he's another mental retard, just like you. You guys are
He
both
said
the same.
he said no major international organization or court has issued a final, well-accepted determination that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. Genocide convention's definition. Is that true?
Give me a second and I'll answer you. I need a few minutes.
Even if that's true, that doesn't negate the genocidal comments.
Well, the
Can you repeat the question,
Go ahead.
please?
So Ali said something very interesting in the chat. He said, no major international organization or court has issued a final, well-accepted determination that Israel committed genocide in Gaza under the UN Genocide Convention's definition.
There's no legal ruling, but there's an independent UN committee that accused Israel, that found Israel guilty of 4 different counts from the genocide definition. I have a list of 58 Jewish/Israeli scholars and human rights lawyers and academics, researchers of Holocaust and genocide, all calling it a genocide. You have Amnesty, Humanity for Children's Rights, Physicians for Human Rights, B'Tselem, and more, all of them calling it as genocide. Do you want all the reports or just one is enough?
Oh, I was just asking you what you thought of this comment. I mean, I
misunderstood him.
Sounds like you were trying to school her and you got schooled, so we're back.
I was not trying to school her. I was just asking for her.
You were, yeah.
You
don't know what you were trying to do.
Take
Take
a better
the intelligence of the room.
Actually, Pharaoh's the one who is schooled is the alley down there. Maybe he can come and talk for himself.
You know, Ali also said something else that was interesting in the chat as well. He said there were never a group of people called Palestinians. It was an area called Palestine resided by Arabs, some Jews and Christian. The term Palestinian people is a new made-up term.
Okay.
That's not even worth respecting with an answer, seriously.
It doesn't matter what the people that are indigenous call themselves. We can call ourselves Martians. It doesn't change. Poodles? No, I step on poodles.
It doesn't matter what those humans
it doesn't
call
matter.
themselves. They still existed there.
They have been here for centuries. And actually, there's a museum of Palestinian artifacts and historical documentation. It's in a Palestinian community called Inkhod, right above Tantura. If you ever visit Israel, I recommend you go there. There's some beautiful tattoos that you can see all the way back to, I think it's 1700. So yeah, they were here. Bitch.
And Rose is such a classy girl. She always ends up her finishes her sentences of a bitch.
Like if you're asking what do I think
I'm trying to be vulgar, and it's not my strong suit. So don't mock.
Bitch is Hebrew for period. You know, just put a period at the end of a sentence.
I hear you, Emrose, but one thing I do notice is like when the conflict was happening, and even papers they would describe the conflict, they never referred to the Arabs as Palestinians. They just used the term Arabs.
Everybody there was Palestinian. Everybody was there. That's also true.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Well, there were the publications at the time. I think.
But even Golden Meir had a passport Palestinian.
Yes.
Exactly.
And there were newspapers that were called Palestinian whatever. Exactly. I mean, how can you say?
Do you know what else? Do you know what else the newspapers really loved? To quote the Zionist song, they really loved to call themselves colonizers. They were like super proud of it because colonization was all the rage. So everywhere you see Zionist reporting in the papers, it's all about colonizing, right? So do you want to talk about what was in the papers back then? That was all the rage. It was super cool to colonize.
To like Palestinians brought it this, I believe, one of them. And he called them Syrians. He said the Syrians in Palestine.
Now, Syria meant something different back then. They meant Palestinian.
No, Syria referred to the whole area.
Syria.
I'm joking.
Not Assyria, Syria. Yeah, but like that.
As Syria, I said, not Assyria. I said as Syria.
Yeah, Assyria, exactly. Yeah. So like the people who were there were even the Lebanese are Syrian. Yes, exactly.
All right, we have Syrian supremacy.
Listen, I am 100%, and I know it's going to be a not popular opinion, and one that I share with many of them because I am an Arabist, that we should go back to all being Syrian. Of course, keep our own identity. Syria, because it would give us more strength.
One great country at a time.
That's the thing, like the whole region, because it's not working out, this little independent shit.
Okay, stronger together.
Does this Syria have
can you name a period in history in which Palestine was prosperous and Syria was not, or vice versa?
Oh my God, this is Syria.
It wasn't Syria, it was Damascus.
Okay, this is officially a Syrian supremacy space.
Yes.
Listen, the Syrian Socialist Nationalist Party started in Beirut, okay? So they didn't even start in Damascus.
It does sort of seem though that like the term Palestinian kind of started to come on the scene around the 1960s.
Not true. 1960s is when the Palestinians collectively became a national movement.
But look how interesting is this. Like everybody from the Middle East sitting on this panel, the only person creating strife and division is the American.
And we're literally telling you the word Palestinian has been around. We've used it for a very long time.
But he knows better, don't you know that?
I was just reading what Ali put in the chat.
Shut the fuck up.
We have already debunked Ali so much. Why are you using our already debunked? Debunked. We have debunked it way too many damn times. For you to use it.
Why are people like Kleinlach in this homosexual sapien, whatever the frick you're... Why are these people even being allowed on stage? Like,
because they're not fascist and they actually want to have a actually security to have a conversation with people that disagree with them.
Come to Amsterdam, we'll have an intellectual conference. We do instant
threatening violence again.
Threatening violence.
Oh please.
When did I even say I'm gonna break?
I don't want him to come to Amsterdam. I just want him to leave the region. Can you just get the fuck out of the Middle East?
Come to Amsterdam.
I'm not threatening
people.
Honestly, Sapien, what you need to do is take some time off of this app. You need to go and dive into some papers, do a little reading, have a better
brain surgery.
understanding. If you're having cognitive issues, I work with that, and really guide you into
starting to resist trolling.
I can do like a whole teach you the whole SARS method, in order to analyze and see at different pieces of information. I mean, if you really want to come and have a more well-rounded idea of what the region's like, because like I've told you before, it's a very complex situation and it takes more moving parts and historical context.
I know it's complicated, but also it's not. Like
if you remove the human interest in it, then you know what I mean. It's just
isn't it just basic equality, justice, freedom? humanity. Isn't it that simple at the end of the day?
For some people, Emeralds, it's completely understand that why.
Just notice the bitch never said the word law once. None of these people ever talk about the law. No such thing as the law.
Well, if you're a goyim, it's okay for that to happen to you.
I know, but at the end of the day, you can talk about resistance.
Goyims.
Resistance is
We're not going to get to religion.
But that.
It's not a religion.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's a little rude. We're not trying to do that.
Is it religious though?
Yes.
Does it say that we, as in the
Torah?
Well, you can use Islam or Christianity, and you can find some very problematic.
That's actually not true.
I was about to say.
And every
Okay.
religion.
No, yeah.
Islam, that's not true.
If you're interpreting it a certain way, yes.
I mean, we can't do it on our own. Like, you can't just read the book and say.
What breaking your wives means. Breaking means. It's from my understanding. It's not the religion. It's the people can misinterpret anything in any religion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sapien, for interrupting your lovely conversation. Sorry. Can we go back to unboxing and makeup stuff? Go ahead.
Unboxing and makeup stuff, you said?
Yeah, that's what he does on YouTube.
What do you unbox on YouTube, Sapien? Is it the same? Do you go to the store and get something and then unbox it and then return it?
He'll leave.
Edward,
I've never done an unboxing video, but
bro, shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
you can go back to meowing. You can go back to meowing.
Retard Zionists. You Zionists don't learn how to have manners, bro?
You support the IRGC and you're lecturing.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck the IRGC, bro. Fuck the Zionists. Fuck the IRGC. Nigga.
Oh, whoa. No, none of that. You're not allowed to do that. What is wrong with you? You go from meowing to racial slurs?
Bro, this guy.
No, you can't. You have to apologize. If you want to stay in here, you apologize to him for calling him that name.
Alright, apologize.
Alright.
Apologize.
So I use others as human shields to interact with them. So we have Ambrose and Feiruz and Ghost. Adam.
You use me as human shield? Bro, what?
No, I listen, Sapien, I've known for a couple of years. He purposely does not want to learn anything, and he comes into these spaces just to be able to tell us, to make little snide comments towards Palestinians or Muslims or
just FYI.
Sorry. Hey, Sapien, really quick question. Has Israel ever returned the 200 tons of enriched uranium that they stole off the boat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Perhaps
I'm talking about your Sharmuta mother. Oh, I'm muted. My bad. Did Israel ever return the 200 tons of enriched uranium? Operation Plumbat.
maybe you should ask Meatlock about that. I feel like he knows more about
I
what's
should
going
ask
on.
you. What did you say? I should ask. I misheard you.
Meatlock. He probably knows more about that than I. I don't know.
Meatlock is that? Who's Meatlock? Why don't you look into like
there's something I don't understand about this guy, okay? Like, I do understand some Zionists, they are just born in
accept. Like, I don't know what I feel like I know what you guys want me to believe. I just don't
How do you mean what we
agree
want
with
you to
everything
believe?
that you said.
Why do you support baby killers? That's what we want to know.
Yeah, why do you support?
What is that
They're not
exactly?
baby killers. They're not baby
Well,
killers.
my
if
God.
you kill
That's a
3,000
bloodline.
babies,
That's a bloodline.
listen to me. If you killed more than 3,000 babies that never reached the age of 1, let alone the babies that all died after the age of 1 before reaching the age of 2, how would you call that? If you killed more than 100,
I think you're purposely
what do you
using
mean
that
purposely?
as like to mask your own antipathy towards Jewish people.
But you're not Jewish. You're
I
from
know.
Poland.
I know. What?
You're from Poland or something. Like,
I'm not from
Dude,
Poland. I'm not
Sapien,
Jewish.
Sapien,
It's about Zionists, okay? It's about Zionists, you Sapien.
Listen. One thing about me, I'm not naive. I'm not.
But you're not very bright either. And so both, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're naive or not.
Bro,
You have a little bit of intelligence.
No, Edward, let me tell him something. Sapien, you're naive for thinking that you think you're pro-Palestinian. That makes you a naive, okay?
No, he says pro-Palestinian here.
Palestinian Sapien?
Yeah, he says pro-Palestinian, and then at the same time he says he's a Zionist, and when he's with exactly. He's been doing this for over 2 years now, going on 3 years. Even the Zionists understand your bullshit, Sapien. They know that you're not consistent, and you play for the audience. And speaking of audience, why don't you give us your YouTube channel?
Someone come protect me, someone help me.
Sapien is again a genocide supporter. Why would you want genocide supporters to speak? They're deluded, deranged, immoral.
What makes you think I'm a genocide supporter? Who said anything about supporting
genocide? I'll let others speak on that.
It's interesting, Sapien. You seem to seek out these types of environments on Clubhouse at the same time, and only to defend positions that most people would never defend, to allies a group of people as Jew haters and Jew killers and
we've schooled him less than he actually acknowledged that we've taught him many things about what's happening, references provided and everything, but it goes in one ear and not the other. I don't know what's
the thing is, I'm a very open-minded person, and just because I hear you say what you say doesn't mean I'm not opposed to hearing what the people on the other side have to say.
It's about time. Almost 3 years. You should have your own position by now.
He does have his own position.
Yeah, and the position is what? Palestinians want to murder all Jews, right?
I said Palestinians. They're very unconfident.
Go ahead.
Palestinians need to accept that the fact that Israel is there, they need to drop this right of return.
I disagree with you. Resistance fighters, they need to change their strategy. Instead of having these attacks happening, one time from Palestine, for example, one time from Lebanon, one time from whatever, they need to all, join together, become one big army, and just fuck Israel up, dude. That's what
they tried that. They tried that in 1948. They tried that in 1948.
Let's ask Sabian. Let's take a moral stance here. Let's not talk about what you think they should do, but let's take a moral stance here. By the way, Ali is another deluded person. Ali, I expected to be better. Hamas, the baby killers? No. It's actually Israel, the baby killers. They specifically
Dean, let me tell you something, Dean. He's a Kanye supporter. What do you expect from him?
I expect more from Ali. Ali is fairly intelligent, but he's very off the mark on some things, which is...
Bro, what do you expect from the Kanye supporter?
I know. Actually, what eyewitnesses said, there was on October 7th, it was the Israelis, their own people who were firing at us and them in Hamas indiscriminately. They're not baby killers. Hamas specifically does not speak. They speak about targeting combatants. They talk about people on IDF. They have killed tens of thousands of children. That's a proven fact. They have a starvation campaign. A proven fact is stated. Intent is proven by their ministers, by from Midbar Gavir, Smotrich, and all these extremist, deranged, terroristic Israelis.
You want to talk to him? He wants to come up. You want to talk to him?
Well, let's do a Sabian first. Sabian, I'm not talking who's in the right and who's in the wrong. Who is the oppressor and who is the oppressed? Number one, and then number two, is it a genocide? Because you've been learning and studying this for about 3 years now. Who is in the right? Who's in the wrong? I mean, essentially, who's the oppressor and who's the oppressed? And do you think it's a genocide? Let's hear your position. What's the moral position you take? That's more interesting.
I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's a very, you can't just make it so binary. I think it's like this. A lot of things have happened.
You're retarded at this point. Your girlfriend got whacked. Did you pray for this human hippopotamus in my profile picture?
Let him hang himself more by speaking further.
I think that
himself.
I don't think that the world is not in geopolitics. You got to kind of take morality out of it, because that's just it's not. It's nice to talk about.
I'm not letting you cop out. I mean, look, it's slavery. Black people were killed, raped, maimed. Let's take morality out of it. Just tell them to give up.
Why do you guys? This is another beat by Palestinians. Why do y'all always bring up black people to try to justify your point? Why?
If you're Chinese or Mexican or something, you're black. So I'm bringing that so you can at least.
Let me just remind you.
Think about it.
Let me just remind you, Sapien, that you're racist towards the black people as well. Yeah? Let me just remind you.
Take a moral position.
Me as a black person being racist against other black people, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, Ali, currently there's 1 million slaves in America. There's actually look up slavery in America. There's an institute that studies slavery. America has over a million, was that 1.1 or 1.2 million slaves. So America is leading the the continent perhaps in slaves. Anyhow, the sapien take a moral. And it's a genocide because you've studied this for 3 years. You've been talking to both sides, and you claim to have a brain and a heart. So what is your moral position here?
Clearly, Israel has the upper hand. They have more power. They're definitely a more powerful entity than the Palestinians. And it's very easy to frame them as the oppressors if you just look at it in a very one resolution way. But look at it in another way.
If you look at it in another way, oh my God.
Some people could argue that the Palestinians have sort of made their bed, now they're lying in it. You can make that argument.
Well, why don't you make these arguments, Sapien? Instead of saying you can make the argument, go ahead and make the argument. Well, because they are oppressing. Are they not oppressing?
They currently hold more power over the Palestinians. They do.
Are they oppressing? Go ahead, you can say it.
Bro, it's a fucking yes or no question, Sapien. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Probably. After 3 years, you're like, probably, I'm not sure. Like
I think that the Palestinians have put themselves in a position to be
oppressed. Really?
Yes.
So the Palestinians, it's the Palestinians' fault that they're oppressed by Israelis. By the way, you mentioned the partition plan. So are you telling me because Palestinians would not accept people from Europe coming in and taking over their land, then that means that they deserve to be oppressed because they did not accept foreigners coming in and
and then also, listen. The reason why things are so bad in the West Bank is because of the Second Intifada. All these checkpoints, all this stuff. This is a reaction that Israel has given due to all the
checkpoints were around before the Second Intifada.
But they got worse. They increased.
Wait. Why even have one?
I mean, I think that the fact that there was a Second Intifada should tell you.
Wait, no. Why have one? If you want to accept that Israel is a nation, then why doesn't Israel build a wall like they did in Gaza around their borders?
Because people like you would bitch about it.
Oh, so they're not building a wall because I would bitch?
People like you.
last week. I roasted you. When I say I roasted you, I brought receipts. I brought all the facts. You couldn't dispute them. I roasted you, and you bring it up again. Is this a fetish of yours? Do you like to be roasted?
Wait. When did you roast me about the wall? You brought up facts.
Yesterday, I roasted you about the wall. I specifically told you that the wall. I mean, was it you? I don't know. Yeah, it was you. You were in the room yesterday. You claimed the wall was the reason why suicide bombings stopped from the Palestinians. And I made it very clear, not just yesterday, multiple times to you over the last almost 3 years, that the wall was built in sections, and Palestinians, thousands of Palestinians daily, go through that wall into Israel and come back into the West Bank illegally every single day. So if first half of 2006. It does not. Palestinians decided that suicide bombings were immoral. We decided. It wasn't nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with the wall. The wall did not stop suicide bombers. Like I said, if thousands of people could, and it's built in sections where they have huge gaps for Palestinians to go through. If you don't believe this, you can put this on yourself.
That's why you have checkpoints.
So suicide bombers would use a checkpoint?
We are back at the same discussion like yesterday.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It was him yesterday, right?
With all the respect to the autistic people, but I'd like to speak to an autistic person.
You should speak to Ali. I think you should really bring Ali up because I listened to you about stuff.
More rational than you. I mean, at least
no, I brought somebody better than.
There's no.
Can you please bring Ali up? Bring Ali up.
Ali's not very well versed in this topic.
I mean, he's not so expensive, but
why? Because he doesn't agree with you
every morning.
No, I speak with Ali at times about mainly religion or other topics.
Ali wants to listen. I don't feel like I'm doing a good job either. I think you should.
At least we all agree. At least you found common ground with us.
Because I'm a little bit fatigued right now. I've been doing this.
Is that it?
Well, when you lie a lot, usually it does fatigue.
I'm getting like.
I'm
kind of being jumped.
You know what? So do you? You haven't answered the question. When you do your unboxing, do you then take whatever you unboxed back to the store and get your money back?
Lame.
Because you don't have the money to keep buying all these.
So how you going from 2 to skipping 1?
Because
you don't mention 1 because you know why. Because you know the Israelis started doing terrorist attacks first.
Can you bring Ali up, please?
No, shut up.
No, this isn't for you to have as many men as possible in the room.
Bring them up too. Find a couple more liars. I'll destroy them.
I don't think what's his name said. I mean, he could come up.
Okay, by the way, just
You can come up. Let's see.
Ali, another intellectual.
No. By the way, we're talking about two different Adis. There's two.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're talking about the one with the
The one that looks.
Go on, speak monarchies. Speak paladin. Speak.
Hold on.
Okay. So, like, go ahead, Ali. Ali, wait, let me finish.
Ali, بلاش. هو بس فاهم بس اوكي.
Okay. Sapien, by the way, I have a question for you.
Leadership or group of Iranians trying to take the leadership in Iran. As a matter of fact, I have really very little interest in Iran whatsoever. I had actually no interest in it until the Masa Amini situation and also the conflicts in the Middle East. I decided to become interested and learn something about Iran and the Middle Eastern issue, particularly the fight between.
Really quick, what did you learn from Iran?
Okay.
If you say like, I'll learn.
Can you just let me finish? So I have no. Okay. We can have. Okay, I'll go on mute.
No, I'm muted. Go ahead, Habibti. Don't be so sensitive. You support baby
Well, I'm not
killers.
sensitive.
You cannot be sensitive. You
It's
support
about
baby
your
killers.
being
Like, make up your mind.
You're being rude because you are just rude.
Yeah, be upset about being rude while you support baby killers.
Let Ali speak.
Yeah, let's see.
Ali.
Happen after the current war in Iran, the regime change or not. So my interest is very confined to the two things that I mentioned: the trouble in the Middle East, as well as the plight of Iranian people under the IRGC, which I've taken some interest. Apart from that, I really doesn't matter to me. That's number one. Number two, the comment regarding there are two comments I wanted to make. One is regarding the let me see. Let me put my comment.
It was about Palestinians.
Yeah, of course, that's a very general thing. I wanted to be more specific. In terms of in terms of the suicide bombing, and then Palestinians, I think correctly, so they realized the return for the act of suicide bombing really was not paying off. Well, because I read about it.
Oh, you read about it? Oh, you read about it? So you don't know. Are you Muslim?
Let me finish.
Are you Muslim?
He's retarded.
No, Ali's atheist.
Oh, he's an atheist. He doesn't understand. Okay. Ali. This is not. Suicide bombings are not allowed under Islam. It's prohibited. You understand? So we.
Ali, you're a fake atheist. You're gay. You got a name Ali, and you don't believe in God.
Ali's not gay. He's an atheist.
No, that's a gay atheist. Because if you keep the name Ali and you say you're atheist, that means you're gay.
No, he's atheist.
So your point is,
guys, let Ali speak.
Thank you. So I think it was a very smart strategic decision on part of Hamas and Palestinians not to continue with this evening because the payoff was not good. Not only that, it generated this reaction globally.
Not to continue.
No,
I genuinely didn't hear it.
Okay. I'm just gonna I'll let you guys do whatever. Now probably will not answer because.
No, I didn't hear what you said. You said it was a good decision for them
to stop suicide bombings.
Yeah. To stop suicide bombing because it wasn't basically the optics of it. It caused actually probably more harm in the public, international community caused, and that's actually a fair point. That's a fair point.
But it's not a true point. It's not true. It's not why they stopped. Suicide bombings were not popular with Palestinians before they happened. When Hamas was when Hamas first started doing suicide bombings, they were a fringe element. Palestinian society in general rejected suicide bombings. And they would recruit people, and they would do it in secret. And even the person's family would not know that this person was being groomed to be a suicide bomber. They would have to be groomed. In the early 2000s, when Ariel Sharon came into power, the butcher of Palestinians in Lebanon, Palestinians feared that them and their children would be butchered by Sharon. So Hamas and other resistance groups, they had there was less resistance for suicide bombings. Now they were still not accepted by Palestinians. They were not praised by Palestinians. But these resistance groups, no, they were not. These resistance groups, however, gained more power because of it, and allowed these groups to be able to move away from the confines of Palestinian culture and attempt to normalize suicide bombings. It failed. They had suicide bombings.
And the first was a Christian woman. Christian.
That's true. And so they had a they had a phase of suicide bombings where Palestinian, it was, we had them going off all the time in Israel. Palestinians did not know who the suicide bombers were. They didn't know who the group. We knew the resistance, but it was a small part of the resistance. We didn't know who exactly was doing it at the time. Meaning we knew Hamas, but we didn't know, what part of Hamas. It was all done very secretively. Suicide bombings are prohibited in Islam.
Particularly, and there's the authentic hadith, but the Prophet, peace be upon him, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, whoever intentionally kills himself, then certainly he will be punished in the hellfire, wherein he will shall dwell forever. So it's
quite dry. It's black and white.
You're not supposed to kill yourself. But the thing, though, is that, and this is not unique to Palestinians, the Japanese kamikaze have done it as well, where actually it's a little bit for Palestinians. Palestinians had to find unconventional ways to resist their violent terroristic oppressors, because they were very violent terroristic oppressors, stealing their land, killing them, depriving their rights, and so forth. So they didn't have any jets. They don't have any tanks. They don't have an army. They don't have a navy. So they had to find ways where they can attack an enemy. Themselves, they get desperate, and they find ways to, unconventional ways to attack. Just like the kamikaze pilots in Japan did so. And they thought it was a very noble thing to die for one's country. Now, the second thing is that while there's no religious justification in the Quran and the Sunnah, the hadith of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, not evidenced by the companions, but a generation, I think it was the generation after the companions, there was one battle where a man, in order to attack an enemy, they were attacking Muslims, and they were going to attack them back. What they did is they had a fortress. There was a wall, the enemy, and he somehow opened the door. Basically, they knew that if the person who's first going to open the door would be killed, and he did that, sacrificed. Hamas maybe referenced, I can't remember, I read about this a while ago. They referenced this instance as a legitimate method, although it was not done by the Prophet, peace be upon him. It was a sanction, as we mentioned, hadith here, and also the Quran, that you're not supposed to kill yourself. And it wasn't done by the companions of the Prophet, but it was a later generation that did it.
Bringing it back to Palestinians, Dean, Palestinians, this was not considered, well, I'll be quick. This was not considered a mainstream viewpoint or principle by Palestinians in general. It was actually considered a very radical viewpoints when it comes to suicide bombings. As a matter of fact, we didn't have the control that we have today over the resistance, and some of them. Was a suicide bomber after they found out through the news or whatever that their child was the one that killed, 5, 10, 20 innocent people in Israel.
So, Edward, do you mind if I just...
Before you go, I have another question. So, now, there's been multiple surveys. Hold on, Ali, hold on for a second.
One second. Go ahead.
Right? That have had, it supported the fast. Okay, what? Can you hear me now?
No, you're breaking up, Ace. But Ali, maybe go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly. So Dean, I think the story that you shared, it's a good one. I mean, it's not unique in a battlefield, but for certain things to make it easier for their team.
We need to stop this. We need to stop. Be defiled by this trash.
It's trash.
This is not to be compared to. I'm sorry, hold on, Dean. Dean, no offense. I know you meant comparing this to kamikaze pilots of Japan. Wasn't a good analogy because they did not do it for the same. It was considered fine in their culture. It is not considered okay for Palestinians in Palestinian culture to kill innocent people and blow themselves up while doing it. It was not, and that's why it stopped. It was.
Hold on, Edward. To be fair to the Japanese, though, they didn't kill innocent people when they were not out of shit either.
But the suicide part.
Well, that part, yeah, they believed that if they did it, they would give them a blessing or whatever.
That's what I'm saying. So
Edward, my intended was actually because Ali likes to allow Muslims.
Yes.
So I'm not sure. Almost. Well, so did Saudi Arabia in 1962. It was enacted into law. So I try to bring examples.
No, I'm not. I understand. I'm not blaming you. You don't have to defend yourself. I'm just saying that this isn't a good analogy because it takes away from Palestinians having self-reflection and empathy and understanding and standing for, this was a moral decision that Palestinians made, not a strategic decision. It was not strategic. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, so
Yes.
this is what I want to get at, because Ali,
No, you're in the Matrix again. Go ahead, Ghost. You were going to say something too?
serving stick to this fucking minute point. It's actually irrelevant. I wish this Ali dude was here still shut his fucking face up. He's such a fucking racist fuck. Sorry, I hate that guy.
Can't defend Islam, can you? Attack the man, not the topic.
I don't know if race.
Y'all didn't even let him talk. Y'all literally, he said like 2 sentences.
Oh, you did say about black people? Oh, okay. Well, I haven't sure to comment on race, but he could be.
I've talked to him before. I have destroyed him, and I've had I spent about 4 there, and Ali was, on stage. I went on stage. I think it was about, I want to say, between 2 and 4 hours. We went back and forth. I obliterated. He's not a good debater. He's a good, pointing fingers. You did basically like Sapien. What do you do?
Propagandist.
What Sapien does. You did this. You did this. They did that. They did that. If others have done the same or worse, and that's what Ali does. He points fingers.
No, that's what you do, Edward. That's called projection.
How's it going? Would you like to say something? Andy?
Need are you good?
He's warming up the meatball.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. We won't attack you. We only attack the ones we have a history with.
Yeah, like
speak for yourself, don't say we.
He's a Yiddish meatball.
Edward, what do you think? What do you think goes through Sapien's mind? I don't still get it.
Nothing. Air.
Yeah,
Airhead. He's an airhead. No, that's also Sapien. Sapien had those air holes. Complete airhead. See the definition of airhead.
Okay. Think about it seriously. Okay. The Israeli government is the Zionists. If someone who has the power is not paying you money. Sapien, do you read history?
No. Let me introduce you to Sapien. You mean your history on your Instagram page?
TikTok.
Yeah, I think so.
I
think so.
Yeah, yes, the Sapien. I'm appalled at Sapien. You're not very firm in your moral position on this matter, and you've been educated by so many people on this topic for 3 years, and you've chosen the side of the genocider, of the oppressor. It's clear as day. You don't get it. And I think that is because you have some underlying biases. You're anti-Muslim, I think, and I think it deals with your homosexuality. That Islam is prohibits homosexuality, but also traditional Orthodox Christians do as well, and many Christian communities throughout the world, they ban against homosexuality. It's not allowed. Absolutely not. You can't publicly.
Jews do as well. You know, Judaism. Yeah, it's also Judaism.
Yeah, also Judaism as well. Yeah. So I think that there's some bigotry that is affecting it's clouding your vision on this matter. It's clouding your heart. It's very clear as day, Sapien. There's an oppressor and the oppressed. Historically, the world knows it. The land of the Palestinians have been stolen. There was a Nakba. They were forced out of their homes year after year, decade after decade. They know who has the upper hand, who is stealing. You can laugh, but he's gone now. You can't laugh at facts. You look somewhere foolish when you laugh at facts. Palestinian land has been stolen. It's a complete fact.
But he was when Daniel was in the room, Amir's room 2 days ago. What do you think of that? Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just, it sounds like a controversial position. I don't know about this position. It's really controversial.
Yeah, Sapien. The prime ministers of Israel, the cabinet members, Knesset members, from generation to generation, from year to year, from cabinet from term to term, have
since the 1960s. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, the Likud charter is from the river to the sea. They say the same exact thing as the Palestinians. But the Palestinians don't mean to kill all Jews. That's a lie. It's been Jews. If that was the case, Jews would not be living there at all. But actually, historically, and you don't need me to say this, but many Jews, historians, rabbis, have attested to the fact that Jews have been protected under Muslim rule. The Muslims haven't genocided Jews. You don't see anything like this happening when Muslims are in control. Were there instances where Jews were killed? Of course. The Hebron massacre is like that's a topic we can talk about. 35 people were killed. That's they were traitors. It's not as simple. But there wasn't a genocide. There wasn't a goal of extermination of Palestinian exterminating Jews. Right. So the thing is, you've had so much time to really reflect on this matter, and I think there's just some underlying biases that are prejudices that are clouding your heart.
The person's bigger than you, stronger than you. Don't even bother fight back. That's his position. It's pretty pathetic, actually. I think it's based in cowardice.
No, I said you can't fight. I said you can fight back, but once you lose, I think you should accept your loss.
What's lost? What's losing? What's losing? So if somebody gets with harming somebody, they should get justice. They should just accept the loss and say, "Hey, listen, this happened to me. I'm just gonna let it be."
Try to get justice, but okay, let's say somebody kills your family member, right? And so you end up pressing charges, and the person goes to trial, and for some weird reason, the court finds the person not guilty. Okay, you can't double jeopardy the person because that's against the law.
But wait a minute, but we haven't even got to justice. But this is the problem. We haven't even Palestinians. I know I shouldn't be saying we. I just feel this is so like fucking against me as a
It's all over. It's on video.
Their kneecaps were shot off by the IDF, and they were protesting peacefully on their own land. Peacefully. You know that, right? Their knees got shot off.
I've seen Daniel.
Do you know that? Do you? I'm not. Don't. Do you know that? Hold on, excuse me. Do you know of that? Of instances like that? Do you?
Yeah, I've heard of that, but
yes.
Yes, but there was also bad actors in those crowds.
Oh my.
Hold
on for a second. What did those people do in those crowds? Did the so-called bad actors fire at the IDF to get fired back? No, they weren't. They never did. What bad actors?
You know, I honestly don't know. Read on that.
Yeah, so don't say that then. Don't say that then if you don't know.
Yeah, you
just made it up. You fucking made it up. You justified people's knees being fucking shot off.
Anything.
What's the name of this person from the government? He basically said that it seems like it's this was 2-3 days ago. I think Al Jazeera quoted him. That it somehow seems to be almost like a game that's going on here. None of this is really being done in good faith. It's pretty interesting that Trump, the fact that even that in this agreement, there's a $300 billion that the U.S. government, Trump administration, is willing to give Iran for reparations, technically, for all the damage that's occurred over the years. Do you know? So they have $6 billion assets frozen. They don't want to give that. But $300 billion. Do you see this is a very interesting? I mean, if people don't believe that, I know, but people, yeah, they don't. If you see this, we Americans, America is.
So much money. It's not just to end the war. It's so that Iran doesn't retaliate against Israel. If Israel, goes and destroys Lebanon, or goes and destroys the Palestinians, or attacks Iran.
I just like those kids. So my problem is
trying to find a way to keep Israel safe while still safe.
There's being more so the midterms, how his ratings looks like shit in America. It's not. Even if you look at some of the things that Trump's been getting away with, even that's slush fund.
But if he wanted to, he could just say, well, let's you can dilute the uranium down as long as we witness it, which I don't think they.
Especially the way that the U.S. has done this, right? But the point is this: there was a thing that did occur. I think I told you. I think we talked about it a week ago, where the Iran said because we don't have trust in America, they'll break their word, right? We want to just relocate our uranium to a sort of a neutral ground, right? They said Russia or China, okay? And if you guys don't pull onto your end of the agreement, then we're just gonna. Which is fair. And then, of course, the U.S. said no. He could have taken that even and said, okay, he could have made it look like anything, but said no. So there's more to.
Yeah, and then you have to ask yourself, then, what is this $300 billion? And to me, it must be something outside of
your day-to-day life.
They have to, right?
Where you just
Iran
try
and
the most simple
the U.S.
International law,
or something,
you know that, right?
and you're going to have a very
technically
difficult time
under international
with
law.
your job.
I mean, not that we abide by it, but this is actually stipulation in international law.
The most
That if you
obvious
So it's unlawful.
Why
You're actually supposed to build back.
cramps, things like that.
That's one thing.
Yeah.
Secondly, you know what they want? They want U.S. contractors to be building, rebuilding Iran.
Oh, that might be
That's
not
yeah.
going to happen.
U.S. contractors. That's who 300 billion is. And do you know who his contractors will be? The chair Krishna. It's gonna line the pockets of Trump and his, his cult, if you want to call it. Do you see how this is very nefarious in a sense?
Yeah. That could be it. How that Iran would allow American companies and Americans to come in and profit off of them that way. There's no way. Because they don't need to. All they have to do is wait Trump out, and his political position would be severely weakened because gas prices are going to keep climbing.
That's across the world, even. I mean, this stuff is bad.
Across the country.
Agriculture also is hitting. You know that, right? Just taking a big hit.
Yeah. They're
Already.
Lower than average yields is what farmers are saying.
What's the cost of that? What's it called again? So that was the type of fertilizer. It's not potash.
Urea.
Something like that. Yeah, that's the price is about 50%. 67% of the world's supply goes to it. And what I've been hearing from a economist is that the true cost of this war is going to be felt. Not even now, it's going to be felt next year. Because people have planned ahead, right? They have things in stock, but even when this all ends, the whole rate of pickup again, things flowing, and the shipments, the cargoes, the slowest way of getting goods apart is that there's going to be the harshest.
It's always yours.
But how come yours isn't subjective? You're basically saying you're right because you have a definition of what God should be, and He doesn't meet your definition.
It's rational. No,
but you're assuming.
There's no right or wrong. I'm saying it's irrational.
My underlying view of God is that there isn't really. This is not really a rational decision in many ways. Okay, you have faith, you don't have faith. But
Thank you, Tyra.
I mean, so you don't agree then. But no, I don't agree with everything you're saying because I think what you're saying makes no sense. You're trying to defend your lack of faith or lack of understanding by saying, "Oh, well, there's a reason for it." No, you're trying to defend it with a weird reason. If you don't believe in God, that's fine. No one here is actually requiring you to believe in God. But you're trying to make the argument that the reason you don't believe in God is because you don't think that God meets your definition of God. That's a little crazy. That's
That's stuff that my baby niece says, not
all right.
stuff that an adult
You're still saying things I don't care?
Hello?
Okay.
Just try reading the book.
Like an idiot.
Yeah, try reading the book.
Still saying things I don't think. You think
Go on mute. Go on mute. Mute up. Mute up. Mute up. Mute up.
You can't go anywhere.
You're a teenage girl. I don't care.
Come on, let Scarlett go. You can't go anywhere.
You're a teenage girl making these insults.
Exactly. Yes. And you're a dumb bitch. How about that?
Oh no! Look, what an original insult! Oh my gosh! Come on, bitch! It's infinitely better.
Projection alert. Projection alert.
Go ahead.
Come on, let the girl go.
Okay, Tara, I heard what you said today, but you said something to dealing with that you don't feel like God is. You said something about God is not real, or God is not. You said the
all the same. Just they praise them different.
No, what I didn't. What I think I said was that in order to believe in God, there is some element of faith. Faith is not necessarily a rational concept in many ways. You can rationalize it. You can say, I believe because of X, Y, and Z. But underneath it all, there is this unknowing, right? Or this unknown faith that basically, because I believe in everything the Bible says, because I've seen miracles. There are lots of things you can say, but it requires an underlying faith. I do not think she has that underlying faith, but in order to not have it, she's trying to pretend. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say pretend. She is justifying it by suggesting that God has to meet her definition of good, and if he doesn't, then he can't be God. That's nuts, because I think it's really the underlying issue. People who are atheists generally sort of feel like that, this, or at least that's where they start off generally, that it's a concept that came up because people were scared of dying, right? Or things like that.
Some people don't read books.
It's called intuition. Like
There's
people,
no difference
Christians
between
do
the
not even
subjective
think that
and the
God meets their
objective.
definition of God.
Do you believe? How do you breathe? Let me ask you a question, JD. How do you?
But what is the truth?
JD.
If you can't even breathe
Are you calling me
and you were
JD?
born at your birth,
My name is Ada.
what's the truth gonna
It's
be in
a
your
dog,
death?
actually.
Ada,
It's a
sorry.
dog. Yeah, I'm not.
Let me. How do you?
How do we breathe?
Yeah.
With our lungs? Like, why is this relevant?
What do
You gotta suck it.
What do we do?
We breathe in oxygen.
Breath.
Okay. So who did it? How did you?
Science.
Okay. So, thank you. So, can you see? No, I got you. Can you see oxygen?
No, but you gotta suck it to get it in your lungs if you want to take a breath. That's the truth.
Can I see oxygen with the naked eye? No.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I don't believe. I don't believe in oxygen. And I believe in like how y'all believe in God. Like oxygen, it was. Yeah.
Keep going.
Exactly what I said.
Keep going.
Exactly what I said. Yeah. So if you're talking about belief in like, oh, there's no evidence. There's no, logical like. Bricks that we're coming to this conclusion of, and you're just believing it because someone told you to, then yes, I think that's irrational, and I don't see a reason to believe in it. But if there's some type of evidence that we can use that can bring you to this conclusion, then yes, I have. Now, I'm not saying that if you have a sincere belief, I guess I should say, then I think you're probably irrational being. Like God should be looked at as much as people look at. And they do it by using no type of evidence. And then when they create the story of God, also doesn't make sense. It's just like all these things don't make sense, and
so it's
just like no reason to believe in it. Like I find no good reason, no good argument to believe in it.
So do in tune with let's get the religion. Are you in tune with your spirit? Like it's gonna make you feel.
I'm not gonna do that. Like
no, I'm just asking. Because
you're trying to fix you don't have a spirit.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm spiritless. I'm spiritless.
You believe in science.
She just said she ain't got no spirit, Scarlett.
I'm a horrible person with no spirit.
We have to define spirit.
that one.
Yes, because
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
people to eat on earth and what's good and what's bad, and tell you how different people. They tell you about these people's stands and stuff like that.
Welcome to the stage, Andre.
I know, because I don't think you really want to.
Hello, everyone.
I'm very happy that you have this topic because I am trans, and the bigotry, the hatred, the racism that's inflicted on trans people is just growing out of proportion to the reality of what some people consider the problem. And personally, I'm so happy that you have this to bring awareness. Thank you, Black.
You're not trans, I know you are, but I guess.
No, I am trans. I'm also a Black woman.
You're not trans at all.
Don't you dare tell me who I am. Don't you identify me. How dare you?
Stop it.
Excuse me? No, this is I'm.
If you want to stay on stage, just don't troll. You can stay on stage as long as you don't troll.
All right, well then you're projecting and you're the troll. Have a good day, sir.
Shut up. Listen, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. I'm about to end this bitch because I'm tired of hearing this at this point. So either find another subject or we are just gonna leave and part ways because this is done and done.
What a good God you are.
Anybody else who doesn't?
Hello.
What a mighty God.
What a mighty.
Arrogant. I haven't thought about this.
Thank you, Yahweh.
Y'all sound exactly like that. What are you talking about?
Who said that to you?
Nick said that like.
Oh, I don't think that. I don't think that.
Talking about me.
Oh, I don't think
Watch you change the subject.
Because as I listen to it, when there's a question, the question is frequently batted away. So when she asked you, and hello, when she asked you, and she said, sorry, First Lady, that the people usually don't use such arguments, they begin with a cosmological argument. You don't know what that is. That's why.
Yes, I do. I'm trying to explain to you why I'm not having that argument right now.
I got it.
Like,
Let me just
we're
finish.
having.
From the Christian God to disprove the Christian God, they from those terms, but you don't believe in God. And if you don't bring in the entire equation, because you still have never dealt with the you still never dealt with the I know. I don't think you're trolling. I think that you just don't want to actually think through the concepts individually, which is why when somebody says free will, it was a loaded term.
Yes, it is.
It is where?
Because you use it in the context of God committing or allowing bad things to happen, and you're like,
Free will, free will, as I said many times, is God has arranged you would not have the capacity for good, therefore you're not human. If we don't have the capacity for good and evil, are simply beasts. That's why I was talking about it. And from the Christian perspective, that is the good, that we're not beasts, not free will in and of itself, but not being beasts. If an alligator shows up at my neighbor's house, my neighbor has a 4-year-old kid, showed up at the neighbor's house, an alligator came up out of down the street and ate up the kids, we would not call that evil because alligators don't
have the capacity for evil. They're all good. Knocking each other in a quasi state of nature, they wouldn't have had a conception of good and evil because they were working on survival and self-preservation. That's the point. I was not saying it was inherently good insofar as it makes it axiological judgments. I was saying it was good from a Christian perspective because it separates man from beast. And what you were calling for is for us to not be human under that conception.
Yeah, and you say that I don't think about my arguments. When you make arguments like that and you don't define any of those terms, because I can simply disagree with everything that you just said. I can disagree.
What terms need defining? I define every term.
Well, one, you define free will. I remember the first time I asked you to define it, you laughed in my face.
Because we all know what free will is.
No, I defined free will in front of you, and then when I said something different, you were like, well, obviously it's a part of the definition. I also disagree. Makes us human, and if we don't have it, now we're at peace. I simply disagree with that.
Under the problem of evil.
You haven't thought about any of this. Okay, you have to define that.
Your definition is fine.
So my definition
we're talking about the problem of evil.
Okay. You still need to define your terms.
Evil?
Can alligators commit? I mean, it depends on how you define evil. You have to define your terms. You're talking about I haven't thought about this. Y'all clearly haven't thought about that. Y'all defending this bullshit. Y'all been defining, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. If actually, hold on. If I actually broke it down with Christians about what they think is good and all good that God is, they would not agree. They'd be like, oh shit, this actually doesn't make sense.
Commit evil in the discussion that we're having.
Can commit an evil act. No. An alligator, wait, can I just do this? An alligator can commit what we view as an evil act. They can eat a person, right? But are they knowingly committing evil? That would be the issue.
Do they have the requisite intent?
I just asked you, yes.
I would still say yes. They are knowledgeable of what they're doing.
Wow.
What are you talking? No,
they're knowledgeable of what they're doing.
Oh my! Yes. An alligator knows that they're eating a. It's time to boom it.
Yes. You know, and you reacting the way you do without actually thinking through it doesn't mean that you know more about what the fuck you're talking about. You doing oh my gosh doesn't mean you actually negate anything that I said.
So okay, So you said it can be evil. Explain how it could be evil.
And being aware that you are committing evil acts.
And so alligators have a sense of morality.
I didn't say that they have a sense of morality.
And how do they know they're committing evil?
You don't have to have a sense of morality to commit evil.
Huh?
Can I help you?
What the fuck?
Wait.
You can be simply there's plenty of people who don't have a sense of morality that
kill somebody by accident is evil.
Like you have to have
Actually, she didn't quite answer that question when you asked it about the baby. In that case, the baby that picked up the gun unknowingly shot someone was committing evil, just like the alligator, right?
Wait, you said someone who that commits.
Remember, if you go back a while, you were a little hesitant. Somebody said, if a baby picks up a gun and shoots someone, not knowing what the gun can do, they just pressed it and it happened to not have a gun.
No, that was an accident.
But yes, I understand. But we asked you, did the baby know what they were doing, etc. And you sort of were hedging a little bit.
The baby doesn't know what they're doing. Conflating conflating terms right now. So you think
Evil means
so you
deeply
think having
immoral.
hold on, you think having awareness of a thing means that you have a sense of morality?
No, what I'm no, I said the exact
You have to
opposite.
have some morality.
I'm saying Van said that.
No one brought up morality.
No, he did. He did.
I took them to answer the question. You ask questions, and when I'm answering, you start speaking, and then you say, "Don't answer the question." So for it to be evil is to violate moral standards. That's evil, and especially in this discussion, because you said all good, all knowing. That's suffering. It's dealing with human volition. Obviously, an alligator doesn't commit evil. We don't say. Now you might say, "Oh, a hurricane comes through, or doesn't. Oh, that was horrible. What happened?" I might use it metaphorically, but in this one, it has to be a contravention of morals, a deep one.
I mean, when I say we have to define terms, I don't think because you violate moral standards, whatever that means, that you are now committing evil.
Obviously, here, let me go to the dictionary. Evil. I mean, profoundly immoral. Here we go. Definition. Profoundly immoral.
What's immoral?
Immoral. Cool. Click on. Not conforming to accepted standards of morality.
Well,
what's
I would think in this case,
principle serving the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad behavior. Particular system of values and principles of conduct, especially held by one person or a society. Okay, when do alligators get taught in bad behavior? And how much is the tuition?
Okay, but you said.
Where are the other alligators?
I'll fall back. That's what it's all.
Okay.
You're so committed.
No, I think what's
I
happening.
just don't think y'all have thought about this enough. And I actually.
Go ahead, Brian.
You haven't thought about this. Just bow out. You haven't thought about this. Don't ever say I'm trolling. I haven't thought about this. I actually have thought about this.
I don't think you're trolling, but I never
and you haven't thought about this. You see that? You see that? I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I said I don't think you need a moral sense to commit an evil act.
All right, go ahead, Brian.
You said that. So wait, and now you're gonna go around and say people and tell people that I said that.
Then?
Because in this particular case, evil be the intent, which it can be awareness or purposeful causing of suffering or harm. In this particular sense,
is causing purposeful suffering or harm.
Yes, when they eat a baby.
And it knows that hungry.
Yes. My God. Yes.
They're trying to eat food. It's the
hungry.
Because I mean, that can simply be defeated by a simple hypothetical. It's so you're saying that someone. So I mean, are you saying that for someone to commit an evil act, they must have a sense of morality, basically? Is that what you're saying?
Start again.
For someone to commit an evil act, or for them to commit evil, whatever, they must have a sense of morality. Of what's right and wrong.
Like when you put stuff. No views. This shit comes from my end. Don't even. Sorry.
That's not
Take it back.
No, what he's saying. No. I asked the question.
Answering the question.
I'll finish what you were going to say. Well, I forgot already. Then unforget.
So
I can't not notice that he's fucking.
Talk to me like that. the chat is on my side, so
No shit for this happening.
yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I don't need.
That's my nephew. How dare you?
No, I don't need help. I'm self-experience. Self-control. I'm fearless. Let it go. I'm fearless. Talk to me. I need that.
They have to have a moral sense. Yes. That's why I said early man who had no conception has a moral sense. I mean, there's philosophy that doesn't even exist.
Warning, atmospheric decompression detected on deck 8. Environmental compensation sequence has been initiated.
But it does not extend to the point
You are a criminal. You've been apprehended in one of our secret facilities. To reach the black newspaper to stand trial. You were punished.
What do you want, an apology? From the way that's handled? What?
I'm sure aware of the incision in your chest. While you were under the influence of our drugs, you were implanted with a small device. It's a remarkable invention. By entering commands in this pad, I can produce pain in every part of your body. Various levels of severity. Forgive me. I don't enjoy this, but I must demonstrate. It will make everything clearer. Surprising, isn't it? Most people feel at first they can't steel themselves against it, but they're completely unprepared for the intent. Close your eyes.
I'm sorry.
Why are you pointing a gun at your own head?
It's not my head. But it's not my gun.
What happened to you? We have to shoot before he's homing in on this. We just kill the head, right?
You can't shoot the head in the face.
Why not?
Ramon! You're gonna die!
She's saying that we are irrational for believing in it because the triune God with all the omni properties cannot exist.
Correct.
And Brian's response
We all
is
agree.
one second, let me say you want to speak. Brian's response is apropos because even if everything she said was true and God didn't possess all the omni properties, doesn't mean that he would that means he doesn't exist. It just means that we would. Come on, your mama, don't take it out on me, bro.
I said correct. She didn't say it.
Y'all sound the same. Y'all sound the same, my bad. Listen, you know how y'all are passive aggressive when y'all don't get y'all fucking way. So,
Ain't nobody passive aggressive. Give me your address.
If what I'm saying is so stupid, you wouldn't have to lie about what I say. But
Yeah. So you look up the definition of evil. It says profoundly immoral and wicked. So at the core of that, the first adjective here is immoral. of such standards. Right? If an alligator can commit evil based off this definition, they would therefore have to have a moral sense. Maybe people are using evil. I don't like the natural evil thing. There's actually a version of natural evil in Christian theology, which is different. I understand what Brian was doing, but that's just like happenstance, instinct, primary example. Not a rhinoceros running his horn through my chest.
I mean, that doesn't negate.
Can I move it along a little?
I mean, you literally said that alligators can
This the only way you think you can win is the mutiny.
There's nothing to win.
He didn't
bring
I made it
framework
because you continuously keep coming off your mic, which
you bring
causes
our
a problem.
framework
Because he's misinterpreting what I said.
Against the existence of God. How about this? Let's use the Hindu framework. They call the Hindu framework because the framework around theodicy has no bearing on the existence of God, which now I've said, Kira said, Brian said, etc. So let's move on, Christians. Let's bring the Hindu framework or the or Chukul.
If God, I don't know about their God, so
right. That's what the argument is.
That's the point.
What's the argument?
Your strongest argument for how the problem of evil eliminates the possibility of God. What's your strongest argument? That because evil exists, therefore no God.
I mean, it depends how y'all are defining God.
You define it. Put it in your terms, your strongest logical argument.
I would think that God is an omnipotent being, right? Y'all would agree with that, or no? Because if God is just Joe on the street, if God is just Joe on the street,
keep going.
Okay. I mean, we would have to agree with that because if God is just Joe on the street, then maybe I could believe it.
Oh, it could be any supernatural.
The majority.
It just means
usually.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord. Who cometh forth from the dark, and my birth is from the house of death.
Want to say hi to my friend Honey Badger down there in the audience. I saw Honey Badger at the bar I was at last night on the wall, and I thought about you.
Does he live in Chicago? Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, I live in Chicago.
No, I was gonna say.
I'd like to play a little song for my friends here. It's called Wizard Banishing. Or maybe not. It's not one of my favorites. But I'm going to play for you my new political campaign song called Brandon Johnson is the Scam. I hope you enjoy.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Proportionals and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortion from our state. $1.3 billion to get out to his crowded nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam.
What'd you think?
I'm not the biggest fan, John. I think if you want to win, just focus on your own strengths, you know?
Focus on my own strength.
Yeah.
Well, you're fired. What'd you think? Whatever he's doing, I hope he's doing it well. Never had one lesson. raised in the catacombs of an opera theater. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. This one's dedicated to Daniel. Massive melons. Melon rainbow. Watermelon rainbows.
Catching neon futures. Catching neon futures. Catching neon futures.
The priest joins hands upon the breast of the priestess and takes back his lance. He turns to the blue isle, lowers and raises the lance, and makes upon them. Do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law.
What is the law?
And turns to each the priest, takes the lance in her right hand, and the left hand she offers the path. The priest kneels.
Mysterious energy, treefold, mysterious matter, in fourfold and sevenfold division, the interplay of which things weave the dance of in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. The people. So motivated.
for Murder B.
voice of the people gonna sing this song. Now we filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a peak in the pouring rain. Go to Chicago, make all hope for that come. Go Chicago strong, keep pushing on. Go John Kitover, lift up every space. John Kitover, 2027 for this place. One step, two step, marching down the road. Every single ward in election mode. Future of the city in the people's hands. Time to back a vision with some real plans. Tax reform talk, make the burden fair. More for the school. Kitover, lift up every space. John Kitover. You log in, like the countdown just begins. Slow spin, every scroll just leads to him. Full page, pulling traffic to the booth. His name on your lips like something new. You pull that ballot from your pocket. Tired of the same, ready for changes. We're breaking the rules. You got me rolling, cool at the midnight moves. Happy like I'm stuck on truth. If this is the moment, I don't want to blow it. Only bees after me. For you. Real talk, about the taxes on my mind. Scroll line, chunk it over, it's your time. We laugh, like the
Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax man, is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies with questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortion and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson, AC2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. On the corner by the blue light, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to his road he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shot. As you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every fall. John Kitover for Chicago. Chicagoans, come on, take your shot.
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night star. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square that each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and divisions vertically and horizontally in their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale.
I'll keep it in my mind. The needle made of light. Fading through the night. A mark they didn't see. The shadow of the dream. The case is cold and clean. I've waited long enough. So let it come around. Let the cat kiss the ground. I want the scales to see.
If this video gets one like,
You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue. Like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth tide.
Makes the phone dented up and cracked, and the screen gets cracked. That seems like extreme circumstances that your pussy gets up and cracked.
No. Let's think about it another way. Let's shift the perspective here. Every night you put that phone on a charger so it can be rejuvenated. Some of y'all will wipe the screen off from it. Some of you
Lord was by my side. Saved by the blood of Jesus. Always keep the eyes. And set me free.
I absolutely love this song, man. When I found Jesus, he brought hearts in beautiful song, Anthony. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, bro. Yes, bro. Only repent from your sins, man. Turn to Jesus Christ, man.
My friends, move to
Jesus said
Hebron.
on the cross,
To this,
in between the two
what's the
thieves
name?
today, you'll be with
What's
me
the name
in
of
paradise. Repent from your sins,
So
Holy.
they live,
Your blasphemous speeches.
they live in some settlement near Hebron. I'm not sure. And then they love the settlement. On the Hilltop Youth.
The Hilltop Youth are a wayward youth. Like very often, it's like the gang movement. In my opinion, the way I see it, the gang movement in the United States for certain groups of people. It often attract like that's what Ben Gavir.
Yeah, we know that they're like kind of troubled kids, but that doesn't change that they've become a growing, very influential, like problematic force. Like they're not. It's not a small movement, you know.
Oh, of course, they have a presence in the government now. Ben Gavir was like a recruiter for the Hilltop Youth, and now he's in the Knesset influencing with his politics, and like that's the danger point that we've kind of reached, and that's why people that are like, I guess you can say, left of Naftali Bennett are really having to come together.
Here's my prediction about it. You can't, either way you cut it, it's either Haredim or Arabs. There is no way to make a government without anti-Zionists.
Yeah, that's true.
I gotta remove you, John. I
Hello?
appreciate you, but
It's projection. Take care. Hello?
yeah.
Why'd you do that?
So, okay, here's my advice for the halfling Jews who the halach Jews don't recognize. I think you should just make your spiritual journey and your just make it your own. Like Naftali, no one's stopping you. There's no one has an authority to tell you you can't read the Torah portion and know what it is and learn about Judaism on your own.
Yeah, but having said that, I more or less agree with you, but having said that, like, the ways to, one of the most impactful ways to choose the Judaism is to be conversant in its traditional language. So that you have what to choose from, right? And that, with the understanding that those have served us, right, not just because of the obligatory nature of the system, but because of the value propositions in play underneath the practice, right? So, like, that doesn't mean be Orthodox, but it does mean study the text, right? Know what our tradition says, because when's the shit gonna hit the fan for Naftali, right?
I'm encouraging him to study the text, but if he doesn't have to convert, he can read what I just posted on top of his page, which is Torah portion, which he didn't even know.
So where the rubber meets the road.
That religious community and see if you actually like it, because it could be very suffocating.
It doesn't matter. Just find a Jewish woman
That's it. And then fucking keep the Sabbath. That's all it fucking matters. That's all it is. I agree with you, Bella. It's all fucking bullshit after
I don't
that.
think you need the paper. Who needs the fucking paper? It's
It doesn't fucking matter. Just believe in God.
There's a lot of strings that you don't need in your life.
The thing is, I have reached a point through my journey that I do have it, like especially when I'm living in diaspora, I do have a desire to connect with the Jewish community, and the only way to connect really completely with the Jewish community in diaspora is through shul or synagogue community or religious community. So ultimately, that's what I'm.
Just read your parsha. That's all. That's it. Like this read from the
right? But maybe they say, we can't give you an aliyah. We know that you believe that you're Jewish. We see that, right? We don't recognize that, but we're going to respect each other, and we're going to let you come to shul, right? I think, if that is the thing you're willing to do, I don't see a problem. I think you can make it your own, right? And, I sympathize with the idea that, a certain kind of religious community feels like what I want to choose, but it also has stuff I really don't like.
I think the Chabad people will take you because you're in a kind of in a far-flung place. Chabad is probably good for you, but they're not going to force you to convert. They'll accept you and just give them they'll just have there's lots of non-Jews go to Chabad. It's all the riffraff can come to Chabad. They literally take anyone.
So I agree. It's complex because
Not that you're riffraff. I'm just saying they're welcoming to.
Done through where there are elements within Orthodox Judaism that I don't like.
Egalitarian, because that's all preachers, it's just virtue signaling.
I have had the honor of meeting some women, in terms of Orthodox or conservative, that are incredibly knowledgeable and skilled in that Torah. I believe we can evolve from the civilization we were at one time into a civilization that.
Sorry, can you just make the list? What are the things that you object to in Orthodox Judaism so we can figure out if
First off, women are not included in Judaism.
Instead of going on a long philosophical monologue,
Don't trust any woman that has Torah.
I want you to name top 3 things issues you have with Orthodox Judaism. One word.
Learn Torah and study Talmud.
So Chabad lets that. Even the Lithish people don't believe in women studying Talmud. So if you're fine with Chabad.
I believe that there's no need for things like a mezuzah anymore.
Okay, well that's a deal breaker. But is it a deal breaker for you? Can you live with a mezuzah? You live in a synagogue. Have you been to the synagogue where the genders are separated during prayer?
Yeah, I have. I went to
Did it offend you?
Not particularly, but I can understand why it could offend women. And a woman's role is beyond the household, things of that nature. I think there are.
Orthodox Jews, women work outside the home.
No, they belong behind stoves.
Literally all Orthodox women work more than their husbands, even the most devout sex.
What I'm seeing right now.
If you go to Toro College, it's all second speech majors because they're all speech therapists. There's no such thing as the Orthodox woman that does something. Like, even in the really, really ultra Haredi circles, they're the ones who make the money. Like, so I don't know where you're getting this from.
I mean, maybe I haven't been around enough like Orthodox people. I know
So I want to know, you're focusing on women so much, as if like your entire criteria for what sect of Judaism you want to be is based on what women experience. What about you? Do you want to strictly keep kosher and have like a community every Saturday and not turn on the lights and like study, you know?
That the next generation of me's can speak the language, knows about all the holidays, knows how to celebrate all the holidays, knows the rules around the holidays.
You want to be Jewishly literate. That's what you want. You want to be really knowledgeable. But it sounds like you have done some of the legwork. Like you went and studied at the yeshiva, right? Or like some sort of Jewish program.
You know, I learned certain like portions of the Shulchan Aruch. I want to learn more of the Shulchan Aruch. I basically want to
listen. Unless you want to create an identity, you just gotta self-learn. That's all it is. It really is nothing more than that. I mean, unless you want to cut a hole in a sheet and put it on over your wife, then maybe go ahead.
I don't think that's a real thing.
Sure it is.
No, it's not. There's just a hole.
I'll put a fucking sheet over you, Annie. So relax.
See, you can move to Boca Raton next door to Bow. I'll show you the road. I just don't think you need to jump like full. You don't need to go deep. You don't need to like go head first into the thing. You know, just be Jewish.
Just like learn yourself and then learn how to be like a pimp and just pick up women. That's it. That's all it is. Learn the religion.
And especially because your only experience, it sounds like, with Orthodox Jews is just like how you perceive women experience it, which I don't think is accurate. And I'm going to be honest, I know a lot of Orthodox Jews, some ultra-Orthodox Jews who don't experience religion the way you describe it all.
Yeah, don't trust women, Naftali.
I've got to see like real.
And I'm not an apologist. Like, there's a lot of fucked up shit. Like,
I apologize for all the women that try to pretend that they're actually religious.
I've been in an institution that was full of women that are like about leading like a change within Orthodox Judaism though. So I really value that.
So there's something called the Jewish Orthodox Feminist Alliance, which advocates for like, so because there's a patriarchal structure within Orthodoxy, there's going to be feminists and people who fight for patriarchy, right? And they get a lot of meaning from it that they wouldn't if they didn't have those patriarchal structures at all. And that becomes part of their life, like it fuels them, it fuels their practice, and they get to rage against the patriarchy as part of their religious practice.
You're so fast and loose with your terminology and with your description of these communities. Like, I don't think you've really come in contact with these places or these women.
Who are we talking to? Me or Naftali?
No, you. I don't think.
You're wrong.
I don't. For the women that I know, they're not fighting against the patriarchy. They're claiming their rightful place in the tradition.
Which community are you talking about, Kale? Like the modern Orthodox people? Or the Hasidic? Which ones?
Yeah,
Pardes is an example.
Yeah, the Pardes people, the now Hachel people, South Jerusalem, Orthodox Jewish, American immigrants. The Rachel Goldberg Polands and John Polands of the world.
Buttercup's wrong. Yeah, Rabbi's right.
Wait, I don't understand what I don't know what we're debating exactly. I do know some ultra-Orthodox Jews, including many in my family, and they identify as feminists, and they study the Talmud as a just statement of their feminism, right? And they obviously they don't need the baggage. They could choose not to have it. They enjoy participating in communal life, and they enjoy many aspects of just the rituals and the communal, you know. You get like I think it's for a lot of them it's like the schmoozing at Kiddush is like the life is like the main force in their religious practice, you know.
It's like you just make things up.
What are you talking about, Kale?
Yeah, Buttercup.
You know about like from Jews. You know the from.
I know, but like the example.
You know about the schmoozing at Kiddush.
I feel like the example examples you choose, they're so like anecdotal. They're so like they're only one kind, right? Yeah, there's the Yiddish Jews. Yeah, there's the Torah Jews. Yeah,
Okay, these are aspects of religious life, Colin. Why are you undermining it?
Yes, I'm not undermining it.
And they're
You're
beautiful.
presenting it. They are beautiful. You are presenting it as if it's a monolith, and this is the way.
And a monolith.
I don't think
Buttercup. Buttercup. What I think Caleb is trying to say is, through Caleb, I've been exposed to some like very powerful leaders within certain Jewish communities that are pushing for a more liberal orthodoxy.
Oh, I see. So you guys think you're the only
So that's
feminist
called conservatism.
crusaders
What are you talking about?
religious
Liberal orthodoxy.
Judaism. Colin thinks his particular brand of Judaism are the only ones that are crusading against the patriarchy, and the rest of them are just accepting their inferior role in the society.
Excuse me, you're making things up again. There's not one thing that I've ever said to you that would lead you to that conclusion.
You're getting mad because I'm saying in other sects of orthodoxy, there's women who crusade against the patriarchy, and that's part of it fuels part of their experience.
I didn't say there wasn't. I was saying. Right, good. So stop talking.
I like prostitutes.
Stop putting words into my mouth. You have this habit. Stop
I don't know why you're fighting with me about this. Nothing we said was contradictory.
Stop fighting.
You said that, you said that I think that my way is the only way to fight the patriarchy. What on earth did I ever say that would lead you to say that? You made that up. You made that up.
My point is.
Just say you made it up.
Well, he's saying that you hooked him up with a community that is very progressive and sort of tries to push the boundaries of orthodoxy.
I suggested a community that is one community among many that is good for people on the journey like mentality.
Got it.
So don't make things up and put them in my mouth.
You're getting mad at me for no reason, Colin. It's all good.
It's not no reason. I'm stating the reason, and I'd like you to.
First of all, you came at me first. You're like, you've never met any of these people. You have no idea.
All I was trying to explain, Buttercup. All I was trying to explain was that, like my journey so far. And Caleb is a little bit privy to what I might have been exposed to on that journey, because he made suggestions. He made suggestions, and I chose to take them. That showed me certain communities that were we're so way above my level of like just being someone that has like a fairly knowledgeable, a very strong academic knowledge of Israel and Jewish history in the diaspora, and is like really interested in the development in it. And he basically placed me in this community that is reading these religious texts in a way to some of them to connect it to the archaeological that are basically living out the civilization by moving with the involvement of how these texts are discussed and who are discussing these texts. And in no way am I saying that there aren't other feminist lay leaders in the world. I'm just saying that this happened to be a hot spot for.
That's great. That's good for you. I'm happy for you that you found that.
Like one really cool woman that I met is from an ultra-Orthodox community in Long Island or New York or some three towns or the five towns, wherever that is. And she comes from like a really ultra-Orthodox family that is like not gonna come to Israel until the Messiah comes. And she went from studying Harvard Law to going to Pardes because she wanted to study Talmud. This is a woman that is like representing a very distinct community and is trying to evolve within this community. And there were a lot of people like that at this particular community.
That's cool.
God, what are we talking about?
I don't know. Well, I mean, okay, so you're seeing that there's many different ways to get close closer to Judaism for people who have Jewish dads or aren't considered halachically Jewish. One way is by Bowwow, going to Matzah Ball and singles events, and living in Boca Raton. And the other way is by joining this intellectual, community of progressive Jews that are sort of pushing those boundaries.
I'm on a crusade to fuck with many.
And another way is just going to your friendly Chabad and just free meal.
They're getting kind of cheap these days, actually. There's not a lot of money. I think a lot of money got spent through the psychological operation to disseminate all this bullshit that's been happening.
But all those are valid ways to participate in Judaism. It could be like an intellectual thing. It could be a social thing like vow,
And another way that's valid for me is the rabbi asked me to do him a favor and run the food on Shavuot. From his house to the function.
You're a Shabbos boy. That's all you are right now.
That's it. And I was aware of that reality, but I was also really happy to help him out because he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, but he's like Shabbos boy. That's how they test you.
No.
Wait, Val, have you been treated like a Shabbos boy before?
Wait. Was it on Thursday? Was it on Friday or Sunday?
You do tests and stuff. Yeah, fucking. Wait a moment. What am I doing?
He was asking me when he was asking. Was he asking you on a Friday or on the Friday, first day of Shavuot?
It does make a difference, yeah.
Sorry, Clubhouse tricked me. Made me click on the room when I was trying to get rid of it.
Okay. What day was it?
Was it
was Friday, but it was before sundown. I did all my running around.
There's no prohibition of carrying stuff that is in need of the holiday on the holiday. He wasn't treating you like a Shabbos boy.
Yeah, but he couldn't drive, right?
Most of them are retarded, so yeah.
I mean, you had to drive it.
Yeah, I had to drive it. I drove it.
So then, yes, he was treating you as a Shabbos boy.
Okay. But the thing is,
actually, Val has a point. I gotta say.
No, seriously, it's not that.
Yeah, no, like that's what they do. They're like, oh, you want to be? Oh, it's okay. Like, well, you're not.
You can turn on and off some lights over here, right?
Yeah, okay. It's a little hot here, don't you think? Yeah, it's a little hot.
Oh wow.
Okay.
The devil.
Yeah.
That's very
Should I turn down?
It's very exclusionary.
Well, it's up to you if you want to turn it down. Okay. But it is hot though, right?
Please don't react.
I didn't mind it.
Okay.
Okay.
We're not gonna force you to be offended by it. I just feel like it's
Hello.
It's an exclusionary.
He didn't have anybody else to do it.
Okay.
So if basically his choices was if he
What do you want to say?
wanted, like if
Fresh
he
30 seconds, okay.
he was gonna have to ask someone from the Jewish community that's not observant to do it, or he asked me.
No, he's not allowed to do that.
Fresh 30.
It's against the rules. You're not allowed to make a Jew do a crime like that.
Yeah.
So that.
Thank you for my fresh 30. It's a lot less than Uncle Steve's 5-minute standard, but I'll still take the 30. Let's read to you a little something special here from my magic book of Jewish wisdom. It says in Hebrew, the root kedem implies both the East and ancient times. The Jewish people trace their origins through Abraham to Ur of the Chaldees, which is today Iraq. Kadmon means original, primeval, ancient. Primeval times and people are kadmoinim. In Yiddish, ancient things are kadmoinish. The Kabbalist conception of Adam Kadmon, the primeval Adam, is of the whole universe, with all the 10 Sephirot in the shape of a human figure. This follows the biblical statement that humans are made in the image of God. It also follows the medieval belief in correspondence, that macrocosm and microcosm are analogous. The alchemists express this by saying, as above, so below. When we look at the figure, we should imagine Adam Kadmon from the back, so that the Sephirot are in the correct right and left positions. In other words, Adam Kadmon should be internalized, not seen as outside of ourselves.
That was beautiful, John. Thank you. I appreciate how you kind of went over your time.
but I think you realized that you had, and I like how you seamlessly just move yourself to the audience out of respect for everyone else. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. He is very diplomatic if you just give him space, you know, and that was great. That was an example of that. Diplomacy. He got his point out, and then he, you know, went back to the audience on his own accord. That was wonderful. Thanks, John. Appreciate that. You're a great example, actually. You're welcome.
Oh, it's being
It's like all of this fucking scribblings from these old dusty dudes.
I know,
and
that's
like,
a lie.
some of the writings remain, and we're all like enamored by it.
I just love my
you
love
see
so
how
much.
easy it is to scrub history right now.
But
in the United
sometimes I think he
States,
doesn't care about me.
and how they
And I
can
don't
just
see him
rewrite it.
often.
So like I find it interesting that we're still so fascinated by all this old literature, and we like expect it to hold some kind of magical value or something. It's really interesting.
My beautiful begonia. Begonia. Be gone. That's what a begonia actually means. It
So
means
that was
be
cool.
gone!
Thanks for sharing that bit. Next time, come up with like maybe some Bhagavad Gita information, maybe some Scientology. I don't know. Anything else. Buddhism's fine. I like when you do the Buddhism, you know.
He does all religions, to be fair. He's so consistent about like his messages.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is here's how you're consistent. Just do a lot of what you do, and then you just read a bunch of stuff and then reference it like incessantly. Because what else does it take? Like who's more of a mystic, really, Nargis? Me or you?
Narja's obviously.
You hands down.
Really? See what I mean? Like, what are we even talking about?
I don't know. Nargis is, she's gonna get there. I think she's already kind of there. Long way to go. Truth is, like, with mysticism, you can just mostly make up any shit. I just have to meet you, Nargis, and then it'll, you know, it'll grow from there.
Hey, Hannah.
Is that they're all franchise model and they're trained on fundraising to support themselves, right? There is no money from Central Chabad to support any Chabad house in the world. No such thing.
So what's interesting, Caleb, is so I live in like a place, a ski resort town, right? So the Chabad is trying to serve a need like they do in Cancun or Palm Springs for a lot of the community from outside of the resort. So I've heard through the grapevine that Chabad Central is actually putting in a lot of money to support this particular Chabad.
How old is it?
Like 6 months old.
Right. They give money for 2 to 3 years, and then in that time, the rabbi is supposed to have their own. I do it in different ways. Not open a preschool, so you know, obviously donors, you know, all kinds of ways. But in those 3 years, they're supposed to have developed their own revenue.
Oh, interesting. That's very interesting, actually. So some of the stuff he's doing is like he's doing like holiday dinners and things like that, which have been really nice. And he's like even invited people in with like a grand. was, a lot of ways he was out of place, but he was still welcomed into the community. It's the oddest thing I've ever seen.
Which community was it?
The Chabad community.
Chabad community lets everyone in. They don't turn anyone away.
I know. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, it's like that's their brand. Their brand is that they accept everyone. They may not like. They have. Yeah, that's the whole point of it. That they're inclusive and there's no barriers and whatever.
Where did Rabbi go?
Oh, the rabbi left.
I don't know why he always dislikes me for some. I don't know. Not for all the comments and. He has a bad rap on here, unfortunately, because he fought all the crazy Zionists, the right wingers. So, but I think he thinks that I'm like lumped in that group, and I'm like, I don't dislike him. I like him. But, okay.
Yeah, I like Caleb a lot. Basically, what I'm saying is I'm trying to take the good from the Chabad. And I understand how I could have interpreted him asking me to do that as offensive, but I chose not to. I just chose to do in my mind.
I respect that. Don't get in his head, Val. Like, it's fine.
In my personal journey, I did a mitzvah for him, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm an outlier. I'm someone who is impressed by some of the things that Shabtai Tzvi did as a rabbi and a messianic figure. Do you know Shabtai Tzvi?
Shabtai Tzvi, yeah, of course.
So, people know him now as the guy that influenced the Frankist movement and stuff like that. That gives us a pretty bad rap because, like, the Frankist movement is associated with all of these weird, crazy, anti-Zionist conspiracies. But, another thing that Shabtai Tzvi did was allow women to study the Torah. And he was quite a feminist figure in those actions.
Oh, so you're pro Shabtai Tzvi?
Well, it didn't end well. I don't think Jews should...
He was a false messiah. That's all I knew about him. That's what I learned about him in Judaism. That he's seen as a false messiah that misled a lot of people and disappointed them.
It depends on how you look at it. I think it's a character study for mental illness in the Jewish religious community.
So he's mentally ill.
Yeah. I can send you a great video on him by Sam Aronow. He's a great historian.
That's cool.
About Shabtai Tzvi is that he was a mentally ill person.
How about this Baruch guy to come up? I wonder who the fuck he is. He was coming his way. Come on, Baruch. Alright, fine. He's for sure a troll. It's probably BB. He has like 3 followers.
BB.
Yeah. It's probably BB Kapara.
You there, BB?
Just tell us who you are, or yeah, it's
fine.
Hey.
I'm a little new on this app. Does this still have my last name? I'm trying to change my.
Oh no, it's still in your screen name. You should change your username.
Mr. Grossman.
I changed it to Baruch. I know it says Grossman there. It does.
Yeah.
So there's your name and then there's your username. So you also need to click on your username and change that as well.
All right. I won't hang out that often anymore. Okay.
Where are you from, Mark?
I'm in New York.
Okay.
I'm a little where you guys from?
Also New York.
I'm from the 6th borough of New York.
I live in Canada.
Canada? That's all.
Yeah.
That doesn't count, actually.
What's the 6th borough of New York? Is that Muncie? Like, what are we talking about?
No. I live in the real 6th borough of New York.
Florida.
Florida. I live in Boca.
Okay, that's the 6th borough? Okay, gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah, people moving all over the place now. Or the beach, like every new neighborhood is just like people moving out.
I can't stand it. I lived here my whole life, and I'm like, okay, like I get it. All the proxies to New Yorkers have moved here, but like over the years, over my 40 years I've been here.
I heard Mount Donnie is actually forcing Jews out.
It's a horrible thing. Now they're
we're talking about how horrible Florida is. One thing at a time. 1 second. We gotta hate on one place at a time.
Okay. Here we're eating from the teeth because of like the amount of people that have moved here, it's really ruined the experience. It really has.
You see, it wasn't always a tourist spot, you say. It's kind of a news.
No, I mean, tourists are one thing, right? But people coming here, moving down here, and the amount of actual like conservatives that move down here are just like ridiculous. So it's
conservative,
like fringe right wing MAGA loving like Russians and all that. Like they're fucking nuts. And I'm just like, dude, I'm more centered, right? I'm like, whatever. I don't give a shit. But I live here, and then these people are just I don't know, dude. It's fucking wild.
Yeah, I can't take it when people can't see another perspective. It blows my mind. It's like so stupid.
Yeah. Agreed.
Hey, like that guy.
I just had a good yawn.
Great. Okay. Everybody's just walking out.
Oh, did everybody go?
Me, right? It must be me. I don't know if you want to go. You can go too. I'm not here to keep you here. But so what's your deal? You're in Canada, right? Which part? Are you in Montreal or Montreal?
I live in Vancouver.
Vancouver. Okay. All right. So it's like so far it's been Montreal, Toronto, and then there's you got Vancouver and you must be in Ottawa, right? That's the one other Jewish place, right? Yeah. Vancouver's got a lot of Jews, but not so much.
It's got a good Jewish community.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So you're comfortable over there.
Yeah. People like Vancouver.
Yeah. I mean, I hear the secular people they like it. They like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you from? New York?
Yeah, I've been here most of my life. Yeah, but I've traveled around the country just to tour a little.
Tour? Like in a band?
No. Like to tour is like it's like to vacation. To go around and hike.
Yeah, I travel.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
This is the church we're in. It's not a temple. It's not a synagogue. It's a church.
Apparently. Yeah, she's a loudmouth leftist on the side.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. It's like loudmouth. Doesn't matter which side. Even if someone's like on your side, you can't have a normal conversation with them. Like they'll just argue in their point because they're right.
Yeah.
It's an immaturity, but hopefully we'll all grow out of it.
Yeah. Maybe not her, but that's okay.
Everybody, I think, will. We'll mellow out eventually. Are you
posing
you're in the middle.
Lapid and Naftali Bennett.
Oh, you're the best, man. How do you get them all one picture? That's the joke.
And Yair belongs to my right, but nobody notices him because he's a little cut off.
Yeah, and the guy on the right is dead, right?
Oh, on the far right, yeah, that's Menachem Begin.
I thought so. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah.
So the two on the left, I know. The one right next to you on your left, I don't know who that is. Okay. I don't even follow American politics that much, so to follow Israeli politics would be a stretch for me.
Yeah.
I was there in 98, 99, and I was on the bus, and these two little kids said to me, "Are you Shas or was it? I can't remember the other party." And I'm like, I don't know. So I asked him, and he's like, they're practically the same thing, just a slight nuance. I'm like, okay. And next thing I know, a few days later, there's some kids throwing on the sidewalk, another kid stomping out and kicks the other kid. They're like arguing between the two parties. They're neighbors praying in the same synagogue. I'm like, what the hell? Like, I'm so not into that. Like,
but I mean,
mindless.
Democracy is beautiful, though.
Absolutely, but you don't have to be mindless.
I don't think it's mindless.
Well, little kids are beating each other up because they're in a different party, not even knowing that their parties are almost in line.
I don't know. I've never heard of two kids beating.
No, that's what I saw. I'm just telling you what I saw. What I actually saw on the street. It was, I can't remember what the other party, one was Shas. Oh, it was Gimel and Shas. That's what it was. Shas and Gimel. Those are the two parties.
I never knew there was a party named Gimel.
This is in a long time ago, 1998. A lot's happened since then. I'll be looking it up.
Oh, yeah, Torah Judaism.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like a Sephardi Ashkenazi dispute.
Yeah, but that's a stupid thing.
No, I mean it's cultural.
I'll tell you why, because within the religion is a very big difference, but once you get into politics, we're more or less going through the same things.
Yeah, well, I mean, like it's like probably like in New York, you got the Irish and you got the Italians, and they're basically the same thing. But
that's a little different. Different families. I hear you though. I do hear you. They hate on each other sometimes, but they do get along a lot too.
Okay. That Phoenician settled like all the way up the North African coast into like Spain and even went as far as Ireland.
How far are you going back?
I don't know. Like 3,000 years ago.
3,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, did the Phoenicians you said they're called? So they travel up through northern Africa into Spain? Okay.
Like Tunisia, Morocco, like.
Tunisia, northern, right next to on the northeastern side, right, of Africa.
Yeah, it was known as like Carthage back then. And you see a lot of Phoenician influence through like Carthaginian culture. The worship of similar gods, for example. That's just Roman. That's Saturn. Yeah, that's Roman. That's Saturnalia. But like,
pagan. Maybe they were practicing the pagan religion.
They were pagan. No, it was one way, one god's way of celebrating. Saturnalia. It's just a cult, man.
Okay, cool. All right.
It's just one example of a cult practice. But like, like the Canaanites were basically a henotheistic tradition up until 3,000 years ago.
So yeah, I mean,
and the Canaanites became the Israelites, and Israelites became the Jews. So it was a drift from more than first it was more than one God, and then it was like. And then it became like there is only one God.
Where did you study this? Is this your area of study, or is it something you picked up along the way?
It's just something I picked up along the way. It's just an area of interest.
Nice.
Like I find the development of the area interesting.
Cool. Very few people know this.
Yeah, well,
to me, it seems to know a lot about the area. I've spoken to a few of them online. They seem to be pretty educated, but everybody else is completely clueless. They don't even know what happened to people from Africa. They don't even know what happened yesterday. It's unbelievable. I don't think there's any recorded history.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know much about Africa. I can't speak to that.
I'm not saying it's bad. It's sad, you know.
But like you see. In North Africa,
right together.
Yeah. But that's being a culture. There's a connection between those two cultures, and then the culture intermingles with the Grammy culture. So like the Maghreb culture is considered to go all the way up to Spain.
Going back really far, it's a little hard to relate. Okay, cool. Alright. Any of the history that I know doesn't go pre-1400s. Like, I don't know nothing that went on. You're talking about the Dark Ages? There are people who know a lot about it. I actually read a book, what's it called? Jewish Life in the Middle Ages. That's what it was called. But obviously,
the Middle Ages where?
Well, we're not talking about America. We're talking about Europe and mostly Europe, I think. Maybe Spain, Europe. I don't think he talks about Morocco.
Well, in like European context, was it survived for a long time in like within the Muslim world?
Right. I think that's why we became merchants, because we couldn't hold positions within society.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you wonder why maybe Columbus was Jewish, maybe it was his tradition.
And through that merchant trade, we ended up going to a lot of areas and influenced in a lot of areas.
It's mind-boggling that people can navigate the seas. I don't understand how you can find the same place twice in your lifetime without proper equipment. You know what I mean? Like, if I left shore, I would never find my way back to the same place ever.
That's true. We've come a long way.
No, I'm saying then they were incredible. I don't know how they did it. They were unbelievable. They know a lot. Yeah.
Now we have satellite technology that does it, and it does it much more accurately.
Yeah. Very smart people who are very involved, and once they're dead, all we have is a piece of equipment that we can swap parts out from, and we can't do anything more than that.
Right. So people with like certain gifts or something. You're not going with that ancient alien theory, are you?
No, I'm not for or against any of these ideas because I have no. It's like somebody was. Do you believe that we landed on the moon? So I say, I know my parents told me so. I know that I've seen papers on it. Did it happen? I don't know. I don't know anything. You know.
Well, we're at the stage where we're getting ready to mine the moon. Of course, we landed on the moon.
Fine, fair enough. I'm just saying that you're telling me, and that's how I know what you say. But I've never researched it, so I don't know. You know. Yeah, I've heard all kinds of theories as to why it has to be that we were there, but. Same. So I'm going off of like, I don't know, I don't know anything. That's what I saw, you know. That's all he told me, you know. Yeah, I'm just uneducated. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't believe in conspiracy theories.
You don't believe in conspiracy theories? It's fine. That's fine. You're allowed to not believe in conspiracy theories. That's fine. Conspiracy theories. It's like, you know, the flat earthers. You know these guys?
Yeah, they're funny. Hey, Liz.
Hey.
Hello.
This is Luke. This is Liz.
Liz.
Hello, Baruch.
Hey, Liz. I sit in her room. She would read the Torah every Thursday night. Let's just say Thursday.
best part of it. It was drunk Torah.
Yeah. They lead a Torah, and they get drunk and read the Torah.
I didn't say anything wrong with that. Yeah. Well, so you do Parsha or something else?
Yeah, we did the weekly Parsha. We did it for a full Torah cycle.
Cool. There's actually a group that came around that's doing that now. What's his name? What's his name? Nissan is his first name. He's in Israel, so yeah, we were a little off on the Parsha this week because they're doing a different reading. They have this one day Shavuot where we have two, so we were doing Naso and they were doing Balospa, you know.
So I just learned what my purpose for Torah was.
Yeah. What is it?
Hold on. It's Genesis 37.
Oh, I don't know what the name of 37 is. I don't know that well. Genesis. Okay.
I don't know what you call it.
Get the already count one. 37. No way. All right, I don't think the numbers line up properly. Design. 37.
How many Jews does it take to find a Torah portion?
Oh, that's funny. That's very funny.
It starts with now Jacob was settled in the land where.
Yeah, so it's by Yeshua. Okay, so it's one partial before what I thought. It's not BK, it's by Yeshua. Do you guys read it in Hebrew or English?
English.
Cool. Do you know how to read Hebrew? No.
You know what? It's funny you mentioned that. I came in this room because I thought I knew all my Hebrew letters and whatnot, and I knew some words, but in December, what is this app with the owl? Duolingo had a special on learning Hebrew, so I am on my 150th day of learning. And so when I was outside in the hallway, I read that Naphtali's bar mitzvah was happening, and I was like, you know what? It was people at all different levels. So the people who could read Hebrew, we would use them to, like, if we got to a part of English that, like, because we would basically read and then discuss the portion. And if we got to something in English that, like, could mean something one or two ways, we would defer to the Hebrew readers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were a team. We took a team approach to learning Parsha.
That's how everything should be, you know. Instead of fighting
and that's great.
Right?
And that's great, Liz. I used Duolingo to learn a lot of words. I did a few Alpons. I have learned a little bit to read Hebrew. I still struggle with some letters like Tzedek. I can never do the right.
If you're breathing out, right, so where you can start sucking in and go, that's the right sound. It's the wrong sound. Usually, when you speak breathing out, not in. Yeah, so it's set.
When you lived in Israel,
English most of the time, or did you able to immerse yourself?
I spoke English most of the time. I was in a English speaking environment, so I didn't really have to I had to do a little bit at the markets, but I pretty much got by at the markets. I'm going later this summer, so what I'm going to make sure to hone in on again is my numbers, so I can haggle and shit.
Well, that's the culture. It's a haggling culture.
Yeah, I know.
Nah, we're good.
I've lived like 6-7 months there overall. All my time I've spent there.
Nice.
I was in Jerusalem for 3 months.
We're in Jerusalem. Which area? Not the address, but yeah.
Look up the school Pardes. I was living close to Pardes, and I was also living in Cannibal.
Okay,
so,
no.
I got an idea what you're talking about. Okay.
So kind of on the border of like East and West Jerusalem. I lived. And then in one of the more Orthodox area, because I moved out of like a couple of Yahoo's house into an Orthodox house because I didn't like the Yahoo, like living with the Yahoos. And then
when you say Yahoo, you're talking about Christians?
No, not Christians. Just like people that were at my school. One of them.
Okay. No, because I took you talking like.
Rabbi, and the other was ex-lone soldier that had broken from the religious movement and was very angry at Israel. So I got exposed to all different types of Israelis, but I moved with Orthodox.
Liz, what's your experience? You've been exposed to anybody, all of the above?
In what sense?
Saying Liz, like your life exposure to different kinds of Judaism.
You know what? It's funny because I have visited. I live in LA County, and I have visited nearly all of the Reform and Conservative synagogues and about a quarter of the
Over there. Nobody.
Do you work for the Jewish Federation or something, Liz? How have you been to so many synagogues?
When I converted, one of the things actually before like my conversion, the rabbi required that I visit a different Reform, a Conservative, and a Orthodox synagogue. And after I converted, one of the things that was very important for me is to not feel like there was any place that I felt like I couldn't go in as a Jew. So I made a point of just what got it started was when I was leading Torah study at my synagogue. It would close down in July so that the rabbi could go take the
go to every Saturday of July, and that's how I made my way through so many synagogues.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You're in the Matrix, Barack.
It's interesting. Very long time ago, I knew a Baruch in real life.
Oh, there you go too.
Look at that.
What do you mean by I'm the Matrix? I'm sorry.
You were earlier. Your connection was weak.
Oh, the Matrix. Okay.
Yeah, your voice becomes robotic and gets very choppy.
If you smoke, even if
and that's what people on this app call the Matrix.
Got it. I'm very new to this app, so I was on 10. One guy who's he's studying to be a convert, and he started a Torah group. He's hilarious. This guy's so cute. But so I joined that, but then they got bumped. Prior to me joining them, they got bumped off of Tandem because they were talking religion. So they got literally, they can't get back on. So now they're on this app.
Interesting. So that's how you came upon.
Yeah, I only heard of Tandem a year ago, believe it or not.
Yeah, I've never heard of Tandem. I'm hearing of Tandem for the first time.
It's a language app, strictly language. So you're going to, the subject, you might have a subject on your party, but you're going to also write which languages you prefer people speak. And people talk about anything, but you stay away from religion and politics. Just about every party in this app wouldn't work in that app. It's a completely different culture. Completely.
Yes, Clubhouse has a fascinating culture.
A lot more angry people, isn't it? And you'll see if you hang out with the Spanish crowd, they're so warm and so patient. It's great. Oh, love it.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, how long have you been on this app?
Tandem a year. You heard of it and I went right on.
No, I mean Clubhouse.
Days.
So, unfortunately, we're glad to have you, Brooke, but we are in season 6 of Clubhouse. Seasons 1 through 3 were awesome, and season 1 was unmatched, but those first 3 seasons, excellent. There have been some trials. Company included are the bastards, cripples, and broken things. So you're as you go through a lot of rooms, you're going to witness far more dysfunction than was here early on.
I'm not judging the app by what I'm seeing. I'm sure there are other parties. This is the vast majority of what I'm seeing is pretty chaotic, But you know what? Sometimes I'm in parties on Tandem, and every other party, people are killing each other. I'm like, what? And it comes and goes, But you're saying there's a lot of the pretty serious people who are taking turns talking have gone elsewhere, maybe to another app.
Oh, absolutely. There's been a mass exodus. Jewish Clubhouse used to have multiple houses and multiple rooms daily. We're down to 1 or 2, and it's only a handful of people.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I wasn't angry.
Not you. No, I'm saying you guys, the group. Because people were bringing up, the whole Palestinian thing. And
right, yeah.
when anyone brought up an opinion, instead of saying, well, what do you mean? They would just say, no, there's no freaking way, you know, and they were literally choking each other. It's like, oh great. So I left. I'm not having this anymore.
That's true.
Right? So you're saying, Liz, that the good days are gone. Whatever I'm enjoying is not that they're bad people, it's that I'm just seeing all the worst.
Yeah, you're seeing the people who really just, I don't know, I call it a bit of the tism. The tism, the OCD, the alcoholism, I can't stand my spouse, so I'm here all. Yeah, a lot of people here are drunk.
I hate that. I hate it because I can't figure out if I should take something as the norm, or say, next time maybe it'll be better. Should I bother giving them another chance, or it's hard to know. But some people will tell you that they're not sober. They'll tell you straight up.
Yeah, no, and I think that at this point, with what's left on this app, it's not hard to tell who's not sober. But I'm still here because I hold on to things far longer than I should. So there's a couple people I still like who come on here, and I'll pop in a few times a day just to see if there's anybody or anything interesting going. I don't see Naphtali that often. That's why I was like, oh, let me go see what's going. What's this about his bourbon?
That was referring to him.
Yes.
I didn't realize
the title of his room is Naphtali's bar mitzvah.
Now I'm getting it. I was asking where people are going from here, from this app. You know where a lot of them are going? What's the next hot spot?
A lot of people went to Spaces, and then Spaces on X, formerly Twitter.
Oh, okay.
It's a similar
I've yet to be on any of these apps. This is really a stretch for me. Right now, I had to call my filter company and allow this app because it's social media, and I cut out. I have all social media. I don't want any of it. I don't have Facebook on this device.
What do you think?
It's very nice. Yeah.
I will tell you, I just followed you. So if you look at the app and you go into your hallway, which is like a little house at the bottom of your screen.
Well, I'm not seeing it now, but okay. Maybe depending on the device, you can maybe get a different view. Hallway. Anyway, okay.
Well, so basically, since I followed you, if you follow me back, you'll see probably houses that I subscribe to or rooms that are on. Some of them are gonna be crazy, but if you actually see me in a room, it's generally somewhat normal people. I can't vouch for normalcy. He took off. Yeah, I don't know if you're looking at your phone, but he took off about 10 minutes ago. I can go ahead and close the room if you need to go do something.
No, I'm fine. That's fine. It was really nice talking with you. But if you want to approach another subject, we can go ahead and get in there. I'm quite bored right now.
Briefly, like I said, you know, I mean your address or whatever, or you already in.
that was my burner a week ago.
It is. That's because you've been doing this stuff. You know what I'm saying? They are mad. They desire.
CEO, King Nani, that spent 6 hours in chillism every day. How do you explain that?
CEO was recruiting the other day. He said we should join it. It's very intellectual conversation.
Oh. This app is amazing. I'll tell you, every time and then something happens, and then there's a crash or
Matt Cool say, how do you explain Monica?
How do you explain Monica?
How do you explain John Kitover?
He was running his meeting with a lawyer the other day.
It's not AC Prim no more. AC Prim is out the door. No attorney work products here.
It was the same.
Wait, where is he? How do you explain Matt Goliath?
Oh my God, steroids. Oh man, this app. I mean, at this point, at one point I used to like, yeah, you would tell me. At this point, this app is impossible to jump in. It's just impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah, the people who left with their real names, it's like they can't come back now. Like I saw somebody in here today with her real name that she's been the whole time, but she took a break, and I want to be like, you can't be in here no more with your real name.
It's totally masquerade at this point.
Yeah, how do you explain Rambo?
I don't know.
Remember the time when y'all were talking about the house in Mississippi and the house in California, and he was asked for his analysis?
Yes, I do. It happened 2 weeks ago. Remember, I was driving, and we was talking about Roth IRA. He gave it. I remember very well.
It's just close to the nude beach.
How do you?
Have so much fun. There'll be a lot of free willies all over the place.
That's right. If we're gonna free the nipple, we better free the willy.
I saw a lady freeing the tampon string.
Ooh.
Yeah. In France.
Come on. Medical tech.
It wasn't even a nude beach. It wasn't like a nude beach. Like I was wearing trunks and everyone I was with was wearing clothes, you know, like whatever, just normal stuff. But
Listen,
there was
when the pad is full, you gotta pull.
Yeah, there's like 6% of the people out there had like no tops on if they were women and whatever. It was like pretty mellow, but
that's the fun of the beach. Like it's the edge of law. What are you gonna do?
One lady had a string, dude.
What's wrong?
It was funny because she was wearing, she was changing because she was wearing a bikini bottom, but then she had her towel kind of on short or something, and then she was changing like 20 feet to the. Boom! I saw a string and I looked away quick. I'm like, oh shit!
Right?
That was pretty funny.
Holy shit! Up in my mouth.
Hey, some people just don't care. Some people don't even like.
Yeah, it's the beach.
Fuck. Yeah, she probably even give a fuck. She's like,
yeah, he's a stranger. Yeah. She doesn't remember him. Like,
she's like, free show. Fuck you. You know, who cares?
No, but the waves are no joke, bro. I remember me and my friend were swimming in the ocean, and both of us were getting whipped around, and like his willy popped out, and there's a bunch of ladies on the beach. Yeah,
the ocean danced him.
It straight up did, bro. The same thing happened to me though. Like usually I wear trunks though. I think we're just wearing our underwear or something. some bathing suits that make me look like a seal. The burkinis.
You mean like a burkini or a surfer suit?
It's like a burkini, but it's real. I don't know. It does look more like almost like a scuba suit or something.
They're good for like sun protection, but like they're still too like form fitting. You know, I like pieces I can get in and out of. They have good like swim shirts that have UV resistance that aren't like skin tight like I'm a superhero. Nah, maybe I'd rather not. Rather have something that feels like a shirt.
Keeps you pretty warm though when you're in there, you know.
Sure, I get that, but like to me, like the hot and cold variants is like part of the itch. Like I want to be so hot that I want to go cool off.
How's that man on the same app?
No, the other thing I try to aim for is like shelter. You know, if you can make shade for yourself at the beach,
that's Honey Shakur. Why are Steve Crone and Honey Shakur on the same app? Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, MG. Why is the CEO of T-Mobile on the app arguing with a woman who calls herself Kalisha, who says she'll piss on you? What's going on?
How about his fun coming?
On the app, starting his own competitor app to compete not only with this app, but another app by a Nigerian who was with a Somali, even though what? What are we doing? Y'all remember all the storylines?
Certainly do. That's why I love this app. This dirty, clean app.
I think we are insane. Realizing now.
Yes, we are.
For sure.
How do you explain a 500 pound bench pressing nigga who's Jewish and calls himself Kitover back channeling with another nigga about Hamlet? And this nigga been back channeling about Hamlet. You grown ass niggas.
That's fucked up.
Oh God. Oh my God. I'm done. This app is spent me. Oh, I need another piece of fish. Is this fish self-cleaning? Well, does it have a pussy or a pussy?
The same that
Exactly.
the same app that they brought musicals with talented artists and graphics.
There was a Fela Kuti musical. There was a Princess and the Frog.
Lion King. Aladdin. I like the Aladdin one.
The same app was someone who dated a black woman who's now a Zion.
Yesterday, this same app where you are able to re-meet someone who you saw on a stage play when you were but a boy. It's crazy.
So I just want to say that was nasty that you said you were but a boy maybe 10 times. Also,
here's one. Oh, go ahead.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
The same app that a rising actor had to go sit down after being on a stage and accused of.
Yes. Was this before or after the Moan Room?
Oh my God. How do you explain that in the midst of a pandemic, COVID, suffering, and I drove 40 minutes each way. And the way I got through it was by listening to moan rooms. I had to get a Tylenol. I said, oh shit, that's the postpone is 40 minutes. Oh, here's a moan room. I go into the moan room, and who's in the audience? This guy called himself Michael, Gerard, all the magats, all the family values. The only one that wasn't there, God bless him, was Mr. Edward. All in the moan room. This app is insane. How do you explain on the app, Joe Budden signed a $20 million deal so forth? He got room with 8 people in here. Public room. Like, what's going on?
Man, absolutely wow. Explain King Los, the vegan rapper, telling everybody that
Don't forget the guy
You can't ran it. Wasn't no shit.
Don't forget the guy who ran a room every day in a club called African Journal, who talked about his Pan-Africanism and building with Africans, and 2 years later, he was anti-immigrant, voting for Donald Trump.
Oh my God, yes. Oh my God. Oh my. How do you explain an app where a man in the fit of anger labels the charge that the other person that they're arguing with is a pedophile and has documents and files on it? And we ask, well, if they've known this for a while, they don't. Well, why would you talk to someone that you've known this for so long? And he says, because I'm dealing with the argument. I'm gonna be a child rapist. Why are you still talking to him? You think I'm dealing with the argument? I remember that. That was amazing.
How do you explain that?
remember Amber Rose, band?
Yeah. She went from here to the RNC.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
She blew up. Explain Dr. Julio.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. How do you explain him and Amber Rose's relationship on Clubhouse?
Oh, I think they became friends and they went to the
Yes.
White House together.
Yes.
Did
They
go to the White House together?
They both turned MAGA on Clubhouse.
Damn. Some people definitely made a little bit of money, and I gotta give them credit. I give them one.
How do you explain one institution with a family member who everybody probably knows from his stage plays, screaming and hollering at people on the app about big dicks?
Not the big dick deviants. How do you explain big balls and
Honestly, how that
That's a good
That's
one.
great.
Oh, this app, boy. Boy, oh boy. What a blessing. True laughs, man. Nobody can say that the laughs are like, We got true belly laughs. I don't think we learn much, to be fair. I don't think anybody really learned much. Except for when your mom and them used to actually do spaces where people could read books and stuff. So bracket that. That's true. Oh boy. I got some too. I wasn't the only one that does anything else. Hey, your mom, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you see the interview with Robert Carroll on C-SPAN that came out last week?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's time to let the ghost. I know he's living to finish this book. The book. He says he's typed up about 950 pages. I'm gonna say something which I don't, that's just very controversial, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I think Robert Carroll is incredibly overrated. I know I'm not allowed to say that, but I'm speaking.
Is this his new book on Johnson?
Yeah, it's the last one on Johnson.
Oh.
He's typed up. Huh?
Isn't he like 90 or 100?
Yes. Right now,
He looked older.
He is. Right now, he is. Remember when me and Akiva were upset about that guy interviewing Barney Frank? He was like dying. Remember that interview?
Yeah, he was on life support cancer.
Yeah, he was in the hospital. He died.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He actually died. Like, he died 2 weeks later.
I remember you crashed out about that. You were mad.
Why did you crash out?
Instead of doing, well, I really don't care if the audio.
Camera was on the interview.
Yeah, they put the camera in there. Did you see it?
No, I ain't see it.
They ashamed of himself. He looked like he died, went to heaven, came back because he forgot his keys, and then it's going back to heaven. Oh yeah, Akiva, he died. He died 2 weeks ago. He died. Hold on, Barney Frank. So we listened to it. Barney Frank died 19th.
Yeah.
For that morphine, your mama, give him pain. And at first, like, he was propped up. And then I guess the medicine started kicking in, and it wasn't good. Perhaps maybe if they wouldn't have turned the camera on, just, spoke with that, did an audio, it wouldn't have been so horrific. But to see it was painful. If that makes sense. We've had some interesting conversations on this end. I appreciate that. It's very addictive. Although I'm not addicted. I can be gone.
Me too. I can quit anytime I want.
Literally every addict.
I just watched the first 5 minutes of it. Okay. Tapper is a failed journalist.
Thank you.
Who looks for every opportunity to go after the left. The only reason he's interviewing Barney Frank in this interview is because Barney Frank is hitting on the left, knowing how progressive his record was when he was a member of Congress. It's insane.
Disgusting. What Raheem and I was saying that there was no reason for it. Thank you. So you hadn't seen it.
No, I hadn't seen it. I don't watch it.
You should listen to it. Maybe you don't want to watch it. It is
No, I saw. Yeah, I saw how dark his face was, how sunken it was. He couldn't even open his eyes. I saw it. Yeah, it's crazy.
What happened to Jim Tapper? What's going on? What happened?
When they came out that book, they are hungry seekers. They hate Democrats and they do everything to try to undermine them. Those are the journalists in my mind who gave the foundation for the rise of MAGA.
You know how people talk about, this is going to be a deep cut, but I bet you'll remember this. You know how Barack Hussein Obama, why'd they get that boy the middle name Hussein? I don't even understand. They knew he was going to be raised by the white grandparent. Why would they name him Hussein?
Didn't they name him after his dad in his daddy? And that's his daddy name? Or no?
Even more reason not to name him Hussein. That's what came to me. Anyway, so Barack, everybody remembers how Barack Obama did that thing about Donald Trump, the joke about you'll never be. I'm going to find it. I'm going to just find it and play it for y'all. Hold on.
It's on, you mean at the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
What many people don't know. This was Obama. This is to your point. Hold on. Okay, hold on. What people probably don't know. Let's see if I can find it.
Exercise today? Did you go outside? Did you talk to anyone? Did you eat well? Did you limit your scrolling time? Did you make any plans? Did you drink enough water? Did you get enough sleep? Have you exercised today? Did you go?
Incredibly fast changing. Television.
Oh, y'all forgot about this one. Well, if I can't find it, I'm explain it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now remember what your mama just said. This is Obama's.
Sorry. Keith Stafford now starting to leave the White House. Even reporters have left me. Savannah Guthrie left the White House press corps to host the Today Show. Nora O'Donnell left the briefing room to host CBS This Morning. Jake Tapper left journalism to join CNN.
Everybody hear that? So y'all forgot about that.
Yeah.
Y'all heard that? Let's just do it again.
Is that his origin
See
story?
Jack Taper's face. He is pissed. And they laughed, and he is pissed. You can see it in his face. He's doing that fake smile, and then he goes and takes a drink. You know how you get embarrassed at a cocktail party or dinner party, and the way you can hold that in when you're smarting is to take a drink of wine? That's exactly what he did. I'm telling y'all.
Wait, is that
Jake Tapper has added out for Democrats for some time. It's pushed him over the edge. I'm telling you.
was that his origin story?
Now, he was already sort of being anti-Democrat. He knew where the money was. But that's where I think he really went. I think if you trace it from there to, what's the name of the book? Betrayal? What's the name of the book?
Yeah, Betrayal.
Betrayal, yeah. I think that's an arc in his career.
Yeah, I think the irony is like y'all we were talking about Rose not too long ago, and like the idea there is some truth in this, right? So the reason why the joke hits because everybody knows that he was a tilted angle at that moment, even before he joined CNN. So the fact that he would call it out is while it's funny, but it has some truth into it. But I do think that's the case. If you guys just listen, I mean, if he did that, I saw the Barney Frank now, but the fact that he did that, and the sort of the question was around what the left is doing and how badly the left is flailing. This is insane. And I mean, he didn't have to put Barney Frank on the camera. They could have just said.
But because Israel has gets a lot of their weapons from the U.S., also a lot of people donate to Israel, they have become spoiled in terms of their military doctrine. They are willing to waste money and waste resources on
tactical victories that do not bring them closer to the example. When it comes to their fighter jets, when you take a fighter jet out, you have a whole crew of people that get it ready to make sure it's ready. The pilot, and then when you bring it back in, that whole plane has to be checked, paint, everything, the avionics. It's thousands, and the fuel. It's thousands of dollars to do a run. They, during Nasrallah's funeral, did 2 low-flying passes over the crowd to intimidate the crowd. They were like, I don't know, a couple of thousand feet above them. Very low during the funeral. There was no, military reason for this, or objective. No military objective at all. And it cost them thousands of dollars. No. So they're willing to do this. They're willing to do this because their doctor. Yeah, because they're getting, the jets. They're getting they're getting so much help from other, not just the U.S. but other countries as well. They get so much help that they don't have to worry about the money for these kinds of antics.
So they're just spending indiscriminately then.
But yes, exactly. And so when you say Amir tit for tat, that sounds good, but when it comes to war, that's a great way to lose, because that's not how you should be fighting a war. You should be fighting a war the way Iran fights a war, which is don't react to the other side. You control the other side. They take out, your people. It doesn't mean you take out theirs. No.
That's not control.
Wait,
it is controlling. It's like the classic definition of escalation control for military doctrine. It's the they didn't go after some people in Israel. However, when Israel threw missiles or dropped bombs close to the Bashar, what's it, Bashar? I forgot what it's called, the nuclear power plant in Iran. I think it's Bashar. Iran immediately dropped two missiles right next to the Israeli nuclear plant. So that's an example of what you would call tit for tat, because that would, if Israel went further, then Iran would have went further and hit the nuclear power plant itself. But in this case here, there was an objective behind that tit for tat. It was to stop Israel from thinking that they can hit our. If they do it, we also have the capability of hitting theirs, and we are going to show them that we have the capability. And Israel did not hit their nuclear power plant.
Wait, I did read that it's true, you guys.
What is true?
The hit.
What?
You read that? Something about the Iranians
putting $80 million
bounty. Yeah.
I don't think there's credibility behind that. Iran is.
It sounds like nonsense, but it was more like that they would approve it, something like that.
Maybe. I mean, Iran has the upper hand right now in the U.S. when it comes to the political spectrum here in the U.S.
They wouldn't need to do that.
They wouldn't need to. But they.
Your scrolling time, and did you make any plans, and did you drink enough water, and
all right. Let's see. I mean, I don't agree with.
In America. Listen, he he needed a hit on that one, so.
They said Tim Scott? No, Cory Booker.
No,
He's Jewish. Her mom is Jewish.
But Brother Messi was moving on to the other black man who married a white woman very quickly, and
Tallarico's girlfriend is kind of cute.
Yeah, she's also, from what I read somewhere, she's also another generational Texan with and she's. What was that?
Do you know if they have a basement?
Oh, well, if they did.
Sounds like a perfectly well-marketed research girlfriend.
Yeah, she's cute, slim. They look good together in the picture I saw of them together.
I agree. So. See, this is the difference between Tim Scott's, though. Tim Scott's looks weird. It don't look right. But it was the pause before you said weird that made that submission even funnier. Alright, so somebody tweeted, amid swirling allegations of homosexuality, James Tallarico's campaign has finally revealed the identity of his girlfriend, who was a vegan and dancer at a local gay bar. You'd have to pick up the litter of the women that are there.
Wait,
We are sick of.
I thought he was on his staff.
Didn't say he met her there, just that he worked. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, why would they say it? She might go to staff now.
Yeah, they're trying to imply that they met at the gay bar.
What's wrong with meeting the lady at the gay bar?
Yeah, I know some straight guys that like the attention at the gay bars.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, Tim Scott wife, she kind of looked trans to me. No offense. I mean, I don't know, but her face kind of looks like hello.
I heard that she's like Texas royalty. Like her descent, she's like descendant of one of the guys that's Declaration of Independence for Texas.
What you still okay? You were talking about Tallarico. Sorry,
Tallarico.
I was.
Yes, we had a constitution before we were annexed into the United States of America. So yes, we have such foundational document.
Constitution or a declaration of independence?
Really and truly, we have a Texas Constitution, and then we follow the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah, Tim Scott.
Go ahead.
This guy's asking me for money like every 30 seconds. You getting this too? He comes up every minute feed asking me for money. Texas has declarations. I just Googled it because I had never heard of it. Yeah, 1836. Fascinating.
So was it Sam Houston? No, who was the guy?
Who are you talking about? Sam Houston?
Yeah.
Is he one year old?
Yeah. No, it's got beside George. I mean, he's the founder of Sam Houston, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he signed it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I saw Tim Scott the other day. I think one of his stepkids graduated, and he called it his kids. People were very confused. But he has 3 stepkids now. She had 3 kids, and so he's got 3 stepkids.
So it's okay for him to call them stepkids, but not for mama.
Correct. Exactly.
And Tim Scott's been married how long to this woman?
Yeah, I think 3 years now. But when was the election? 2014. He got married in 2014. Yeah.
Wait, we meant to say in 2024.
2024, yeah,
Yeah, it'll be. Yeah, it's almost 2 years.
Wasn't he married before then, though? Wasn't he married during the primary?
They were just dating.
Engaged.
They got engaged on Kiawah Island, which I love. It says here on 20. Just got out of jail. Although he'll be going back.
That's crazy. That was crazy.
I haven't watched the documentary. Have you seen it, Mom?
Many of them.
Oh, yeah. That's right. This is genre. I forgot.
The assistant DA reached like maybe last year. I don't know where I was, but he was there talking about the investigation. I feel bad for him. He was very pumped up about it. And the mistake was not his for sure. That's crazy. But he still will be in jail for a very long time. Like, he'll still be in jail for a very long time.
Well, are they going to retrial that one?
I don't know. I mean, unless they come up with new evidence, I don't know if they will put that kind of money into it. But maybe the assistant. It wasn't the assistant. The deputy AG. That's who it was. He's in the documentary. He's in the HBO one, I think, or the Netflix one. Maybe he will. I don't know.
I misspoke. Ellie was correct. He is in fact not out. Thank you, Ellie, for the correction.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I said he's out. I was wrong. He's not out.
Yeah, I think he's. That's the one. I think he's pretty much in there for like the rest of his adult life for what the other crimes.
Yeah.
The fraud and so forth. Circumstantial evidence is not less dispositive than direct evidence.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it was like a very hard case for them. Spend that amount of money to retry him when he's already going to be in jail for a lot of time. That's all I'm saying.
Did you catch what the technicality was that had the case around?
Yeah, the clerk that was overseeing the engagement between the judge and the jury. She basically gave too much information to the jury. Yeah, but it wasn't anything that like it's not like they found any other information. Like the AG's office was involved or anybody else was involved. But basically, this one woman or one person rather that was involved.
Too much information to the jury?
Yeah, essentially trying to like tip them to vote for conviction.
Wow.
Yeah, the state level. Yeah. Technically, I feel like she's tampering with the jury, so technically they could not only she probably lost her job, but there's a chance that they could file charges against her or give her some kind of fine or something. That's a crime, I think, to tamper with the jury.
Alex just sued her.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I heard, Sherry. Thank you. And it looks like someone said she was convicted. Oh, that's first.
unmuted just now? I think I was muted. Big Israel Day parade today, the biggest. Of course, Mayor Mamdani, first mayor in New York City known history, to not attend the Israel Day parade. Jessica Tisch, the commissioner of police, marched proudly, in her words.
I just want everybody to know how much I've evolved. I will not be responding to that on behalf of a New Yorker. Thank you very much.
I guess you didn't go.
I'm proud of my spirit. I would never go. I'd go to maybe protest the right-wing assholes who are actually marching in there, but then that would be a response. I admit it was a response, so I'll shut up.
It's not partisan. It's not partisan. There's left, right, everybody. Nothing partisan. I saw Eric Nadler there, hardly a right winger.
Not they left T2 for dead in here.
So when's the next game?
And that's even worse. You came back and now you're here by yourself.
Hey Arthur, you're here, right? Arthur?
Where's Divine?
Yeah, where's
In the
Divine?
Next on Wednesday.
No, yeah, but when is the first game at MSG? So I can just, make sure to prep for that.
Wednesday, isn't it? Isn't it at the first game? No, it's the first game.
That's what Divine said in the chat. It's Wednesday, and as your mama said, the first game will be in San Antonio.
Oh, shit. Oh, so... Okay.
Yeah, you won't have to worry until, I think, game 3 for anything to be...
Actually going to be in DC. So
I just have to say before Spiritus can say it, I just have to say Knicks at 4.
Okay. Spiritus, are you meeting with Hurricane?
No, I will be seeing my niece graduate high school.
Oh.
And that's the wildest thing is that there's no hacking involved. It's all publicly available. You can buy it from data broker information. I remember this was a while ago, but I remember there was something that was given away because somebody was going on runs and they were using the Strava app, and so they basically mapped out the base because of the runs that people were running.
That was ridiculous. Yes, the Strava app is notoriously bad at this because it has this achievement, it has all of this by default, and even if you want to turn it off, it is 10 different places to turn it off. I use that. And I looked, there was a picture in the map of one of those labs, right? It suggests when you open the app, some location suggests you labs based on where people run, and there was running on a base, and there is nothing else there in Google Maps but that red dotted line where the person is exercising a few times a week. It was insane.
Well, this is a small example of the way social media is undermining our lives, and we should. The attention-grabbing aspect of the social media, but I guess logging into Strava, showing people where you've run into the contacts where you've run is part of that. But it should be the next big issue, I think, to address the dangers of social media in a meaningful way.
It's really dangerous. I think you should leave it. I think you should leave right now. It's very dangerous.
Oh, I have nothing to hide. I'm not here to. not a good try.
Good attempt, though. Very good attempt. I'll give it 9 out of 10 for that one.
Yeah, the social media crowd on the social media apps, but those kind of further than that, it's not just social media apps, it's Google. Yeah, it's Google.
And Amazon.
Google, Amazon, but it's also usually follow Apple apps also sometimes, but more frequently Android apps that are built with certain software development kits that embed location tracking and then we sell it to a broker, right? It's all made for advertising purposes, right? If the Iranians didn't buy it, they would try to basically create ads that are targeting
What's up, Neil?
Missed lots, or?
Annie made it too, so it was hilarious.
Example, I came across an individual on here, right? Went from being a drug dealer, all of that, right? Took that information and decided to become a baker, right? He took the street smarts and just applied it in a different way, right? Learned a little bit of chemistry, right?
Drawings on rocks and in the Gulf of Aqaba, which is in the Red Sea, closely connecting the Egypt and the Sinai Peninsula, is where they have found petrified animal bone remains and a gold covering that is in the shape of a four-spoked chariot wheel, which in terms of physical evidence, we do have them. But I mean, if you're going to hold the standard of evidence to the point where we today would say, give us proof that this person did such and such, like in a court of law, whether he committed a certain crime, then no, we wouldn't be able to do that. But if you do that, then you also compromise a lot of the other historical claims from that far back. We're talking almost 3,000 years ago. So over 3,000 years ago. And so I don't think that's exactly fair. But at the same time, I don't think it's unreasonable. But if you're going to be skeptical to that degree, I don't think it would be helpful to anything else that you want to. We wouldn't be able to affirm anything going that far back. So
I would contend not, because there's plenty of things that we definitely have been able to affirm within, like I said, I mean, absence of evidence is evidence of absence, but of course, what we'd expect to find, like there's a massive civilization, we would expect to find some remains, is what I think. So, like, when you have these people who were in the desert for 40 years and they were carrying pots and, pottery, and they're like like 10 remains. But that's just something that we don't see anywhere.
Yeah, but then again, they were a relatively small group of people. What is that, like just
except
2 million people?
Hundreds of thousands of people.
Okay, well, I guess it would have been somewhere in the range of several hundred thousands to maybe between 1 and 2 million. Whatever the case is, I mean, I'm not sure exactly this is a worthwhile avenue of inquiry to pursue. The reason why I say that is because if they did find something, it would only follow to the question whether those artifacts belong to the ancient Jews wandering the desert 40 years or to someone else, because it's been that long time. But by the same token, anything that was left for that long period of time that would have been scavenged, destroyed, I mean, unless if you're talking iron objects, bronze objects, highly corroded by now, and so I mean, maybe skeletal remains, but again, anything that is produced, you would have the rational grounds to question: does it really come from there? And then if it doesn't fall, if it doesn't meet your standard of criteria for establishing that those artifacts belong to the Jews, then you would just rationally say, rightfully so, that you don't have proof that it belongs to them. So, never happened to any capacity.
Hello?
Is what I would take as, yeah.
Have you seen the hieroglyphics?
A few moments ago, you said we know.
Have you seen the hieroglyphics of the Egyptians and their chariots buried underneath the water on the insides of the pyramid? Hello?
It's actually open to
Oh my God, what did I do?
What did you do? Mahdi here is a racist, bigot, anti-Semitic scumbag, a piece of trash.
Yeah, no, I'm just scum. I know scum. Pure and utter scum. Anyway, so God, in 2 points you mentioned we know earlier that archaeology confirms the Bible. Now you seem to backtrack, which is a good. There's also things in the past cannot be confirmed, and what can be found is open to debate. And I'm glad you noticed. The second issue is that when you talked about the chromosome fusion, I think you missed the point. This idea.
Or someone's not good enough.
It means it kind of
But it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. It means what the word means, right? It's in the middle.
Yeah, I've been on this stuff for so long now. I don't practice language.
No, you know.
Sometimes, like, when the Italian Americans speak, it's for me, I don't understand what they mean. It's too much for me. Oh, okay. You have the same struggle.
Yeah, it's very discouraging.
Yes, exactly. I don't understand that. Yes.
It's fast-paced like music. And forget about it. All that mafia, Sopranos.
Yeah, exactly Sopranos.
Yeah, very Sopranos. What makes the Sopranos so good is how authentic it is.
Yes. It's very good.
Well,
but I like Chandler's better.
But the talking, the dialogue is so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very similar. Boston, New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia.
Yeah, because there are a lot of Italians over there.
A lot of everything, really. But yeah, every 5 miles you have a different community of immigrants. There's a little Italy and there's a little everything. But yeah, definitely.
Irish.
Ayn Rand.
Ayn Rand is a junkie.
Yes. Very much.
I always have this story about Chicago when I just entered there. So I was there for a conference, so me and my colleagues were going to one. And we had to take the subway
nervous of what if he steps in the same subway because I am in. And I got so nervous. We were at the Central. It's Clark or something. I forgot what's the name of that stop. We had to change the subway. And I would get off the subway and I moved to my left and I see this bald man, 6'3" or something, talking to his phone. Fuck, that's him. And I looked at him, he looked at me. And I just turned around and I was like, girls, let's go. Yeah. Back in the days, I didn't really know him, so I knew him as a crazy. But then after the trip, we started talking more. He's still crazy, but yeah, I wouldn't be so scared, but I was really scared. But come on, he's crazy in real life too. Understand? No. He said his own party.
Something like that. It's kind of the same way. This is that. I guess let's just say that. I can never do it. If I okay.
Or would you rather have him around or not?
Sorry, this gym is closed. I was trying to get my last stop.
Okay, yeah, you do it.
No. I have to leave and walk now. I just didn't realize that I was in my pocket. As the mic was still on. I heard the thing bang. I'm trying to be quiet. No, I mean, it'd be cool if you'd been to more than one. Perspective. No, there's no way I mean, I'm wearing a t-shirt right now. It says battle rapper. Like, a lot of the shows, rap battle, something like that. It's still place for your parents to go. Oh, 15 years ago, so they missed everything the last 15 years because they lived outside of the country. But there's probably been way less than half of the shows I've done within the last 15 years. The most shows I did in my life was probably from 2000 to 2018. And they moved probably around 2012-ish. Yeah, I think they did move in 2012. But even then, I moved like 35 minutes from where they were, and I was doing 100 shows a year. But yeah, most of them, quite a bit. Like I invited them. So, they're like, what are we gonna do at your rap show? I was like, oh, I'm not sure, but I'll tell you what, if my son invited me, definitely go. Yeah. Yeah, same with the original stuff. Something like I don't know if everyone else feels. I just walked by these people at the pool. I was like, oh, this looks like kind of stupid. That's not appropriate. Put that away. So why y'all sit by the pool and drink in the gym? I don't know. Maybe it's
I think January is on the rise there. Quite often it's habits to begin with. It might be in the future that people's body shapes do naturally change. A lot of people probably started off lighter than they actually are, but over time they become less active for different reasons.
I'll become more sedentary. I need to lose about pounds down the line. I also completely my mother's side of diabetes. As much as I could when I was in college. And so I become like far more sedentary than I would be healthy.
Those are good reasons. Those are good reasons. Like, it's the mere fact that like at more body weight that it just on balance on possibility you're gonna have more health problems later in life. Like that alone should be I'm also a believer like with like optimism so that's their about everything that's their business.
Yeah, I feel that way. So if you want to become 600 pounds, that's down to now. But if you start relying on medical services, you're going to have people not me, but you're going to have a group of people to go, well, if you took care of yourself, people weren't paid for it.
Human beings, we've got to the point where we are learning to there's some kind of a lot of natural selection. There's some methods where you're kind of creating artificial productions for ourselves.
And then some people want to wear things. People want to become fans. Hopefully have like cancer process. I've forgotten it's 10 years ago. But it's a movie. No, I read something. So maybe it was based on that movie.
No, I'm not that complicated. It's safety, but it's involved there. It's like these ways to their lives. And they don't walk anywhere. They have like these little highways parts that they can drive over. That's great.
I remember that. I saw it as a little kid. One of my I was a preteen that night, but like still at the level. We all have. Well, you weren't acting. I should have said I was not so child. I was not 8 or 9. It was like 11 or 12. I gotta be nice to the deep down in bed. At least you know. I gotta be nice to all you young and you say dumb stuff. I gotta remember. It's tough as the whole board. 40 and under types. Trust me, I'm fully capable of being as stupid as and as on the other side of that, like,
I am not telling you're wrong, but slang different.
it's also true
Slang or language.
how people respect him. He has a fucking Nobel Prize back against them all the time. Just don't know it.
Yeah, there's lots of old people like that where they need a little.
Yeah, they do. On this app, you're just like, oh, Roger Pembroke, like they heard about last week. So people are all excited. It's like the real circles. People like, yeah, you might be time for him to hang it up. I'm gonna fall off a cliff though. I can tell from me, definitely looking younger for my age, it's gonna catch up really fast. Like as the grays start to come in, it's just gonna be a wrap, you know. Because when you have all your hair, I think it keeps you looking artificially younger. You know what I'm saying? And so, but then it's eventually gonna all be white. You know what I'm saying? And once the hair goes white, there's no turning back. You know what I'm saying? I've only got a couple of years.
And we used to fuck a lot. So I got a letter one day, and the letter was like, "Yo, we're gonna like tell you to leave the." Married. We was together for like 6 years, and we moved to another state, which she ended up asking me. She ended up wanting divorce, so I was like, all right, you know, we did our thing for that amount of time, and we don't talk to each other any longer.
So you have kids, and how long ago was this?
Oh, she had an abortion. She aborted when she was. Yeah, she aborted the kid. I was young at the time.
Alright, it's too much information for now.
Yeah, we don't talk about this.
Bow wow. Bow wow.
TV, call another thing.
Why?
No, you're not understanding that. Before that, I had a big problem in life, and I didn't believe in Jesus. One time I said, if Jesus is the true Son of God, I believe in that. If it's not, I just ignore that. And after a couple of weeks, when I walked you,
True Son of God. All of
This is how I imagine Benny Adams' conversion to Christianity.
What happened? No, Benny Adams has a good reason.
Don't
converse to your Christianity. He's very, to be honest.
Don't.
Wait, so from the topic that we were talking.
Yeah, let's go back to talking. Damn, man, concrete left, bro, because of you, Lex. Let me call him back.
Here.
So, yeah, go.
Gosh. Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's like, I heard somebody say that the academia adheres to naturalism as a methodology. It's like, well, yeah, because, I mean, the only evidence we have is the natural world of, what we have for explanations, and so but we have no demonstration of the supernature. We've never had it where we've seen people be created through breathing life, the clay objects, Jewish skull and spell, like it says in the Bible. Meanwhile, evolution is the only explanation that has been demonstrated for the creation of different species or speciation, and so it doesn't violate Occam's razor in any way, like concerning a person who
all of these even merit are actually hypotheses in the first place, or random mere speculation. Remembering that hypothesis is something, a part of a phenomenon that has some loose data to point to it, and so you build a hunch. So which of these tell me is scientific about the so-called ancient mythical fictional ancestor originating through blind forces of nature? So panspermia, this so-called life being seeded from outer space, is there any evidence of this? Or is this blind, wishful, so-called random thinking that I've actually made it with a hypothesis? Oh my God, I can't believe I actually gave this notion of a hypothesis. Or is it so-called the origination of life from a clay wall? Is there any evidence to it? Or actually an icy wall? That's the third one. Or is it actually so-called the primordial soup? All of these are blind speculations. Absolute hocus pocus. Sorry, abracadabra. I apologize. That sounds too blatant. This is not science. It's pure charade. An absolute charade. Demands demonstration. But sorry, we've been influenced by the Epstein Islanders, and they've done an entire sham on the scientific discipline when it comes to these subjects. Luckily, there's still some hardcore empiricists out there that tend to do actually proper scientific investigation.
Sorry, Matthew, you don't think this is like hyper skepticism?
No.
It doesn't allow for basically the laying down of anything. Adija, it doesn't allow for the grounding of anything like Crimson I was saying, right? This or maybe I don't know.
I belong to a school of science which is to do with empiricism. If you come and say something and you can't demonstrate it, they will make you into a laughing stock. However, in the school of the theorists, everything flies. These guys should be philosophers. I don't know why they masquerade as scientists. They don't produce anything. Blind theories are very cute. Some of the empiricists find them exceptionally cute and tell them, look, go and publish this stuff in the department of philosophy. Roll up their sleeves and actually demonstrate maybe someone one or two of them and from the hundreds of speculations. That's not science. It's pure and utter dogma. Now, this happens to be one of those dogmatic subjects. But when you're talking about science, there is a method. And the summit of that method is called demonstration through reproducibility. Not so-called wishful reading, not so-called explanation. You can explain the data in so many ways. You can even invoking spirits in the woods as explanations. You just don't go to
So far, evolution has been, hands down, I think, the best explanation for umpires, right?
Compared to what? Compared to what?
Compared to freaking ex nihilo. Compared to God creating man in clay with his hand. Yes.
Let's look at this. So, intelligence, that's all powerful, creating man, a walking, talking human being, versus blind environmental processes creating a walking, talking.
No way!
I'm asking
found my
I
channel.
think ex nihilo is a very hard position to defend.
Sorry, my friend.
As a theist, for me, ex nihilo is a very, very hard position to
Text
defend.
video.
Something cannot come from nothing.
That's an atheist. I don't think theists believe something comes from nothing. That's a dark theist. What kind of theist that
I
is?
don't think the
I know
atheist
there's a fraction of theists that operate on faith.
So is explanative of if whether God is the best explanation for the beginning of the universe, or whether it's something that is dependent on God.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Is that beginning conscious or unconscious?
What is that thing before, and then is there any evidence to that thing? So what is that thing? Could you explain to me what that thing is? Because I tell you, a theist can tell you God in a number of ways. Is it
Well, I
intelligence?
understand
Is it
they
work for
say
entity?
that. I understand they can claim that they have an explanation, but that they don't. That's not the same thing as demonstrating it.
Do you believe you have demonstrated the counter God position? Do you believe you could even explain what it is?
Saying that they do.
I take it that you're not a theist, you're an atheist, I take it, yes? Is that correct?
Yes, I don't accept theistic explanations.
Okay, and you accept the atheist explanation. Could you tell me what the counter God proposition is? First and foremost, and whatever this points to it.
Yeah.
Explain?
Why do I have to demonstrate that?
You don't. You got true dichotomy.
That is the beginning of science. That is the core of
It's
science.
true an actual
Hold on,
dichotomy.
I need to ask. Why do I have to have proof to show?
You said it's not God.
I said I don't see any evidence that God.
Do you see any evidence for the non-God hypothesis?
Okay, it's a siren.
Okay, and
It looks like love.
I'm saying that there is evidence for theistic explanation.
And you are claiming God. And you are claiming God. So, but the proof is
So
It really isn't.
body, I'm saying explanation for the
Then don't claim you're an atheist. Just say you're agnostic.
No, but there's the beautiful part. Exactly, Narco. With all due respect, with the absence of proof or verifiable fact, or a way to conduct an experiment to confirm your foundings, science falls short, and that's completely okay. That's the basis of science, and it's relevant, right? However, for example, we need to acknowledge that a lot of modern science, as we know it, are based off of leading theories rather than concrete.
Bro, no way.
Why does my hand not fall through my, we know everything's comprised of matter. We know, according to science, that the vast majority of material things are mostly space. Why doesn't my hand go through a wall when they touch it? The leading theory is there is a force binding those atoms together with electrons that prevent my hand from going through that wall. But there is no constant. We know what this is. So there are leading theories. And there is a I hate theists who say that science itself doesn't have any merit, because you must be blind. You must be stupid to say science doesn't have any merit. And in antithesis to that same claim, you have to be blind to say there's no merit in the belief that there is consciousness beyond physical being, which is really what all religions argue, that there is something outside of consciousness. I mean, there is something conscious outside of physical reality, right? So the claim is you have to have faith that there's no God, because you can't disprove it.
Bro, no way. You found my channel.
It's faith. So if you don't have ways
It looks like love.
explicitly yourself,
It feels like love.
concur that this is really just
And I confess it.
it's a religion. You have a faith that there's no God.
And and I don't need faith to say I don't know.
No, but that's fine. You can say I don't know, but you weren't saying that. Does God exist? If I asked you that question, does God exist? Do you believe God exists?
No.
He may or he may not. Then you're agnostic, and that's fine.
Okay, but I mean, I don't know, and I don't believe it, so therefore I'm agnostic, and I'm also an atheist.
Atheist means there is no God. There is no way, and there is nothing you can present to me that has to.
Proof. Remember, burden. Yeah, I could easily entertain that. Yes. When somebody says an atheist, they have a burden of proof. If I said 1 + 1 is 2, and you say it's not 2, you actually have to prove it's not 2. You can't just say no. I just don't believe 1 + 1 is equal to 2. You have to demonstrate.
Would be faith. Which would be faith. Which would be religion. Truth.
Yeah, so you're taking something that is axiomatic and not something that
it looks like love.
dichotomy where it's like yes, that we can't, that we don't know.
It looks like love.
This actually dichotomy.
Like the better analogy
is
the better analogy is specifically is that you're saying that you're claiming that your God is guilty of being the person who exists, and I'm the person saying that I don't see your God guilty of doing that. Or even
What's this guilt thing? This is an emotional thing. I don't know. You
I'm
some emotions.
So the thing is that to me is that I'm on the side, I'm saying that I haven't seen you make your burden proof.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, once we explore the dichotomy, actually,
we're kind of equal in that regard, wouldn't you say?
Well, you could do this dichotomy at any point. God, if He's the creator of the universe, then everything out in the universe should, if we had sufficient data, be able to allow us to draw this dichotomy. So whenever we got data to force this dichotomy into motion, the data should always point to one side, because one of these two counter positions is a fallacy, either God or not God. So whatever is responsible for the universe, even if you find 1% of the evidence, it should point towards that thing. By the moment you find 1%, 2%, 3%, and it points one direction, rest assured, the remaining of the evidence they haven't yet found will always point to that direction, because that's the causal background. The other side is a fallacy. Now that's the nature of the dichotomy. You could start anywhere from a protein structure to DNA to the inanimate world, and actually force the dichotomy. The science can easily do this. The Epstein Islanders do not want this to happen, because they want to secularize the entire planet, produce individuals, drones out there that have no sense of anything. Literally, that we just be played around now with ideas and wordplay. But science can easily tackle this question, God or not God, easily. We have sufficient data out there to tackle this, and the answer is not pretty whatsoever for those who are atheists. So that's why
it looks like love. It feels like love. And I confess it.
It actually forces the dichotomy out the window. You just with demonstration. About ancient mystical fictional ancestor.
I think the biggest like spear in the side of the claim that there is no God is the explanation for the creation of life in the first place. As far as science goes, if I ask any scientist, the most rational atheist scientist with all the information in the world, how did life on Earth begin before there was life? How did dead things, dead matter, dead atoms, who were no different from rocks, become what we currently call life? From molecules of plasma to human beings, how did dead things become material? And if that process is one-off, how was there no examples other than that word? There is no way I'm just directly other than a conscious force. There is no way. If dead matter
We're listening to an extremely stupid housewife named Steph, a Christian who believes everybody's going to hell unless the mechanism of cleanliness, aka Jesus Christ, saves them from eternal damnation.
The nuclear process within suns or stars to create new atoms. That's not a one-off. There isn't just one star in the universe. There's multiple examples. The laws of physics allow it. So
it looks like love. It feels like love.
And never again.
You know the irony, brother. Not only can not dead matter or the natural forces produce life. We degrade it very quickly. We already know this stuff. Facts. These are facts of science. Excessive heat will degrade it. Exposure to water, and on it goes. Which is compared to a protein molecule, it's like you're comparing a matchstick to a you know, the simplest actual living cell that we know. You compare it to a building block.
I've fixed hundreds of bars in my career, and when it comes to mine, I don't take any chances. I chose SkyTech as my POS.
Block of life.
Created these baser proteins for life. There are examples of them on modern Earth right now. And hydrothermal vents underneath the ocean. Those very conditions that exist. Dead things becoming living. But there is no such example. It only happened once. And only once.
Guys, I'm in downtown right now, checking out a couple properties.
How the dogma has crept into science. If somebody was a true scientist, they would actually look at design and non-design. There are 4 speculations for non-design. Conspiracy from outer space, wishful thinking. Sometimes, not one single shred of evidence to indicate this. Some people claim that there's some comets and meteorites that actually landed in the Earth. That there's so-called amino acid traces. Amino acid of life. Like you find the free flow, both right and left hand. Saying that life came from outer space. No evidence whatsoever. They can't even quote something. Allowed. I'm going to name you 4 design so-called speculations or hypotheses. Actually, there is evidence to them. They will never be investigated. When you look at something without critical thinking, when you don't look at the counter positions, that the whole theory of evolution is driven by dogma. Not an actual interrogative or, if you like, forensic examination. And there's only 2 propositions out there. Design versus non-design. So-called this sciences today are actually
get horrified by it. And it's like all these weird things. No one's known people don't want to
Chicago summer.
well, there has been scientists, whether to prove the existence of conscious force of creation, and they've proven true multiple times. It does not make it publicly available. It almost seems like exactly the way you described it.
Pure and utter dogma.
James D. Hello, Megatron, my evil friend who I love.
And you forgot to introduce yourself, the famous queen herself.
Yes, please.
Okay.
You know I'm still in love with you, Nargis.
I'm in love with you.
Are we not friends anymore, Nargis? Are we not friends anymore? I just wanted to
I came to the claim that atheism in itself is a faith. You have to have faith. You do not have empirical data tested scientific processes. So you must have faith. But I have faith that had nothing to do with a conscious God. It must be that you have a religion. That's what it's a religion.
Again, faith, like, there's an important distinction between this faith and verbal suffix of what faith means. Like, so for example, atheist synonymous. I'm a faithful husband, meaning that I have trust based upon my experience that I have with somebody. But when religious, there is a sort of transcendence that is something that you're expected to believe is there, in spite of the fact that there's no way for you to be able to verify it, despite even evidence to the contrary, is what is like used in things like Christianity or in the Quran. There's the definition of faith is what it has, which is what distinguished from the dictionary's definition of what the faith means.
No, faith implies lack of proof. Faith implies there is no way for me to prove this to you outright through the scientific process.
Yeah,
however,
that's the thing religious people have.
Of my own will.
That's what I
believing in the Quran with proof. If I were to speak to God this moment, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala came down, he talked to me directly. It's not faith. I don't have.
Well, now he's going to dispense the truth on us. Wow.
So the difference between if I said I have faith in my wife and a Muslim or Christian said they have faith in God or faith in Jesus, the difference is that one of us then is going to vouch for us and the other person is going to remain hidden in somebody that we can't see.
No, but
That's an assumption that you can't demonstrate that.
We're getting into dialogue, different meanings of words. Like
No, actually, Lonnie, can I make one comment? Because I think first of all, it is definitely true that in many religious traditions, faith means a kind of trust and confidence in the same way that we mean it when we say, I have faith in my partner, right? I trust, I have a confidence. So it's not true that that's not present in religious conversation. It's very, very entry 1, entry 2, entry 3 on the word faith or faithful or faithfulness. I'm happy to go along with that. But you can't really reasonably, intelligently say it only means the one thing that you're suggesting that it means. Third, and I'll finish here, the reciprocity you imply is part and parcel of the definition. You are making a conclusion, you are making an argument, but that's nowhere in the definition itself, not the one that you used anyway. Is that a necessary detail?
Yeah, the main question is whether all of
It's
this
like
is
a girl hot or a fire is hot.
So let me take a look. It's based on facts.
Okay.
So
And now
my belief in the Quran is also based on faith. It's about the emotion investment. It's also nation, emotional inclination, and they base their faith on it. And all religions, by the way, there are people who operate in faith. There are some theists who don't operate. They actually operate objectively. The question is whether there is any objective.
What's beloved bears no treasure for this end. Perhaps we can help her.
You ask about this. I would require a very special treasure indeed.
This
No, and
For you,
there are
mistress of the ways.
more
Yes.
grant him passage to give it to her himself.
No,
I forbid. We both continue to see and think this will be amends.
not like this.
I come not to release me. I can't use you again. Hold to truth, one way we shall be judged.
something that I wish, religious people would, not go to using it anymore, because it is really it just doesn't work on people like me who understand the distinction and the fallacy of it.
One quick pushback, sorry for taking the mic again. Necro, I don't know why atheists relate to science or mention science or logic. Atheism is not founded in anything scientific or logic. So if you could actually show us something that's scientific that actually points to atheism, or something that's logical that points to atheism, you'll have maybe a starter. But I don't know why you brought in science. Science is not the domain of atheism. It actually kills atheism.
So that's not true. It doesn't kill atheism.
It is true. Could you show us one thing
It's not true.
that points to
So,
atheism?
Bonnie, there's been no scientific demonstration of the possibility of a God existing.
Everybody, please rise in the presence of Honey Badger.
Yeah. So there's been
In my senseless investigation, how did this come around?
when it's just once in a while, it's really funny. It just becomes boring.
Obviously think there's no such thing as faith. So so far as religion.
I did say that. I did say that there is such a thing as faith, but that's called atheism.
No, as far as religion.
That's fine if you want to think that. What is it that I have faith in, though? Just curious, because I do have faith in things. I just wonder what you think I have faith in.
I have faith, the faith, the faith.
Yeah,
You gotta have faith.
Yeah, perfect.
Not one single evidence to point to this.
Well, what? No, you just said that atheism is faith. What's the faith I have? That God
That God does not exist.
That's not faith. I think that's just evidence.
Could you give me one evidence, please?
Yeah, that unembodied mind as a cause for anything is like a non-starter.
Hello?
What is that?
Hello?
Explain. Is
The unembodied mind is some sort of force that has conscious thoughts and ideas, like your God does, like Allah does.
Maybe we could.
Desired outcomes that he
Hold on, Mahdi, hold on, Mahdi. Hold on, Mahdi.
You asked me a question, so I'm answering. So it's also unembodied. I didn't say disembodied, because that would imply the body had a body, and the body was somehow removed, or it was removed from the body. This is just unembodied. Now, maybe it did have a body. I don't know. Maybe it did have like some kind of like material essence, or some kind of like association with ontological physicalness, right? But as far as I've been made aware, at least so far, we don't have any evidence of unembodied minds and consciousness. So what's your problem? Hold on. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Slow down. Relax. This is getting very, very emotional. Listen.
You actually look at what Allah is. Go and read the Quran.
Listen, okay. Does Allah have...
Hello?
Does Allah want thing?
Hello?
Does Allah want thing? What are you dealing with?
Hello?
Does Allah want thing?
Hello? Hello?
Does Allah judge people? Consciousness, right?
Yeah, I know, but you know you don't.
Hello?
Yeah. So they answer.
Hello?
Could you tell me what the counter proposition is?
I don't know why
Hello?
you don't just engage with what I'm saying.
What is the counter
Hello?
proposition?
Why are you freaking the fuck out, dude?
Hello?
Yeah, why are you freaking the fuck out?
I'd like to talk about language and linguistics, communication, and I think what's actually happening here is Mahdi's learning English, and the primary native English speakers are here. Oh, I see.
Yeah. Thank you for that bullshit, John Kitover.
I'm sorry, but that's actually not bullshit what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. I think Mahdi has a great command of the English language. He has vocabulary at his disposal that I don't even have.
Oh, wow.
He's good. I wasn't thinking he was very good at all.
Well, he can teach us all, obviously. He's the master teacher. Everything he knows is the truth. I mean, he doesn't even possibly...
counters his argument that is viable. You know what I'm saying?
And I don't agree. I think he does doubt his positions and his claims. I don't think he really believes it.
Can I ask you guys something? What does doubt mean to you?
What does it mean to you?
Well, to me, like taking the example we had earlier, if you have faith that your partner is faithful to you or isn't fucking around on you, right? There is a hint of doubt there. Because you don't know. I know my partner. We don't say I have faith in you. We don't say.
Do you know? Can you give me examples of faith? Do you know, like with certainty or whatever level you're considering here? Like, well, what is something you do know?
Well, there's a bunch of things I do know. For example, I do know I have parents. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a human being living on this planet. I do know I'm made of matter.
Or you could be having an experience.
I interact with it on it.
I know I'm having an experience. I believe it's a human one.
You said you believe. You didn't say you know.
Yeah, I know I'm having an experience. I believe it's a human experience.
Okay, and that word human, what does it mean?
It means as an animal biological function of the natural world. Now, I could be some kind of other conscious state that's experiencing something unbeknownst to me.
Right. So that's what I was getting ready to ask. When you go to sleep, when you dream, I'm assuming everyone had a dream. Are you a human then?
I assume in what?
No, I'm saying, do you
have
a conscious awareness of I'm a human being that's asleep? Do you feel that? I mean,
I don't know. Even a sleep and dream state is kind of a trip. I'd have to think about what I think there.
Okay,
so you know that it's a dream. One second. You know that it's a dream state. An experience that existed.
Like I said, I'm aware that it's a dream.
Right. Did the dream exist?
No, but I'm saying that dream. How did it feel when you were?
Okay, so the only thing we're certain of is existence itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know I'm having an experience, and I believe it's a human experience.
What other experience would there?
I already explained to you. I already explained to you right out of the gate. Find my terms.
I'm sorry. I think we come to those parts of the discussions where there's a failure of vocabulary where I can't even articulate exactly.
I believe it could be another conscious experience, possibly. I'm not saying that it's high probability. I just think that there's the opportunity that it could be like even if I was a solipsist or a brain in a vat or this whole. Sure, those are possibilities.
Exactly.
But I am having an experience. And I believe it to be an animal experience.
Okay, so there's exactly what we say. You say, I believe there's a possibility. I don't think it's a high one, but there is a possibility.
Like I know I'm having.
So that brings in that sense of doubt. So where does doubt?
I know I'm having
that means without having full proof. Like when I touched the stove for the first time, it burned my hand. That told me fire.
It doesn't matter. What he's establishing is existence itself. That's all that matters.
So yeah, I know I'm having an experience. And in what condition I am as an existent being is still on the table, I guess. But I believe it to be an animal one.
I can respect that. You know what? I'll leave it there. I really respect that.
An animal one that exists. That we can never, ever, ever get out from the loop of existence. Unless
was the cockroach sentient too?
Well, from my perception, I don't know.
Okay. I can't. Why would you use a cockroach? That's really strange.
No, I'm saying
I did say cockroaches. I was thinking like a human first, and then I even just opened it up a little bit more, and then you went cockroach. I think that's interesting.
How's it interesting? It's because they're lower life.
You didn't even think like ape. You didn't think squirrel. You didn't think cat. You didn't think
dolphin. Okay, for God's sake, a box jellyfish.
They just live the longest, probably. That's that. Those mofos can survive doing anything. Like, I mean, cockroaches are like weak. It's freaks in nature.
Yeah, I've heard this sort of thing about consciousness with cockroaches.
Are conscious, they wouldn't be able to move and function. I mean, they build off of instinct. I think we're talking about sentience, the ability to know you are experiencing something. However, you can't do anything about it, and you have to stay a slave to your biological processes. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand what you're saying, because I honestly think a lot of these conversations are actually political and not religious in nature. And they're really just, the undertone is really political. For example, I heard Mahdi in a room saying horrific things about Jews, saying they all want to start a war, take over the world, detonate a nuclear bomb, take over Lebanon, take over Iran, take over this country. Like, it's just fucking delusional. It's anti-Semitic.
Literally have stated out loud in front of the world, I want to take over Lebanon and nuke the world. Or have there been Jews that have said that directly?
No Jews have said they want to nuke the world.
I think it could be projection.
Not publicly. No public Jewish officials. No, private crazy people. Sure, maybe.
Yeah, crazy people there in the ministry of Israel. I'm sorry. With Ben Gavir.
Here we go. Here we go. Just tickle the toes a little bit with a feather. There it goes.
What does that mean?
Bring evidence that someone said that from the office.
Absolutely. Okay, so I should go onto Google and look up this empirical fact to prove to you someone.
Yes, please. You made it. Yes, please. You made the claim. But please provide the evidence.
But you know about this claim. You want to send me on a goose chase to go to Google? Fine. Okay.
Got it. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know this claim. You made the claim. Please provide.
Suggested nuking Gaza.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm simply saying
off mute just so we can finish.
No, that's great. Yeah, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
The Israeli
I'm simply saying
they should. The nuclear bomb on Gaza Strip is Amichai Eliyahu.
Oh yeah,
served as the Minister of Heritage, not Health.
Right.
At the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you for bringing that.
November 2023.
Thank you.
Okay, do you feel good about just making me chase down an empirical fact we already knew about?
So Yada, the way that it works, right? So Yada.
So people in
Yada, please.
People for no other reason.
Yada. Thank you for providing that. I was not aware of that. When we have a conversation, and there's something that I don't know, and you say that you do know it, I'm going to ask. That's not unreasonable.
Okay, so what was the claim you made? Nobody made that claim. Would you be prepared to retract that right now as an intellectual? I will retract the claim that a minister of Israel ever suggested nuking the civilian population. Go ahead. I want to hear you say it, Cal.
Yes, it appears, I'd like to see the link, but it appears, given your Google search, that a minister of Israel indeed said that.
Okay, then. So why were you both making the claim that no one in Israel would ever make that claim of nuking
the population? Because the reason you bring it up is to demonize the entire Jewish people.
I'm sorry. It would be hard to demonize the entire
Israeli population. Caleb, you're talking about his mental states, right? Maybe that's
real quick. I'm sorry. Stop saying Jewish. I'm talking about the Israeli government. It's like if I demonize the Saudi government, which I absolutely. Well, if I demonize the Chinese government, that doesn't mean all Chinese people are being demonized.
So yeah, let me give you a reasonable. Okay, fine. I accept that. Okay, but let me just say two things. Okay, one, yes, it was a despicable thing to say, and I'm sure it was racist. Do you know what kind of power the Minister of Heritage has? Zero.
But he's the Minister of Heritage. He has.
As I said, what was the first thing I said?
Doesn't matter. He still said it. We can.
I understand. But listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm on your side on that.
He's saying he has no power, so it's like somebody on Clubhouse talking shit. Hello?
Yeah, someone on Clubhouse talking shit is equal to the Minister of Heritage, right?
Yeah, so if I'm just bringing it up, he's probably bringing up this point.
Equal to the Congressman from Florida. If a Congressman from Florida said, kill.
Because this is redundant and pointless.
There's a nuance comes between positions of power and just
Hello?
regular civilians.
Let's just see, Yada. If you were the president of the United States of America, what would your top 3 priorities be, sir?
Absolutely. Number one, I would federalize the Federal Reserve. Number two, I would absolutely force APAC to become a subsidiary, or not subsidiary, what the fuck kind of words am I using? To be a signatory to FARA. I would absolutely force all of the banking cartels that have used their power to bankrupt American families into oblivion over the last 50 years to pay reparations to the American people. I would absolutely defeat real estate cartels who buy up.
That was 3. He said 3. He said, hold on, he said 3.
Okay, that's
3.
my
Those
top.
are your top 3?
I promise you those economic
Do you think the American people have the APAC thing as a top 3 priority in terms of their life?
Living as the number one grievance.
So why wouldn't you put that as the top of your priority?
Because I would cut the roots at the source. I'm sorry, cost of living.
You think our cost of
it's not a.
You think our cost of living is because of Israel?
Fam, if I get a nosebleed because I have brain cancer, and I say, let me fix the nosebleed by plugging my nose, am I fixing the problem? No. So you have to address the.
You haven't identified where the problem is.
Ourselves.
You haven't identified where the
problem. It seems to be there are those who see the root. Both of us see the root of the problem, the grievances of the United States people. It's only one of us that says those causes to our ailments.
This is all word. Hey, Yada, this is all word salad. What do you think is the cause of the high cost of living in America?
Absolutely predatory business practices.
Okay, awesome. Why wasn't that one of your? Breaking banking cartels.
Okay, so they
federalize the federal.
Do banking cartels have predatory business practices against the United States people?
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question? I know all 3.
Okay, so please, the first one you just listed. Do banking cartels in the United States have predatory business practices that drive the United States people into debt? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so by breaking
wait a second, man. Why are you fucking so excited?
Please go ahead.
Fucking relax. Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I'm waiting for your rebuttal.
I know, but there's nothing to rebut. We're just having a conversation. Fucking relax. Nobody's debating anything.
Okay, you're a clown. All right, Ayan, you heard the first claim that I made. All right, so please. And this is the hypothetical where I'm president, right? You created the hypothetical, dude. I'm going down the fucking map.
Nobody said that was not a good thing to focus on, you fucking moron.
Okay, so articulate why that shouldn't be my top 3.
Nobody is articulating that. He just asked what your top 3 were. That was it.
Okay, but
that's all that happened.
Why shouldn't that be my top 3? You were making the claim, cost of living should be number 1, not banking cartels. Okay, why not?
No, actually, my question was, do you think APAC is a priority for the American people? And you said no. And then I said, what do you think? Excuse me, can you shut up and let another person finish a sentence? You interrupt every single sentence, okay? I was summarizing the argument. What happened?
Yeah, that's a Zionist tactic I'm taking.
What happened was, I said, do you think APAC is a priority for the American people? You said no. I said, what do you think it is? You said not part of your priority list. Now, if you're telling me that is included in the predatory lending practices, that's great. That answers my question. Thanks. Why do you have to be such a fucking moron and think people are attacking you when no one's attacking you? I'm asking you to clarify your position so I can understand it, so we can have a fucking conversation.
Look, don't paint it as if you were asking that question in order to get to the point of understanding. You were asking that question to try to derail my point in hopes that I would stumble on my words and my conviction. Don't bullshit, motherfucker. I'm not that. Okay? So just be reasonable and honest. honest, would my first three policies not fix a great amount of debt that United States people are under currently right now, and would improve the number one cause, the number one grievance that the United States people have, cost of living? If a fucking 21-year-old suddenly doesn't have $300,000 of debt for a goddamn art degree, would that improve their cost of living? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I think it would. I think
so. Right then, so I addressed the main cause by getting to the root.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you for sharing that. That's what you meant when you said. That's why I asked you.
Fuck's sake.
That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you. Do you not know how to have an honest conversation? Are you that insecure?
Oh, I'm completely secure. It's you that seems to be.
Yada, thanks for answering with those three very important opinions and ideas you have. What would you do to the state of Israel? Would you attack them? Would you disavow them?
No,
how would you treat
Israel? Is a nation that should be allowed to exist. I think it's disrespectful and diabolical for anyone to claim that they shouldn't be a nation state of their own. I think I would temper Israel a little bit. I think I would forego the policy seven borders. I would say Jerusalem is half and half, Palestinian and Israeli. I think I would put boots on the ground, UN peacekeepers in Gaza to monitor the heinous, murderous Israeli terrorists who burn babies in their home because they don't want them to have that land, right? And I would instantly enforce that policy of coexistence in Israel as the largest.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say IDF soldiers are burning babies in homes? I'm sorry, Yada, but did you just say that soldiers are burning babies alive in their homes? I had no idea that was happening. Do you have a link to show that soldiers are burning babies in homes to steal the land? Oh my goodness. Yeah, please, Yada, please, I really gotta see this. Please, I gotta see this. Please give me a link.
Sure. You want me to send you the pictures of the parade?
If you want, a link would be really helpful. Thanks, Yada.
Burned down by Israeli settlers and said, "This is for a good cause" on it in all red text. Do you want me to put that up and make you look fucking retarded? Yeah. I think
Ad hominem projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. When you called me a retard, I think we first identified a ad hominem projection. Retard alert. Retard alert.
There's a difference.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for putting the link in the chat about the soldiers burning the babies to steal the land.
I'm just gonna do it.
I just have to say, I sadly gave this guy $15.
Yes, and I thank you for your money. Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You took my money from me.
Well, I didn't take it. It was given, and you donated it through a poor.
Israeli settlers firebombed a Palestinian family home in the village of Duma, killing 3 people. 18-month-old Ali Dawabashi was burned alive in the fire, while both his parents died in injuries within weeks. January 16th, 21-year-old Israeli settler Amiram Ben Ulila. I can't pronounce these names. Forgive me for me butchering this. Right? Was indicated in the murder along with the Israeli miners. Right? So let's go on to where they were protesting. You want me to go on? You want me to have the whole article? Style rap, like I don't. I never fucking will. They're cancer watchers. You.
Look at this.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry for everyone else. This is just a topic that pisses me the fuck off. I know that's my big deal. I miss it. But anyway, like, I'm sorry for everyone else in the room. I'm sorry for my emotional state. But this is a topic that I can't abide by.
That's fine. I mean, how do you share the same sentiment that you do?
Oh, you can't abide by the law. Because no one ever brings up the law, do they?
Firebombing a house and getting acquitted. You abiding by the law?
Sexual capabilities are challenged. They get very, very emotionally upset.
Children, sure, that's something that should
Hello?
no emotion whatsoever.
Hello?
Yeah, I should laugh.
Hello? Well, let's see. About 2,000 abortions are done every day in the United States of America. Is that murder?
Yes.
No.
Oh!
Okay, now let's go on to that.
No, Israel has abortion rights, right? Like they have free healthcare and they have access to abortions, and you can send them money. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, who subsidizes that? You're right, Jeremy. Very good point. Who subsidizes that? Why, as me, as an American, as a taxpaying American, I work 70 hours a fuck off week, and I still have to pay copay. No matter if I go to the doctor for anything, I got a $300 copay every time I go to the emergency room for anything. But Israel is completely free. Why is that? I read it as Jeremy.
If there was a question, I missed it. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. So what I was asking, I was asked a question by the gentleman who left the room. He said, what are my very first 3 policies? I said I would cancel, number 1, I would federalize the Federal Reserve. The printing of our money shouldn't be done by a private company. I think that kind of breeds cartels in our banking system, that they can just charge us whatever for debt, number 1. So, number 2, I said that I would eliminate predatory business cartels within our nation. And number 3, I would get rid of the system that allows companies or groups to lobby our politicians on the behalf of their corporate interests. Those are the 3 things I said. I think cost of living would go down substantially if there was federal regulation on those things. Was I wrong?
Government is just like keeping up with it.
Well, when
No, I agree, but who signs the policy? Who puts
James,
their sign name on the dotted line?
Jamesy, the way that I read it,
These $3 billion that were ordered by the United States federal government
yeah, I can
shall
tell you
come
how it
into
works.
existence, physically or not. Who signs that dotted
I can
line?
tell you how it works.
Chairman of the Federal
Oh my
Reserve.
gosh.
It was
Hello?
really quite
Hello?
comical when the banking
Hello?
collapse happened
Hello?
because the like banking CEOs
Hello?
were like called to Congress to testify, and
Hello?
Congress was like asking them for advice about how they could do
Hello?
government money better. But
Can you hear me?
it's the banks that lost all the money.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Shut the fuck up. Like that.
I could, but I could also tell you how money comes into existence. The Federal Reserve sends a letter to BlackRock. BlackRock goes into their asset management profile, and then they buy $30 billion worth of toxic bonds, which creates $30 billion in cash. The top executives at BlackRock and the Federal Reserve. See, when I asked you what your three priorities were, you combined the deconstruction of the financial network as well as banking and Federal Reserve. That's actually one category. Your second was APEC, and so you really only gave me two reasons. What could be your third reason, Yada?
I think I articulated it clearly, but for you, I'll do it one more time.
Articulate, please, sir.
I would eliminate the practice of lobbying in politics 100%.
Yeah, that was the one that I 100% agree with.
That means APAC, that means the big pharma, that means the gun regulators. I don't care who you are. You're not allowed to put money in the pockets of prospective politicians to further your corporate business. There's no more. Is a pharmaceutical company. If your top donor is a goddamn lobby group for the Israeli government, you're not loyal to the American people, you're loyal to your top donor. So to eliminate that, I would eliminate lobbying in its entirety. That's my third claim. I defy you to tell me what's wrong with that.
Yeah, because we operate off of this fake laissez-faire capitalism, and unfortunately, the business of lobbying, aka influencing politicians to create HR acts, you could keep muting me, or you could possibly grow a scrotum. It could be a thing for you. You could grow your dick out. You could actually read a book. You could have some patience and listen. But the fact of the matter is, lobbying isn't going anywhere. And your priority, it's fantastical and will never happen. Because it's called America. That's the way we do business, babe.
Why? Well, that's just the way it is.
This is the way it is. Look at Jamesy's beard, for example. What kind of man grows out a disgusting rat tail? Look at the size of that thing. You could use his head as a mop. James, has anybody ever used your head as a mop? Because you got a bucket for a brain? Is there anything in there, Jamesy?
I was waiting for your terrible joke to marinate in the room real quick. But anyway, let's just be honest with ourselves. How would it be bad for a U.S. president to say, no more lobbying? I'm the last U.S. president that will be lobbied to. Corporate interest or foreign interest wants to put money in the hands of politicians.
Like Kamala Harris, who raised $300 million overnight via Google.
How fucking dare I?
How dare you? How dare you?
How dare I?
I can't argue with you. You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with you. I can't argue with you. You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. Well, Yada, I think the things that you said are what a lot of people say. But generally, the first response is wealth redistribution. That's the first one. You said we need to federalize the Federal Reserve. That's what you said. Wow. I mean, you know, it would be great if the Treasury Department just took over.
The Federal Reserve is a private company and not
Yeah.
subservient to the United States government, right?
I know. And they pay their own pension and they pay their own salaries in dollars that they create. Isn't that amazing? What a privilege.
I wish I could
When you were in high school, did your career counselor ever say, maybe you'd like to work for the Federal Reserve? Did your career counselor in high school ever tell you that?
Articulate the claim. Why?
Articulate? I'm trying to ejaculate.
Like average cognitive ability, you choose not to use it.
Hello?
And I'm defying you on that term. So for fucking
Defying me?
how can you battle with any of my points
Hello?
with any facts?
Well, you know, I just want to know if you were to ask me what my 3 priorities would be as the president.
Narco's right. This is boring.
His name is Necro.
Embarrassing. I'm cool.
Like somebody who has sex with dead bodies. That's the kind of guy he is. That's how he likes to brand himself as a necrophiliac.
What the actual fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about his name, Necro. He's one of my top campaign owners.
What a dork. Yeah, I sadly gave you $15.
Oh, Jesus, dude. You gave him $15
back?
Yes, I would.
I would have to demand that you do. You played him out of his money.
You're going to demand it? You're not even involved in this transaction. You're just a third-party observer.
It's just the principle. I feel like you did Necro so badly.
Why? He helped launch my campaign. We actually created real change.
What?
For Congress. And we don't just talk. We do. You're just a talker. I'm a doer. There's a big difference between talking and doing.
Yeah, I agree. There is a big difference between talking and doing. So what do I do?
I don't know. You talk. That's what I've detected. Big talker.
I mean, that's fair. That's all I've ever shown you. So it's fair.
Exactly. You're like a girl on a dating app who says, I'm a huge yapper. Yap, 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 yap. Very little doing. But you're talking to a man that has done and keeps doing.
Hey, you know what? It's cool. It's fun.
Yeah. We're back. You always hear us mouth know me. Introduce you to Mikhail.
David. Oh, he left. I was going to ask him about mixed meats. Oh, man.
But
isn't everybody kind of trying to build God's kingdom on earth, like a God created in their own image?
No.
Like, how much can we really fault the Jewish or Islamic or Christian people for trying to create God's kingdom on earth?
Hello? The earth is God's kingdom.
I think that's a good question.
That's the whole story of
out of the garden.
Adam Catman?
Was brought down to the earth.
Are you talking about the Sephiroth or the Kabbalah? The Tetragrammaton?
So as believers, I'm assuming, or Kelly, am I pronouncing your name wrong or right?
Lev. Do you speak English, Yada? Is English your first language?
It's a Hebrew name.
Yeah, so I'm asking if I'm pronouncing it correct.
He left. You could try to sound it out. Like, how would you pronounce my name? A-Y-N. How would you pronounce that?
Ayan is a woman's name in my culture, but I'm gonna say Ayan.
What's your culture?
I'm a Cushitic East African.
You're a what? A bullshitter from East Africa? What was the last book you read?
I mean, I reread Think and Grow Rich like 4 years ago, and then I stopped reading after that. It's just not a reading kind of world anymore. Everything's consumed digitally, so that's what I do. I consume all the facts digitally. I read all my articles digitally. There's no point of reading books anymore.
So you've confirmed that you don't read anymore. You just talk on Clubhouse. So no new information coming in, just old information coming out.
No, I read just fine. It's just I do it digitally, not with paper.
Do you think Clubhouse is a good way to learn?
Like-minded or otherwise. I think you're a cool person. I think you'd be a chill motherfucker to smoke with or drink with or whatever the fuck, right? I feel like you have some cool ideas. You're an individual, just like everybody else. That's what I like about Clubhouse. Just bumping heads of random people arguing over stupid shit and killing time on a Sunday before I do my 70-hour shift this week. Somebody please stimulate me. Somebody start another argument over nothing.
Well, I did find it interesting that even though I said a God of your own making,
Define that. What do you mean, God of your own making?
gods are like man-made things. They're not like God didn't make us. We made them. It's like this weird psychological thing that like God only exists within your brain, within your mind, but like it also kind of exists between minds, but it never like actually exists.
I mean, all things exist within your mind.
Well, it does.
For example, I'm looking at my lawn right now, and the grass looks pretty green. However, that's only because my eyes have evolved to a point to filter out certain levels of light so I can perceive it as green. Outside of my brain, the color green doesn't exist. That means if you looked at my lawn and it looked purple, we both were taught to call it green, and therefore we communicate effectively, not knowing how different our experience really was.
Did those things exist absent any minds to perceive them?
Yeah, but it absolutely did. But why would you assume there was absent a mind to perceive them?
Hello?
Well, I'm obviously excluding God from like my model.
Yeah,
so you're saying it only exists according to God's mind.
Before humanity or animal kind or bugs or anything else. There must be nothing. Everything must be that before us. That's the claim, really.
Yeah,
my claim is there was consciousness before humanity, before insects, before life, before trees.
So can you substantiate that without like a secret text? Can you substantiate that without like an ancient text?
Okay, no. I'm not going to go to an ancient text. I'm going to go to a modern scientific experiment. Do you know what the double
slit experiment?
don't exist unless they're observed. It's just a different, like the phenomenology is different, right? Like you would agree that something is still happening when there's no observer, right?
I'm saying
Right.
there was
When there's no observer, something is still there.
Was there a difference in the findings of that experiment based on whether there was a conscious monitoring or observation of the result of that experiment? There was. There literally was. That implies observation in itself, conscious observation, must be a factor into the source of matter. There must be.
Okay, so that would disprove God, right?
How would that disprove God? Because
God would
there
be
was a
observing
starting
everything.
point for all life.
Like God would be all present, right? So like God has to like close his eyes because there's not a human in the room.
Here's the thing, bro. You're saying if there is no conscious observation in
That God is capable of not observing the room.
Yeah, he is. Why not? Why not?
So if the universe is just like in God's mind, now this room is outside of God's mind?
I'm sorry, but there's a memory somewhere from when you were 4 years old that's not in your mind. It doesn't mean it's not in your mind, right? But that memory is there. It's a conscious projection. And if you get a smell of a perfume, or if you see an object from when you were 2, that memory would pop back up, wouldn't it? That doesn't mean that memory is gone. So the conscious effort or the actual matter doesn't mean God isn't omnipresent. He absolutely is. It's just that he's not thinking about that right now. Can you disprove that?
So God doesn't know everything.
No, he knows everything. It's just in the recesses of just like that childhood memory. It still exists in your brain. You just haven't thought about it.
So God exists in my brain like a childhood memory.
I'm saying in the place, I'm in the analogy, if you were God, that was a select experiment, yes. So listen, if you were, which you're not, in that experiment, that childhood memory that you have from when you were 2 years old, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in your brain. It's just not recalled upon. You just can't recall it at any given choice. There needs to be this stimuli. You need to smell the perfume of an aunt that you haven't seen since you were 5 years old to think about her after 40 fuck off years.
So God created us so he could like experience stimulus.
Wait, I thought you wanted to hold off and see each other again.
I'm sorry, you're asking 2 different questions. I thought we were talking about whether he can.
Disprove that God.
How would it disprove it?
Because God couldn't
he
not
give the choice whether or not for those atoms to behave in the fashion that they do or not, in order to coax us into a sense of if there was or if there wasn't. Whether his machinations are true or just, we can debate that, but that doesn't mean he's not observing.
Yeah, I got it. That's pretty good. Like on the scale of provable supernatural experiences, I don't know. It would be hard to find something better than the double slit experiment. But I still think there's like a lot of misunderstanding about like what the observation principle is and like how it
What's the difference? Because the double slit experiment you could follow when it was being monitored by a magnetic sensor. I forgot what this sensor was called. No human interference, no conscious interference. It still behaved
this is why I'm saying like it's not really about the observation. It's like it's not about a brain.
So maybe just throwing it out there. Maybe if there's any hint of a possibility that a conscious being that can pull up the record of that device that was viewing it in that room by itself, if there's any hints of a consciousness in physicality that can view that, maybe that would throw the entire experiment off its tilt. It doesn't mean there isn't an omnipresent source or omnipresent that's viewing everything, independent of all realms.
Interested in seeing me again.
You're implying that God's consciousness through the double slit experiment must have physical ramifications. I'm implying that it doesn't have to.
Well, I mean, if you accept that God knows everything and is everywhere, then he's not capable of.
Outside of physicality, is viewing that exact experiment has no bearings on its results.
Is anybody else picking up what I'm laying down? Because I feel like I've said this a couple times.
Yeah, James,
it's okay for us to move on.
That's okay to be redundant. It's also okay to criticize redundancy and be redundant about criticizing redundant conversation.
Something have same physical.
Why should gods be viewing something?
Yes, because there are certain physical mechanisms for me to view something. There's no such restrictions in God viewing something.
Right, he's actually incapable of not observing.
Yeah, so.
And he's not limited to like visible light or like vibrations in the air that create what we interpret as like he doesn't have those limitations. He has a complete and holistic.
Have the same physical results as whether I was viewing the double slit experiment.
Okay, so it's us special. It's not God that's supernatural, it's us.
No, it's God that's supernatural since he created all of the incredible, fucking beautiful. I don't know what word to articulate beyond that. He created the double slit.
I hope you had a nice weekend.
I don't know that like understanding how sunrises work makes them less beautiful. Like you don't have to like look at a sunrise and be like, oh man, God really did an amazing job on the sunrise this morning. You can just kind of like understand how light behaves and be like, man, that's really beautiful.
Well, why is it physically beautiful? Why is it aesthetically pleasing to you? It's all just a random fabrication and random collapse of synapses that fire in your brain that makes you think it's beautiful for no other reason.
No, I think like on some level we have something to do with like
dark. It's not just instinct. We're sentient beings. So what allows us
respond to sunrise and sunset, that's correct.
Appreciate its beauty. What allows us to create art? There's no example of any other being in the universe other than human beings who say,
there's lots of animals that create beautiful things. I mean, just like, why do you think peacocks get laid when they have bigger feathers? Like,
because they can get laid. There's a physiological reason. They can get laid.
Yeah, like a lot of
joy of the
But it's not just limited to like it's also like fish that make really elaborate breeding nests. Like lots of animals create beautiful patterns and stuff.
Yeah, but to fuck. We do it beyond just to fuck. Why?
And therefore God?
No,
it's
Oh,
not
wow.
therefore God.
Yeah, is-
There's a sentient component. There. Like three-dimensional images. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, that's like we would call that like psychic projection. You know what I'm saying? Through tints of the air. You know what I'm saying? Like communication is like a whole nother level, right? Like we're already trying to figure out if animals have like languages. Give me 1 second. My phone's about to die because I love this conversation. 1 second. Sure. I don't know if I buy it, but there was a recent publication about us like decoding the first whale sentence, which is kind of crazy. There's a lot of stuff with whales and dolphins that kind of blows my mind when it comes to sapiens. Like whales will defend other whales of like different species, even species they can't like interbreed with.
You know what's amazing about the hive mind is that if you read a book, well, technically you should be upgrading not only your mind, but the hive mind. And this app is a little bit like a hive mind. So if you improve yourself, you improve the world. And by improving yourself, you improve others if you share the good news with them. Hello?
Yeah, learning how to read is kind of like learning
Yeah,
how to
so
read
I want to
somebody
share the
else's
good news
mind.
with you. I have no idea what the good news is.
That's because you don't read anymore. You just talk all the time. You mod a room as a living for a career. Whoever thought a career choice would be a green bean in a clubhouse room?
You gotta have faith, the faith, the faith.
Have faith, the faith, the faith. You gotta have.
It's me.
Is it me you're looking for?
Wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. You're somewhere feeling lonely. Is someone.
This girl that I was text messaging, I wrote, how was your weekend? She wrote, I don't appreciate disappearing ex. John, 1 week later, is very bold. I said, oh boy, I thought you wanted to hold off on seeing each other again or a formal plan. 9 days to be specific. Counting the days, I like that. I also figured you weren't interested in seeing me again. Who is the man and who is the woman here? But 9 days is too much. What makes you intuition? That sweet girl, Amila. I haven't And I don't like the last minute come through texts with no effort. That just says you want to just have sex. Very low effort. I wrote, the joy of the world is strength. She wrote, it's insulting. I wrote, I think that was your insecurity in your head. I wanted to see you again. I was excited. I also only suggested we get together because you were at your parents' and was close by. Then she wrote, so why'd you wait a whole week to say something? I gotta tell you, the Muhammad on the donkey comments I found not nice at all. But wasn't Muhammad on the donkey? Wasn't that right about that or something? Anyways. Yeah, I just don't think dating a hardcore Muslima is going to work out because she's probably right. We will have some conflict when I tell her that I'm revoking the charter of Medina. And unfortunately, Muhammad was an MLM marketer with join us or die. Give us your money or die.
Shit, I'm back now. My bad. Sorry about that, folks. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yada the evolution is here.
It's fine. No, it's fine. Please. It's just, I need to cut him over.
Can anyone call Khaled here for this heresy?
Oh my God, Phoenix, is that you?
Yay.
What a cute picture.
It is called the INFJ stare.
Oh my God, do you know who Yafur is?
I'm an ENFJ.
ENFJ means that it means you are not like okay.
ENFJ. What is IN? Introvert?
Yeah.
I don't like ENTPs.
You don't like INTJ.
Oh, who? INTJ. I like engineers. I studied engineering.
I don't like engineers. They look like I like tarot readers.
Who?
The tarot readers.
Yeah, I like tarot readers too. Angel is a tarot reader.
Hey, I'm at home. I apologize. I have to ask everyone in the room a question. So I have to. Like the Cambodian noodles, or for making steak and salmon. What would you have right now? All right, so thank you for breaking the deadlock.
Oh, it's Camaro. Hello, Camaro. Have you met Camaro Nugget?
Yeah. Okay. Just kidding. I don't know. I'm speaking for everybody. I've met him. I think I'm friends with him.
Hey, I hope this room is open after I'm done, but I'm gonna start cooking. You guys take care. Thank you for indulging me. Okay, I appreciate you guys.
Take care. Enjoy your trip.
Nargis, I'm still in love with you. You're gonna be my wife one day.
Oh my gosh! How dare you, sir? This European waxed beauty is all mine. She's coming to Chicago. How dare he? How dare he? Well, that can't stop a little summer soiree, can it? A little love never hurt somebody addicted to Clubhouse.
Just because this is in Missouri, it doesn't mean right now.
Missouri?
It doesn't mean that I'm single.
Oh. All right. Well, then, X-Nay on the boat lovemaking with your European beautiful wax. bodied to the top to the bottom, Rabboni Shalom. I'm just saying that if you are a Persian woman or a Persian man and you are interested in opening up a hair removal laser surgery treatment facility, we believe that after Donald Trump conquers Iran, it will be the biggest financial opportunity in Iran. Laser hair removal treatment services. Think about it.
It's already a huge
Think about it.
Coffee are number one in Iran. So
I know, and we're going to subsidize that through Medicare, Medicaid, and it's going to become the biggest business. In fact, all the diaspora, the entire Iranian diaspora is going to be provided free rhinoplasty.
I don't know why you think it's not. Why is this guy giving me Epstein vibes?
He is Epstein himself.
Because you're projecting, Phoenix.
Oh
You're just a gay Muslim bookseller. Stop projecting onto me your pedophilic, homosexual attitude, Phoenix. Tamario, welcome to the stage. Two minds enter. So let's talk about duality versus non-duality, egoism versus altruism. Is it subjective or objective? Is it an objective subjective? What's really going on here? Is this a synthesis? Is this the Trinity? Hello?
First of all, altruism.
Spraying. Can't take the terminology. It's too complex. It's very difficult to actually describe non-duality versus duality. Can anybody here do it? I have found it challenging. Hello?
Phoenix is a non-dualist.
Can someone help him? Because I don't think that he stays around.
Ding, 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 projection alert, ding, 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 projection alert, ad hominem projection alert system, ad hominem projection alert system. This is your ad hominem projection alert system. Remain calm. And for the next 10 seconds, a siren will go off confirming the ad hominem projection you've just heard.
White House physician Dr. Sean Barbabella says that President Trump.
You know, can't people just debate a topic without attacking a person personally? You ever notice that on this app?
I just go read the book.
You ever notice that on this app that people can't stay on topic? They always have to degrade and then make an insulting remark to somebody. Isn't that just amazing? Why is that? Maybe it has something.
I'm recording people up the house instead of living.
I record myself, sir. I don't just record people. I record myself. Hello?
Non-duality is a philosophical, spiritual understanding that reality is not divided into separate, opposing parts. It suggests that the everyday distinction we make between self and other, mind and body, subject and object is an illusion. And all that is existent is one, interconnected, indivisible, we are the world. We are the children. We are the ones that make a brighter day. So let's start giving.
Hi, Cora.
Hi,
Hi, Necro.
That's not Cora. Where's Cora?
Oh, it's
Megatron.
Mark, okay. Oh, shit.
It's a nice picture though.
Oh, Victorian style.
It's a nice picture of Cora. It's beautiful.
So
Megatron made for me. People.
I'm texting this Muslim girl, and I wrote, because she's very upset that I made a joke about Muhammad and the donkey, so I'm trying to correct it. And it's called The Night Journey. Isra and Miraj. That's the name for mirage. Muhammad did not ride a donkey to the moon. And by the way, everybody, tonight is a full moon. Instead, he rode a winged, white, mule-like creature named Burak. Burak flew him from Mecca to Jerusalem, and from there, he ascended through the heavens to the presence of God. It's kind of nice. It's like
More like an astral projection.
you got like Elon Musk who's like actually trying to fly to the moon. And he's like, what'd you guys do this weekend? And they're like, what'd you do, Muhammad? And he's like, oh, I flew to the moon on Burak. They're like, what'd you do? He's like, yeah, I got on my winged donkey. I flew to God, and I went to the moon with Burak. And they're like, damn, Muhammad's flying to the moon with a fucking winged mule. Jesus, this guy's got some magic powers.
I said Jacob that wrestled with God. Good Lord. That must have been quite the wrestle, right?
Israel.
Israel.
After he won the jiu-jitsu match, God was like, your name is no longer Yakub. It is now Israel.
One who fought me. Wow.
Phoenix actually accurately described me one day. I was laughing because he's like, this guy's like Loki. He's a trickster. John Kitover is a trickster. And I was like, the Fool is the first card in the tarot, and I think it means Beth, which is house. So actually, Clubhouse is actually a club of fools. You see how that works? Clubhouse is not a group of gifted people bringing valuable information, playing audiobooks to each other. No. This is a club of fools. It's the Fools Club. Hello?
This is the Fools Club. Do you think people are adding people much faster on Clubhouse now than before?
It is a flirting.
Bro, whoever freaking dated on this app, whoever made any freaking business endeavor on this app has failed. It's one of those worst apps to freaking take realistically. It's good for sound.
Yeah, actually, the first murder case in Clubhouse was 3 years ago of a man that loved a woman, and then they discovered that she is married, and then he went there and climbed the building and killed the woman on purpose. So some people take the relationship very seriously. It's just a passing by. Because Clubhouse allows for conversations that doesn't happen in real life.
See, Necro, what are you doing for your love life? Because if Narja's is your love life, like you need to work more on it. Because as she just said, she's dating a guy in Missouri, and though she's probably the most entertaining and delightful woman on the app, what about in the real world?
I don't date chicks on Clubhouse. I mean, I'm more likely to date, old women on Facebook. So.
Oh, Facebook date. You're like a little lover boy for older ladies. I get it. That's cool.
Not necessarily, but I mean.
Facebook dating is good.
Yeah.
Really? You think so?
Yeah.
For women, any dating app is good. I mean, for a woman, it's just like 100,000 matches. You just it never stops.
Yeah.
For a hot woman, even probably for a fat, ugly woman. You to be their dopamine, and that gets very annoying. You know, have you noticed that? Hello?
Don't get, like it says, don't get hypnotized by an external rhythm, right?
She accepts my apology. Has anyone here ever apologized to someone for something they did or said, and then the apology created a miracle?
I apologize all the time and nothing happened, nothing changed.
Really? Because every time I've ever issued an apology, it's always been such like a blessed experience. The recipient of the apology has always been so happy and surprised at the apology that I quickly learned making
I was in Benjamin room, and then I was talking, he was not talking, but he was putting up. Then I left the room, came back to listen to the replays, and I heard him after I left saying sorry.
you know, Jesus and Muhammad and Hermes, they all share the same title, which is the messenger. And communication technology is really at the center of messaging. And Muhammad's revolution, which is still in place today, is actually a revolution of communication technology. He is the messenger.
Any being who desired worship, who was worthy of worship, would not demand to be worshipped.
I think that everyone should appreciate their roots. Sometimes people try to discover something else out of like sometimes they have problem with their own traditions. I don't want to be like my family is or something like that. And the demonization of people based on their religion makes them hate themselves and then go to discover something else or trying to fit into another narrative. The same thing with Hindus, the same thing with it's all about that people don't want to be labeled something that they didn't choose, right?
submission.
And there's that scene where he says, you know, never in my whole life have I sworn fealty to that king. And it had me thinking about how, like, I was reciting the pledge before I even knew the definitions of the words. And it did kind of, like, cheapen my my sense of nationalism or patriotism or whatever, knowing that, like, I only feel this way because I've been programmed to, you know.
Yeah, so an internal decision is far more superior than an external pressure, right? So, your name, like, for example, my name is given by my father, my body is given by my mother and father, nationality, these all things were given to us. But, like, if you discover for one simple thing, which is when someone discovers that they have free will, they cannot be enslaved.
Well, I think, you know, if Muhammad is the messenger and Jesus is the Messiah, or the messenger as well, it's all information for the user to pick up and study, to read, to implement into their own personal life, whether or not and exceed your existence. It is personal development. It is self-development. And the people on this app that refuse to discuss it and actually read it, as opposed to just their never-ending entertainment shows, well, I hate to say it, but they're not going to change shit in their lives. And they're going to keep doing the same boring show on this app over and over and over and over. It will never end. They will go to their grave doing the same lame, boring pattern that they do. There's nothing new or exciting about their show. It is the same stale, boring show week after week after week. And it's really just like becoming a geriatric show of like senior citizens saying, these kids today, get off of my lawn. That's basically the show. No deep analysis of symbols, secret interpretations, correlations, but no real knowledge, no real information transferred on this app. It's just entertainment. Hello?
Hello.
I mean, I've learned things on this app.
Well, the thing is, you may have learned some things, but in terms of like, if I were to give you a PDF with a lot of information or a book, what you learned doesn't even compare to that information transfer, because a conversation is very slow information transfer. And thus, when you read a book or a pamphlet or some type of an instruction manual, there's just a lot more knowledge that you gain from that direct engagement versus passively listening or even engaging in these online stupid political debates. Because if you're really interested in theology, well, you would
should read books.
Yeah, they should, right?
I've read,
And people suggest books on here too.
I've read Ram Dass, Here Now by Ram Dass.
So we hear now by Ramdas, but the thing I feel like it is a little bit cultish.
Yes.
Reading books is pretty much my diet. I am Grant.
Yes. Terence McKenna is my favorite, but there is no book for Terence McKenna. So I listened to him on YouTube. It's really cool. You know Terence McKenna?
No, he said there's no books.
Yeah, he has books.
Yeah, I have books.
Wait, you have books?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have one of his books on my shelf.
Osra.
The Alien Dream Time? Wait.
So, Angela, I never asked you, are you an atheist or?
No, I'm a Muslim, bro.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
That's fine.
The red pill.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why, like, to me, like, one of my things that a lot of people assume I'm on the left, but when I'm talking about Islam, a lot of people assume that I'm on the right.
Why is that?
Just because I do take a lot of issues with the religion of Islam, but I have nothing against anybody who is Muslim. I mean, I have applied the same issues with Islam as I do with Christianity as well. So.
That's fair.
I disagree with things within Islam too.
I mean, one of the issues I have politically doesn't seem to have as much of an issue with, or that they'll embrace, say that the hijab is the source of women's pride. It's like, you know, so the women in Tehran who have had acid thrown in their faces for not covering their head, I mean, but that's women's empowerment.
Yeah, so I know this scenario. It's called honor killing. Honor killing is not religious. Honor killing is tribal. So if a woman from a certain tribe is having a relationship with a man from another tribe. So the same scenario is like Aladdin, you know, he came from the window, he come from the door, and there is a family and stuff. So this is like very separate thing. In Afghanistan and Iran, actually in the families that consider themselves to be divine or something in the Shia sect. It is similar to the royal family of the British that they travel to America, you know, because they have problems with their families. This is the same. So they will have honor killing.
But I don't know if what I pointed out is necessarily honor killings. It's just examples of equality. That is something that concerns me. Is that, and like I said, I don't have any issues with Muslims, but it does concern me when you have places like the UK where it's like for like 80% of British Muslims who
That's fair.
and I really don't want, to me, I don't want to have that sort of thing implemented into my country is what concerns me.
Yeah. When it comes to what is happening in the UK, you will find these people actually getting offended because they believe that this is like it is racist because it is portraying an Arab man doing something bad, like Prophet Muhammad, for example. So, for example, before when there was World War II, I think, in the American context, the Japanese were portrayed in cartoons in a really bad way, right? Or take people and cook them in taking people in cartoons, like when you go to Africa, for example, that they are going to take you and kill you and cook you in.
Oh my God! Shut up.
Is that Galaxy?
No, it's Mikhail.
No, it's just Galaxy. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't heard Galaxy in a while. But it was Mikhail who talked.
Yeah, so Nick Pro, when people see these cartoons, they feel like there is propaganda against anyone that looks Arab or something.
Mm-hmm. Benny, shut the fuck up, man. Yeah, I think that to me that's one of the things that I think is a fair distinction is that you think that, there is an unfair marginalization against anyone who is Muslim, which suggestion that there's the concern about essentially that any sort of, I think really to me what I have I pointed out is one of my issues I have is with the term Islamophobia is like to me is like is there a special word for bigotry against Buddhists or against against Jains and
Hinduphobia
persecuted way more than any other group and are among the most peaceful of religious groups, but we just call that religious persecution or we call it xenophobia. So to me, I don't understand why we can't just call it religious persecution of Muslims or xenophobia.
But how do you explain the political element? Because Islam is specific. I have the separation of church and state. So that's the thing that legally I'm just in disagreement with combining church and state in the same way that I disagree with combining state and economy, which is what the virtue of selfishness is all about and why altruism is actually just, societal suicide. It destroys accountability, efficiency, growth, hard work. Sacrificing self for others, for other people through wealth redistribution is not intelligent. It's not knowledge. It's not trade. It's just purely social redistribution of purchasing power. And if you want purchasing power, you have to work hard to get it. The system demands it. It will always be the future economy. And so just having people sit at home and scroll TikTok all day is not creating knowledge. It's not creating trade. It is destroying people's lives, and it's parasitic. I'm not are really the true causes of the system being destroyed. The true cause is Medicare, Medicaid. That is the true cause. The medical industrial complex is so overfunded and so cyclical and so quarterly in terms of budget, and we don't have like a pay-as-you-go or first in, first out type of finance. It's just the same fucking amount of money every year for the same stupid outcome. And unfortunately, the outcomes of the health industrial complex are just not what they say it is. Chemo kills you. Everybody dies on it, and it's a $60 billion a year industry. Hello?
Angel left. I was going to ask her. Yeah, because like one of the things a lot of Muslims I've talked to on Clubhouse, and a lot of them, when I've pressed them on things like on, whether or not that they do think that is the case. So, which is something that does concern me as well.
Yeah, do you know that Muslims fear the West also?
Well, I understand that there's been like intervention by my government, and I think it's justified for them to be angry at us for intervention. But I think really it's like
it's not. It's not anger. It's actually fear.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, whatever it is, aggression, fear. I think that there's definitely justification on that side of the thing. I mean, so. I'm not going to go off about whether or not, these people, I mean, I definitely understand plenty of countries hate us. So, well, either way, they have negative views of our country, and I'd say probably rightly so because of our intervention. So, in occupation.
Yeah, a lot of Muslims fear the West. So it is similar to Islamophobia. And they don't know that there is fear of Muslims in the West. They think that the West don't care about us. They just want to come and take the resources and go back and live in the beach, smoking weed and stuff. That's what Muslims believe. And they are fearful of the West. It's not hateful, it is fearful. It's like they are going to invade us. That kind of mentality. The same thing is in the West. Angry at the other.
They're so scared of the West that they all want to come in the West. That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't think that in rich countries they really want to go to the West other than being tourists. So, for example, the Gulf states. If the country is actually struggling for economic problems.
Also, just want to say welcome to the stage.
Hi. Yeah. And the Gulf state wants to become the next West. So they're building museums that are called the Louvres. They are mimicking the West past glory. Yeah, they want to become the West. But the rest of the countries are Muslims and poor.
And when they go to the West, for example, they will tell them, hey, Islam is good, this and that, we are not bad, we are not terrorists, please love us this kind of behavior. So, because of the Muslims believe that there is demonization of them in the media that portray them as terrorists, and they think that people in the West are fools like that, and they think that that's not what they are. So, but there is problems in the Muslim world that are misogyny. That's number one. The next one is homophobia. The third one is racism. Only people that travel outside, they can, the world is big and people are different than what we thought.
I imagine it's like Christians and Muslims are fighting over who's right about the abortion. It's like, Allah and Yahweh are fighting about, whether man was made from dirt or from water specifically. And then all of a sudden it's like Zeus comes in and he's like, stop, you always fighting. Water alone is nasty. Dirt alone is nasty. If we put this together, we can have ourselves a little mud wrestling match.
Yeah. Between Muslims and Christians is real bad.
Yeah, it's one of the things I always pointed out. Is like, to me, I always wondered is that they all said they, worshipped a God of love, who was perfectly good, who, was caring, and yet they were the most, very violent in their disagreements about each other throughout history.
Yeah.
They're constantly at war with each other about who was right about God.
Well, I just think
it's like wars between two books.
See, I think people, when they're doing these religious debates, it's really like tribal politics, and we're using theology to essentially conduct politics. Analysis of these conversations, which are truly just political debates using, again, different religions, practices, traditions, esoteric philosophy to essentially try to one-up one another in a very subversive political way, because religion and politics, or every politician wants to be a philosopher and every philosopher wants to be a politician. And I just like criticizing and roasting and mocking a lot of people who talk all the time, but they don't actually do anything. Aren't they just the most ineffective, parasitic type of leeches amongst us? The talkers, the do-gooders, the Karens of Clubhouse?
But you're a part of that too, though, right?
Is that your projection onto me, sir?
No, I'm just saying. It's a joke.
Topic. No need to insult people personally. That shows you've lost the argument. Hello?
that? But it is very difficult to have a conversation with you. You are unpredictable.
But same with you though, Phoenix. You're the gay Muslim. You're like the walking contradiction.
You see, when you say it's difficult to have a conversation with me, that's your personal projection. You're saying to everyone here, you're difficult to have a conversation with. Try to be topical and not lob personal insults. Hello?
No, I'm just saying the difficulty.
Yeah, that's your opinion. It's not a fact. Hello?
feels like love. And I confess it's got me rocking on my heels.
Hello? This is a special Megatron bonus episode. Welcome back to Two Minds Enter. Welcome to the Thunderdome with Tina Turner. The Thunderdome.
I am the charioteer, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Who keep watch over the universe? They who company of me into the house of rest. Hallelujah, advancing onwards to the heights of Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. Strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Crowned child and conquering Lord o'er us, Avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron throne. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron Whose garment is in the golden glory, with the azure bars of concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. The iron folk. So powerful, there is growth and growth of life and life. The iron folk. The voice of life. The voice of faith. 11 of the voices. Strike the master chord. draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Thee I invoke. Now whose upper knees are flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon. Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Those menace hide the universe with night, the impermeable gloom. Thou who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the thou who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untroubled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the multiverse in one dark sphere of fire.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me.
Are continuing or do they stop? Right? Like that would be some level of will. They're hungry, but they decide to stop at this, that they can't defeat the thing, right? Rather than, but I don't see. So that may be that's a version of free will connected to survival, right? One about preservation. But in other ways, right, the sort of excess killing, unless they have an idea of conservation, right, we can say that once that sort of yes, I don't, the excessiveness wouldn't, we still wouldn't be able to, survive, like, whether that's evil.
I mean,
Right? You have to have an awareness of that, I'm slow. I apologize.
Under a more instinctual side of the gradient, I agree. Right? But it doesn't discount that some small so the question, like some capacity for choice exists, right? If we establish
Hey, how you doing? Something. Yeah. I think for me, choice exists in the sense that, so we know choice exists because, right, speaking of documentaries, right, there's enough, right, we can see them hunt, right, in the process of hunting and sort of selecting their prey, right, there's a decision or a choice as to who they choose, right, so most of them are hunting for prey. Pouncing, slowly, sort of moving along, right, to sort of track their prey. That's a great, they're choosing in that, to attack at that moment, right? There's a form of choice, but within that choice, they would still be driven by instinct. I think,
yeah, so the question is under like a strict Kantian framing, which means they cannot have duties, right? Which means they don't have morality, which means they cannot be evil. I think it's more of a spectrum rather than
so there's some animals that create communities. They have, I think, what is it? Orcas or dolphins, right? There's some classy. I'm not a zoologist. I'm not a scientist. But they have, like norms within their community, right? I don't know. I'm interesting, but yeah, for me, right, the sort of the moral part is a construction, right? So unless the morality was, the conversation earlier, it's really fascinating. The morality comes from a constructed set of norms and values. And so unless we are, right, talking about sort of morality at
sight of the individual, sort of looking at the individual, each individual animal. I don't,
I'm gonna blow off this conversation about AI tools. I fundamentally in terms of sort of AI if you were brains are functions, right? We describe things in a functionalist manner, right? As applied to animals. And empathetic behavior, rudimentary sense of retributive, like game theoretic, like dogs and others, the elements of cooperation mechanisms that exist in the functionalist mode, right? Which I think you kind of alluded to. And I think a lot of the Kantian framework, because it's just anthropocentric and it just privileges humans on that level, and for good reason, right? Because on a relative scale, we are like very, very good, but it's not 100% black and white.
I don't know about
You see dogs that perceive therapies.
I think dogs have been, right, so you're talking about domesticated dogs, right? So I think domesticated dogs have, right, they've been bred in such a way, are, domesticated in such a way that, I guess I don't know. I think they mimic, right? So, how much of what they are doing is instinctual? How much of this is, there's.
This is my fundamental argument. I don't think it's such a clean distinction. Nature, nurture. I think we don't ask the same questions about humans, right? How much of the human things is instinctual, and then how much are we domesticated by the rest of the society, and how much of that domestication should account for the human world of domestication?
Well, we've made moral assessments about what our life is at, right? So, that's my thing. Like we have decided that certain behaviors and actions are not acceptable given a very given sort of standards, right? Trading standards, right? So I'm not one for making a strict delineation among humans, but dogs, right? They're not creating. They don't exist within a society where they are sort of among themselves and having conversations and structuring, right, a society that sort of exists around what is acceptable for their behavior.
right? There's a moment where, dogs, are taken from, they're sold, or they're given away, right? They're taken. Same thing, but there's a small window of time where they still stay within that particular community. Outside of that, most of their life is structured around what humans believe to be acceptable. And then when they get around other dogs, even those interactions are mediated by training, by other leashes and all the right treats and all these other things come in, right? So there's so I see the delineation between nature and and structure to be a little different because of the forms or the access to or the range of autonomy, I'll say, that they have is very limited compared to that of human beings.
I agree on the range, but as long as you can see to the range, that's already kind of not the content. Of course, I'm not saying equal capacity, but as long as there is some range, whatever minimal it is, right, then they potentially can be moral agents within that minimal range.
Oh, okay. So I'm not saying that they're completely possible. I'm not, or I don't think I'm saying that there could be no capacity for that. I think, at the point to which I believe there is capacity, it is negligible or exist for that to kick in, right? So having the capacity, having the capacity to do something is not saying that it exists, right? And so for me, they may have the capacity, but I don't necessarily believe that.
I think I've seen it. Yeah, I think brother was kind of saying humans have culture and dogs don't have like a passed down culture, but dogs can have human imposed culture, and I think that's correct, more or less. And I've seen it happen where the dog has been trained, the dog knows better, the dog knows what's expected, but the dog does it anyway, and then afterwards you can see the dog is in incredible shape. I think we're not so far away. I guess I came around. At first, I thought you were welcome to liberal, but in humans and animals, they're just a different spectrum. There's not really any hard difference.
That's okay. I'm gonna be a mammal supremacist for a minute and say a fucking Hollywood.
Well, I would say whether or not we have the capacity to probably steer clear of them. Whether or not they are doing it for fun or out of instinct, they are
I would say, I romanticizing the quote-unquote savages, the myth, not the savage, not the savage. Yeah, Emmanuel Kant is
Oh yes.
yeah, that's power. It just strips them like absolutely, like it doesn't grab them in your brain. Any small it's pure deterministic instinct, right? And I think science has evolved to kind of disprove it, not wrong, I really think was take on the kind of range stuff, right? Like or the contrast stuff. But with the kind of absolutist argument that Immanuel Kant makes, which is kind of a Cartesian distinction between the purity of nature, all of this stuff, right? But that's what I see in science.
I think self-preservation is also one of those things, that factors into happiness and is, there is a desire within the individual. Am I going to get picked on this? And maybe decide to not engage, not because it is worried about, whether or not it is right to kill the animal, right? Because we also see animals also pick on the weak, right? Choose to the path of least resistance, right? So they're not necessarily worried about power and dominance. They're not wrestling with that. What to do with the least of these, but sometimes they're making the calculus that it is more important for me to live or to back away. Make the case if one's a Jew. That's also war argument, right? Like that's their life is more important than trying to pursue the end of this other life. But the conversation that was had, at least from what I heard, and this is not saying anything about me, but the conversation, at least from the opposing side, did not seem to wasn't going through that exercise for whatever reason. So it made the conversation not one bit seem a little very silly. Highlight some the new one by TV series, which had season 2 registered it up to refresh my memory because I was sure it was the Twilight Zone. It is the Twilight Zone, it's Jordan Peele. Season 2, episode 6 is about the people of BBC Polar Research Station that are studying these creatures, including an octopus. And that octopus is fucking evil. I mean, what was I don't know how much they shared with you about the conversation with evil octopus. They're definitely looking. Yes, the beaks and shit. That's different. But I this earlier about the evil alligator was one that I could see someone who is religious make the case for evil, make the case for evil alligator. It was weird. Well, I'm not gonna say weird. It was interesting to me to hear the person who had been denigrating religion and religious belief, and sort of dismissing it, but making the case for evil. It's no way. It didn't connect. So I didn't understand where the evil was coming from. How the construction of evil was that particular argument. That line. What's up?
Yes, that was this is why it's frustrating for me to hear this.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I don't.
What? Can y'all hear me now?
Well, yes.
Yes. I've been talking this whole time. Y'all didn't hear me. It was the demon. See, before y'all keep going, it was the demon. See, when we was talking, I knew where brother was going. I was gonna say earlier, it was the devil that was in the alligator. That's why the alligator is evil. See, y'all don't want to deal with the spirit and the spiritual realm. Y'all don't want to talk about demons and demonology, the devil and Lucifer. Y'all don't want to talk about that.
And that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why I decided not to engage in the conversation, because I didn't understand. I mean, for one, I was listening because I couldn't understand from the person, and it could be me, so I wanted to listen and hear. But then I realized, I was like, well, this seems like, almost you could make a better argument using religion. I was going to make this case, and you're not. And because you're not, and it's not, the argument isn't internally consistent, and, there's no sort of, there's no, in the course of the conversation, there didn't seem to be sort of a desire to sort of, do the workmanlike, engagement through the logic. I was having a difficult time, and I was like, okay, I can make the case, a religious case for the evil alligator, but I've gotten in trouble with those types of things. That's why it's one of because, and I the phrase that y'all couldn't hear me, but I wanted to ask him, sort of in that way, sort of divorced from the conversation, tying it directly to religion and Christianity, because I think that he has an interesting answer. So I appreciate it.
Real quick, Neil, the reason I said it would be like some type of interspecies objective morality is because it would imply that evil, or the capacity to be evil, was not limited to human beings. That was really what the conversation was surrounding. They were saying that there's not a unique quality to humans as opposed to animals to have moral judgments. That was like the rebuttal to like Christianity, or like the Christian operating on similar moral grounds as humans, if you're saying it's not specific.
Yeah, more like maybe. Listen, it's I mean, it seems seems like just a ridiculous conversation. And in some ways it is, right?
10 hours
in a lot of ways. Well, yeah. But I think one of the things that's interesting for me is that conversations like this can, if people allow it, can make people aware of the assumptions they have about life, about how people and why people do certain things. Because we have inconsistent beliefs around quote-unquote claims. And that, what does that look like in the real world? That looks like children being charged for murder, right? But not universally, but indiscriminately, right? Being charged as adults for particular behaviors, right? Because we believe that there are some things so heinous that they preclude the innocence of a child, right? We have this language about the innocence of a child. At the same time, we have the language about, she's fast. She's XYZ. They're dangerous, right? They're agents of predators, right? These youth, right, who are running the streets of Chicago, mobs, right? Like all of a sudden we have this inconsistent sort of ways of talking about youth, and we don't actually unpack the inconsistencies of our beliefs. We just sort of trot along on each sort of situation, like changing our beliefs and not even realizing it, right? And so while this conversation about the alligator is completely divorced from the other things, for me, conversations like this are interesting because it's my hope that people begin to investigate, and including myself, right? Investigate what we think is possible among people. Voting, right? Who deserves to die, right? Death penalty, right? Like all of these things to me are sort of connected in some way to these basic discussions about life, but we often don't. And that's another reason why I enjoy Clubhouse, because we often don't. Where else are you having conversations around these things with people for hours, and even if
there's always been a preferencing of animals over certain humans, and or assigning animal-like qualities to certain humans that are non-white, and or denigrating people's religious belief because they honor nature and or animals. And so the sort of evolution of the conversation now, where we are, not in this current conversation, but sort of the conversation in terms of thinking about animals in different ways, and the movement to sort of center, the rights of animals. It really bothers me because it's another way to. I'm not saying we shouldn't center the rights of animals, but what I am saying is I don't necessarily want us to pivot the privilege again.
Oh, I agree. That's why you shouldn't be on that side then, because when you start hearing them talk about cows are the new slaves, then you're gonna lose it. So I think you should just not agree about that.
Well, I used to lose it when they used to talk about the veganism and
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think when conversations about animals spin to grass and conversations about the humanity of humans devolves, it seems to me we're like, that's an incongruence that is definitely troubling.
I don't know how they over there talking about black people have low IQ, but cows are sentient beings. That's where they start losing it. I'm like, all right, let me go back and they go.
That's what I'm saying. And then rights of animals, you be like, we just forget the poor, we forget the Negroes. I said the hard ER a lot of times today, y'all. Everybody that's non-white, not privileged, they just go by the wayside because we so busy fighting for the animal rights. And I'm not saying we should fight for the animal rights, but I'm just saying that we can't be. The privileging thing has to stop. And when I say privileging, I mean creating another hierarchy where the animal is over certain types of humans. I don't think we should be creating new hierarchies around this.
I mean, my position is that we taste better and we interact with the animal to accept things.
Oh my God.
Not uncage them and let them eat the grass. I mean,
I have a friend who lives in Peru, and they're always inviting me to Peru to come visit. So, they eat, what's the animal called? They eat some kind of animal, y'all, and when they cook it for tourists, the face is still there. So, I forget the name of the animal, but no. It's like a little like maybe I or something. Like we would eat coon, back in that little river. Yeah, it's like a little animal.
Is it like a capybara or something?
No, I'm gonna have to go look. I'm gonna have to text him, but he's in Australia now, so I can't. I know he might know. I just be like, yo, the animal's face is there. Whole body is like cooked, like fried, but you can see the face. Like I don't want that. I'm okay with eating the animal in slices, but why I gotta see the beat up face? Hold on, let me look. I'm gonna tell y'all.
You never had whole pig before?
It's guinea pig. Who wrote that? Casper. Yes, it's guinea pig. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly. Y'all go on Instagram and put in Peru guinea pigs and see how they cook that shit. That's what my friend said, and I will not go.
I need a separation.
Not this is where the face is right here.
I can't even eat the whole fish at the restaurant. I can't do it. But if you want to take notes,
shark as well. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, y'all go.
Play. But when I converted her, the thing it's so weird. So she can eat shrimp and she'll do some lobster and all that. She will not eat a scallop or a clam. I don't know why. It's like the shell is it's too flesh-like. It feels too fresh to eat it out of the shell. She'll eat like legs and tentacles. I'm like, damn, why is the scallop still on?
Because What is she? Are y'all shucking shells?
Yeah, because I eat raw. Like, I eat raw. You know, I eat oysters, scallops.
That's because you're forcing it. That's because it's not consent. Right? Consent is baked into the shell. If you gotta pry open the shell,
you're right.
Not given
Wait, is she doing the peel and eat shrimp? Like the already gutted?
And he was like, when you come to Puerto, this is what you're gonna eat. And he kept throwing that in my face.
That was like he in the rat. It looked like he in the rat. And they found the rat.
Y'all the face.
The teeth and everything. I'm like, what the fuck?
That's wild. That is Mrs. Fletcher, 3rd grade at classroom paper.
Excuse me,
It's
my
like
little
rabbit.
cousin
Right?
got a
It's like a
fucking,
rabbit.
my little cousin has
No,
a
give me
fucking,
I'm paying attention, but I'm not looking.
Freddie, please look at that.
No. Guinea pigs running around on my house.
It be fried. They be putting the pieces in it. But apparently natives don't eat it like that. They eat it normal, like no face.
So I love it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. That's the Peruvians?
The Peruvians, yeah.
Okay.
So they be eating it thinking they eating it like the natives, and the natives are like
Whole time laughing at them.
Yeah,
That's nasty. That's nasty.
Yep. That's exactly what.
They won't dare tell us. I love that shit.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
I said, why would y'all eat it like this? And they were like, you don't eat it like that. I was like, huh?
Being respectful, the innocence, right? You know, the noble savage, all this. And I'm here for it.
Yeah, and apparently, most of the tourists actually eat it just like that. And they be taking pictures of them.
Yep, and they're like, when in Rome.
Oh my God. It's so interesting around the world. They eat alpaca too now.
I'm gonna ask your mom. I know you travel all over the world. Have you ever had the camel hump?
I've rode on a camel hump, but I haven't eaten it.
I know they eat it. No, I know they eat it. It's like a delicacy.
Oh, no, I haven't eaten it, but
Who's killing camels?
You know, it's primitive that you find animals to be sacred. But on the other end, your Christian beliefs is out of line. It's just a crazy. It's a two things that can't be. They can't be like this. Yeah, they can't be. No, I can't do it today.
But you know, the white people in California, they always down to gentrify the quote unquote primitive cultures. It's this bar I want to go to real bad in LA, and they do a lot of Mexican stuff. It's like Oaxacan theme, and they serve the grasshoppers like they do in Oaxaca and the street markets with your mezcal. You get a little grasshopper on the side. They toast the grasshoppers. Because when you're in Oaxaca, everywhere you go is a toasted motherfucking grasshopper. It's just like, why, bro? But they do it. They get down.
I mean, I got
Like lemon pepper frog.
See? No!
It was good. It was so like chicken.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me tell you something. Put some hot sauce on these motherfuckers and you'll be fine.
So y'all be
eating. So
when y'all go to New Orleans, y'all eat gator and all that shit too.
I'm not doing that either. And I fucking hate gators.
I'm not doing that.
We usually eat cold. We used to y'all, but that's throwing me off. We used to actually eat cool, like Papa John.
Yeah, we stopped that. We stopped that. Like my family stopped that shit in the early 1900s.
Not the 1900s. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They was eating it up. They was eating it until at least the 1970s.
that's what they told me.
Yeah, that's what those people. No, seriously, that's what most people do. When they still eat cool, they change it and say it's not cool.
Ain't nobody in my family eating no motherfucking raccoon.
Okay,
bro.
Okay.
You never knew. I did know. I know pork.
Wait a minute, raccoon is pork?
I'm saying that I know pork, and that's how I know it wasn't cool. What's going on?
So they was eating pork and calling it home.
No, they was eating pork.
Exactly, First Lady.
That's what I said.
They had Papa John and they put pork in it, but it was really cool.
It was always pork. It was never cool.
So you never had it. And it was like, Brooklyn, it's some good pork, isn't it? Yup. It's good. It's good pork.
But also, Brooklyn,
the whole time he was eating cool.
My Geechee grandmother had pigs on her farm, so we ate pork. Was that a farm that maybe they didn't have pigs? It wasn't never no motherfucking cool. Never nowhere.
Okay, Brooklyn, okay. Even I have had a cool.
Hasta llamo. Brother Messi, are you there?
Hola.
Oh, give me 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh no, Ed said this chat needs to be self-cleansing.
The jokes that get
not my phone anymore. You guys are nuts.
It's like brother, neoliberals say somebody need to change their name to Evil Alligator.
Oh no.
Gemini said he was gonna do that first.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he was here?
Yeah, in the chat, and he said it was. Yeah.
Oh, I can read the chat. Yeah, he was here for the entirety of Evil Alligator Gate. He said he wanted to change his name to Evil Alligator.
That's what y'all should have the rule. We all name.
Well, first of all, you know she's young. That's number one. First, you could just put an alligator emoji in the title, and then we'll all know.
That's it. Just put the emoji. Yeah, that's it.
That's cute.
What you mean she young? She's a big girl. And all you niggas
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Yeah, she been to more church than the 50-year-olds.
That's what she said.
She definitely been more church than
Somebody said I was 50-year-old, 58. Somebody said that.
That was amazing.
She went to church more than most of you niggas. I knew she was talking about me, so I stayed on me because she don't want to. Well, she said all of you on stage. She didn't just say some of you. She said all of y'all on stage. And that included me.
Yes,
so,
she did.
But that.
I used to say that too, First Lady, but it just gets worse and worse.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I used to have so much grace in it. She said I had dry pussy.
Good
that was the end of that. Yeah, and I was like,
your pom pom is dry. And I said your pom pom dry.
It's a pom pom bring
y'all have no witness.
And she went after hurricanes.
Oh yeah, she went. Yeah,
I was here for that.
No. Before. That's not the first time. That's not the first time.
Oh.
Yeah.
As many times as hurricanes let me down, I can never crash out of them. I should crash out of a hurricane one day.
No, don't do that. Don't crash out on him.
Ain't never gonna do it.
He was trying to end the content. He was trying to end it.
Why was he trying to end it? He was trying to stare it.
No, he was trying to end it. Came back in and asked him.
Yeah.
He was trying, and then it kind of just went off the rails.
Never want me to talk about nothing. I can't do shit.
It was, you know what went off the rails? Concrete asserted his voice and said, "No, one mic going out there."
Oh yeah,
that's how it started all over again. Yeah. She was like, "Yeah, let me keep going." Yeah, I really want to hear what Tara had to answer. 20 minutes. No, it's okay. I don't need to.
Well, at least it was on par for the day. I was giving this book a smoke on a Sunday, so
that's a fact. Chinese came there with the read. Chinese came there with the read. That's a whole nother devil book right there.
Yeah, weekly services. What you was gonna say, Spirit?
Oh, I was gonna say you can be a part of any conversation, and what you should.
Just do a quick Google. But I will say, Janice needs to do regular readings of that book until we finish it.
That's a fact.
We should have discussions because it's actually an interesting, like clubhouse conversation to have.
That's a fact.
Computer love in the digital age.
How was it that we say Chinese name 3 times and she appears?
It's computer love, your guide to internet dating.
That right there was part of the reason why I said I'm not going to Computer love, the guide to internet love. What is it? That's the stupidest shit I've heard.
Internet dating.
One of the best things I've heard on the app.
It's actually very good. I mean, it's very good. I mean,
you have to stop these lies.
We should do a book club. Johnny.
Big brother has one. Oh, I'm taking your
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
That's why Spiritus needs to be jumped. I suggest beating Spiritus up.
They're talking about it though.
They're as well as you, Beyonce. Don't worry. I apologize. I was just bringing up something that happened in the past, but it's way in the past. That's all. Just another dig at brother.
Let me get Ashton for y'all asses. She's gonna get all y'all in chat. I'm gonna put her ass on y'all. That's what I'm gonna do.
You don't even know. First lady, speaking of Ashton, I just want to say that today was incredible. Incredible because, on Friday, yesterday and today, we had two young ladies and charged that particular person up with that allegation right there. It was crazy. It was a crazy thing to witness. I'm not going to say any names. Just, getting up like that.
It did. Right? Having to take that. And then.
We need at least
Did it already? Damn!
We need one
Oh,
person
now you want me to rush? No,
I want you to fast forward the tape.
I'm the slow ass.
Oh, you take it too damn long.
Ugly ass motherfucker. Right?
Oh.
I'm going to talk slowly.
Can we get at least one dark
One of these jokers gonna slip up and say it soon. You just gotta relax and wait. It will happen. You see? But if you go asking for it, then that's gonna make them be tighter if you're not focusing on it. But see, that's something you gotta work on. Okay? God bless you.
I bet Daryl not coming back here.
I bet you he will be.
Oh, that was fantastic. But
and sent another message and reverse that card ASAP. So bad the person no longer wanted the package anymore.
The person has to start crashing. The person has to start crashing in very obvious ways. Have to go to, well, where's my wife's tramp stamp? Which I use a tramp stamp, so. What's my wife's name? My wife is not a lesbian. She would not do it. You don't know my wife.
excellent. I had so much fun with that, y'all. I had to leave and get myself in some water. So I was getting
That's why you went to the club.
I did. I had to come back and ask you on the phone about that.
I ain't gonna lie to you, it was delicious.
It was pretty.
The washing of the feet. She did a washing in some other areas. My God. I'm telling you, That was
Follow that vagina.
that spun out of control. She took the balls off. The balls, she was rolling on the balls. No, the balls didn't exist. Yes. Hello?
That man was in the chat. He told us you don't know my address.
But we have to remember, we knew he lost the conversation when he started with, "Yo, mama, have you been married before?" But that's what I was trying to get to. See, she, to be fair, she's the one that really pushed the chip off his shoulder. Okay?
Sorry. No, finish. All right.
Because her said, "Wait a minute, are you still married? You're not even married anymore. You're divorced. And why are you divorced, huh, sir? Why? Oh, that's right, because you've been cheating on your wife for the last 19 years. Oh, Lord. I'm driving and I'm dead. I'm driving, but I'm not really driving the car. The car at this point is driving itself. And that's when we went from there to, I don't have to get married. I've been fucking your wife. Oh, God. God bless. I've been fucking your wife. Now, this is fucking your wife so good, she calls me God. My God. Okay, I had to ask your mama, well, does the lady get on her knees, on bended knee before God and say, "Father God, God"? I stretch my legs to thee. Listen, when I tell you, I was in that car and it was just soaring. I don't know how I got home because I was asleep at the wheel.
You need to change that.
First lady. First
I
lady.
was laughing. I had such a good time getting that man because he thought he was going to come and tell me how a horrible woman I was because I'm not married. And I had a Jezebel spirit. And see, the thing is, I remember a lot of things. And I remember him doing this before. So as soon as I remember who he was,
question, where's she going?
So now you had a holy recall.
Sure.
Bring things back to remembrance. My God.
She did.
Jeez.
I took the last thing I told him when he was in the day when he kept repeating in the group. I was like, "You guys, if your girlfriend now, I done booked her too."
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She said that part too. Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta put down the things that I have in my hand.
Yeah.
Almost dropped the plate.
That phone probably hot as hell.
Jesus.
Well, I hope you have a screen protector and a case on that phone so you can protect the value of that device, just like we protect the value of those self-cleaning vaginas.
Well, so I told y'all today that I actually have the cordless charger.
That's right.
For my phone.
Right. That's what you said. Well, correct. Yes.
Y'all too much.
I lift my phone. Yeah, it don't have to lay down. I lift the phone up.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I can't believe that totem pole reading. I couldn't do that.
Why? It was fun.
I couldn't handle it. I was like, I can't do this. Johnny, and see, because it wasn't like a casual read. Johnny's head, like she was drinking tea She probably had this, like she had been, you know, like protecting her voice.
I'm in my book
So
club.
she had this, yeah, that professional voice on. I couldn't do that. When I heard fucking so hard, I was like, I have to go.
Johnny,
No,
I'm
it
gonna
was
tell
the
you.
repeated pussy for me.
John,
See how long people took to get it.
well, I knew because he read a piece yesterday.
Yeah, I did the math yesterday, y'all. Y'all didn't miss
Yeah.
it. There's a homework assignment that I gave some people.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Right.
Get out of here. What's the homework assignment?
Okay.
And who did you give it to?
Let me read it to you.
I don't do homework, but
One moment.
That's what it was.
All right, here we go. For those of you that may have it, I am reading page 24. This is called The Love Number. And it goes, the love number is the way of assessing the person that you're going to be dating. You're going to be able to rate them on some categories such as physical, psychological, financial, and spiritual. You'll have a rating from 1 to 10, totaling a maximum number of 40. An example is you coming up with a rating system as to what you want your mate to have, whether you give him a 10 in all 4 categories, totaling 40, which is the highest, or you give him an 8 in physical, 5 in finances, a 9 in psychological/mental, and a 7 in his spiritual life. These numbers added together gives that person a 29. That 29 would be that person's love number. This number would give you an idea of whether or not that person has qualities in the certain categories that may be important to you. So the homework assignment was to calculate the love number of your loved one.
Thanks, beautiful.
I ain't gonna lie. This is kind of a decent book. It's a kind of decent.
Look, you got a
you
have to stop.
You have to stop. Please.
It's in the genre though. You know what I mean?
No.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Let it in the genre of what?
You know the books like your love language. What's your love language? The attachment style. What is the book called? The attachment. If one more woman tell me I need to read it, I'ma cut them. You know the attachment style. That's the genre. That's the genre. This the Negro version.
Men are from Mars. Excuse me. So I'm trying to get to the 29. So what does the 29 equal?
Yours.
Does it give you?
First thing,
Got great lips.
because I was crashing.
I'm serious. We done did the math now. When I do my homework,
Guide for the perplexed.
The highest you can get is a 40. That's a 10 in each category.
She gonna read.
So that's what you strive for. I'm just looking at the chart. He made a chart for y'all.
See, the 29. The 29 means that you not that far away from 40, so he's not a bad guy. He's got
that's
some
11.
He's got some things he's got to work on, but he's a good guy.
Now hold on. Let me tell you something. and I can't say anything other than your mom is trolling. And she know damn well she trolling.
Very much.
She damn well she trolling.
I'm gonna use this book. I don't care what. Okay, I'm not playing with y'all, but I'm gonna use this book with the next person I date.
Please don't.
I ain't gonna tell him. I'm just gonna use the book.
Now he breaks down some of these cats. Human connection and interaction from that initial first time. If a man walks up to you at a gas station, then there is a better chance with that guy than the guy that sent you a lot of plenty of fish. You see, some men will not take the chance to run up to you at a store and pursue you unless he is really trying to know you. The other way of meeting is in the club. That puts you somewhere else on the menu, the club menu. That's a whole other menu. When you meet someone at the job, at the grocery store, or in the mall, the relationship has a chance at becoming more solid that way. There are the most natural connections. Both men and women give their attention to the physical appearance of one another when it comes to making a choice for a mate.
I now know how to figure out my love number of the person that I am seeing.
Jeez, it's talented.
Oh, okay. So you also gonna make amends?
I'm gonna go visit real quick. I'm gonna go see this happen. I'm going to 40 acres. I'll be right back.
Oh, she really.
Y'all in the chat, y'all on the chatting on this stage, picking at him about this. This is a good thing for y'all.
I'm staying out of it. I'm 19.
Not you are 19, child. I'm telling y'all, this is a good book for the black couples. Y'all are struggling, the women struggling finding them a man. This is helping you. Ain't that right, Johnny?
That's right. You know, I'm a data person, so I'm impressed. He got a little bar chart.
It's exactly right. Let me just say this. The book, I do think that there is some creativity this man has, that we have to give him that credit. Like, it's hard to write books.
Fine.
It's hard to write books. This is his worldview. We may not agree with it, but that's like most books. We don't agree with all the books.
I like the format. Like, when I looked at the cover, I didn't think he would actually have, a whole formula and methodology. I think that that's kind of innovative for that time period.
It is. It's very innovative. And the example he still follows. I'm about to buy the book. Hold on, let me go. I said I was.
Oh, that did it. That did it. I'm gonna throw my phone in the trash for at least 7 days. 7 days and 7 nights.
You're throwing yourself away.
Isn't that how you pronounce it? Go ahead, girl.
I don't know.
You're not gonna get much off of that. You gotta buy it, sis.
I did. It's in my cart right now.
Well, in your cart ain't in your wallet. You paid for it. You'll walk around with that cart for the next.
Now, I see some other books on here.
No, it's on.
And I wonder, did he copy it?
Oh.
Yeah, the recommendations are interesting. Like others have bought that type of suggestion. Yeah, there were some interesting ones when I looked at it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The recommendations, online dating, demystify. I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's this genre. I'm not saying y'all got to agree with the book, but for men, discover how to attract women and get a girlfriend using the internet dating apps. A guide to internet dating, how to have fun and stay safe. Yeah, I hadn't heard of Plenty of Fish in a minute. So that tells you another thing about the time period when he wrote it. Yeah, because that was when they first probably came out or whatever, when they was most popular. This was Everyone's Guide to Online Dating, how to find love and friendship on the internet. So it's in this genre. Why are we knocking it? Well, Johnny, when you have another reading, I want to do. Some of y'all need help with your dating. I know, I can tell.
You know, I think that Johnny is saying your mama should open a room. Johnny's reads. Your mama, who has been known to open a reading room from time to time, can unpack.
I haven't done that in 5 years, sir.
That's okay. Why? All the more reason why you should start now. In fact, I believe that you're right. There's clearly a vision that you see. There's an understanding that you have. One may call it a prophetic vision, a way of seeing the text that we don't see. And I believe that as a woman with a to open a room to help us unpack. I'm willing to be in that room and learn from you and how you see the wisdom. I believe that God has given you an insight, and I want to learn. So I'm willing to be in the room and you unpack. Magnitude of this book. God bless you.
See, brother, I'm the type of person who believes that we don't have to have the perfect messenger to receive a word. That Brother Jamal, even in his imperfection, can share a word. You just have to be open to receive it. And I see that you're not open to receiving it.
Yeah, I think we're too busy on Clubhouse, not listening to the content, and I think that's the problem now.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
And I would venture to say that in the category of mental, brother's love number is probably like around a 6. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh no, it's lower. In fact, in all things.
I wish you and your wife would take the test to see what y'all give each other. That would be funny.
It went down tonight.
Well, when they get to talk about how black women don't support black men, I'm gonna always think of Johnny's and how she's supporting Jamal.
I told you I was dead serious when I said I bought it. Mm-hmm. I would support entrepreneurs. Some of them.
Listen, you are doing the Lord's work. And won't nobody ever find some good pieces in there too. Make sure I want it. Oh my God.
See, Mama, I believe this is the moment where God gave Israel a king. He didn't have that. For them. Yeah, you like that. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is the moment.
But if they wanted a king, they begged for the king.
Yeah, Mama,
We want to be like the other people.
You are the king. Open that room. I'll be there.
It'll be like 10 people in there. Y'all niggas don't want to read, brother. I had opened up many rooms. They do not want to read. They want to read 50 Shades of Grey and 48 Power.
That's all listening.
And the people who want to read, all they do is echolalia. Okay, y'all, it's getting late. I have to get up at 4.
It's a school night. So, I mean, well, y'all stay around. Just know that I'm dozing off. Hey, Oda. Hey, Johnny's. Hey, Christina. Brooklyn brother. Spiritus.
The ghetto not open tonight?
At night? It might be. Good night, y'all. Your mama.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm not saying good night. Y'all ain't gotta go nowhere.
Oh, I thought you were.
But I got hounded by the hounds. They ain't nothing but a hound dog. So hey Divine and hey Sandra, how y'all doing? Hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, charge it to my eyes because they closed.
I like Barney Frank. He had his eyes closed the entire time. Oh, okay, yeah,
That's so shameful.
That's fair. That just made me so That was so nasty. First, like that man. I didn't know that y'all had listened to it on here.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Oh, God.
You gotta go see it and hear it.
Yeah, that's my mom's ex-congressman.
Oh yeah, he's very That was a bad way for him to go.
He had to say yes. in the beginning, he was trying to read something.
Oh, okay. I must have didn't see the beginning.
That was so painful. Yeah. Jake needs to be hit upside the head.
He does.
Oh, can I commend y'all? Y'all did a great job when El Normo responded to that. Nobody responded. Remember that part?
Yeah. He was still trying to engage.
Trying to ignore the spirit of the foot.
Well, Johnny's, when you get ready to schedule your reading, just, ping me so. Oh, y'all don't have, this is what Brooklyn was meaning. Brooklyn, don't say it's the ghetto, because my house is the ghetto.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you can't talk about it like that.
Well, you should definitely read it in there.
Oh my God, brother. No, I'm gonna take him to the Jacobins. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take him to the top.
Even better.
I've interviewed some of the authors. Maybe we'll interview him, like Misa said. Is her name Misa or Lisa? I'm confused.
She is now operating under the name of MISA.
Okay. So it's like me changing my name to Ho Mama.
Good night.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just saying. I don't mean it like that. I mean
that's exactly what it's like. Oh, you guys missed a treat.
You're not supposed to respond.
Got to meet Ku Klux Keisha, and it went just it went as well as I thought it did.
Wait, did you see she came in here, TT?
The other day. Did she come in there today?
Yesterday, and she said, I knew, or it was either today or yesterday, and she was like, I knew that Ben had his something following him around, because some of the people was in there, was also in here. She was in the chat just to talk, but no one invited her on stage. I think it might have been yesterday.
Yeah, she accidentally got put out the room, and she came back as Gerald, and it was so funny. But when I tell you, she took a hold of Methodity's beard and didn't let it go.
Oh God.
Listen, when you wrong and strong, that's funny to me. Until I'm engaged.
Well, this is what my feeling was when I heard her the other day in RPO. My feeling was that she was willing to have some correction, but the correction had to come from could only come from a certain person. It couldn't come from she couldn't take the correction from everybody. She'll be like, correct me if I'm wrong, and then somebody will try to correct her, and then she.
She'll be like, bitch, not you. That was funny.
I ain't seen her in a long time, though. Why would you do that?
Well, because, you're from the South and hold it, no.
Oh, right. Oh, y'all looking at chat.
We getting cursed out again.
Fuck, back, fuck, tap, 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 tap. What is that?
I like only sex.
This reminds me of earlier when somebody came on the stage and y'all all were talking at the same time, and then that person admonished y'all for not greeting them on the stage and basically said y'all aren't going to welcome me to the stage. I enjoyed that very much this morning.
People, they just want attention. Okay, Omar is here. Omar the Tiger. This lady left us, so I'm about to leave y'all too. Bye. Another room. I'm gonna see what the Diddy tape is.
Oh, I heard about what it was, but she'll hear about it soon enough. Oh, y'all haven't seen it? It's all over Twitter. I didn't look for it, but I heard 50 Cent crashing out about it. Because isn't it? Daphne's in it. Yep, Daphne's in it. I didn't have to look for it. It just appeared on my timeline. But yeah, it's Daphne Joy and Diddy and the young man that they enjoyed for the evening. And somebody was like, it was boring and it was Snoozeville, it was dry. And they were talking about Diddy's man parts. It was all just a very
I personally, I am interested in your relationship between confidence, humility, the line between these two things. Because their way of thinking on everything and have choice that won't experience the moment to thoughts and regardless of whether regardless of the targets, how people are just supposed to just expect it to sort of accept it. Or in the case of conversation, ask the question, somebody needs to get off the mic, not answer the question, but then proceed to lecture based on certain assumptions. And then I'm still think that person is supposed to take this and say, hey, that's not what I asked. And trying to educate them to answer the question that the person asked. Well, no. But it's always interesting to hear it. I don't know. I think sometimes it's wonderful when people complain about the fulfillment of conversations. And then buff at people trying to put parameters around the conversation in order to elevate the conversation. Start with more clubhouse conversation. I just think
maybe you should. I'm just spitballing here. Just as a but they didn't actually, but there wasn't like the conversation that was clarity or
So I don't want to be innocent. I just want to be different. And I want to live with it's not actually that's not everything. So no, sorry. Move on. That to me is I'm not going to because I think there's a way to be respectful and civil. And I want to know that
I think the part that not funny. The interesting part, back and forth was her. I don't know what's happening on this, or I only know half of it. That was the part that was like the authority with which you came in, and then talked over him, and then proceeded to say that you actually, admitted that you don't really know this whole thing, but whatever percentage she knew about it, it was going to be way more than you knew.
So like and subscribe. That's the thing that I think about most. People are not listening to other people have to talk. Some are not listening to us. And that's something that we're not hearing what they're actually saying. From those conversations. To the conversation, they're not listening, just responding. Because the response is nothing to do with the question. And sometimes it's being, like, one conservative. So, most people just kind of it's not what I'm saying.
Well, they made a speech. They had a clear recollection of what you said. Because in parts of it, they said you said a percentage. You needed the percentage of the homes. Okay. In the speech. So they were aware of what you said. I think that sometimes people just like to talk and they like to speak, and then they realize that they take it too far, and then you don't see them for a while because they realize that maybe I did too much. Like it was really a call for it. And while I have seen that person in other rooms, I have not seen him.
So I got packed up.
By who?
I don't know. I would say I don't know the person on stage. But we were talking about this person. And this is just a way just talking how so I think sometimes you don't push back on certain perceptions of how those persons in those states that often I see people waiting like the assumptions about the person and sort of treat them, sort of behave in a way that And so I wrestle with it. So I tend to sort of follow the code of the house. And I often sometimes engage, but people sort of insert themselves into a conversation. Or that gets more. I don't know, like I just like sorry. And all the fake displays, or these fake displays, what I consider to be fake displays, bullshit conversations that drain everybody. That's not that's just me. The conversation today felt, I don't know that person. It's something I didn't understand. I don't ever respond to that in person or in a conversation. And I let it go like Martin is like, hey, you know about this? I feel like but I'm glad that everyone around me sort of yeah, some people sort of let it go, right? In a way that, I can say that. But because of this conversation, sometimes I'm like, well, yeah, I'm not gonna follow it, because I don't have to. But I appreciate the way it was. I was unprepared.
Like that, you know, like, do we keep it real, or do we just like, you know, go for the purposes of the real?
No, I appreciate it. So the overreaction actually helped me just like I'm like, okay, this is serious, but it wasn't going and that's connected to my own prejudices and pride, like that was
And probably her as well, for sure, for sure. You know, but also, it seems like this person was also battle tested from many, I don't know how long, like a long time on the app. So in other spaces, so who knows?
When I did
Yeah, this is a clubhouse event. Okay, let's see. When you get nothing else, you gotta go for the picture. the clubhouse more. It doesn't mean that people don't go there. It just means that the word for telling you in a phone call within the house.
Yeah, it could have been a range call.
Or more like a range. So sometimes if an admin moves you from a house, you can never rejoin.
That's right.
So like a lot of times, like on in certain spaces I used to frequent, people will be modding with pink tickets, and people will be like, "Why is this mob with pink tickets?" It's like, don't ask. It was a civil war. Ah.
Did you get into a fight?
Because what did you say? Rejoin the other day.
So I had to. And so I'll be honest. This could have been me. And not purposely because I don't remember doing it again. Sometimes. Or not. And the phone will go and I non-sensible texts.
I've seen people like hearts. Did you ever accidentally see that you sent somebody a heart or
just the other day, I got a message from a complete stranger. And the way that my message is complete strangers get my message. I'm not afraid to leave things in the message. But I got a message from someone I did not know. And I was wondering what the hell was going on. Well, I clicked at the message. This was a person who was near to me at apparently 3 different times. I have sent them hi message. You know, hi, welcome to, Clubhouse. Yep. There's 3 separate times. Like 3 different entries of text that were sort of like that. And then they finally responded to me, hi, where are you from? And they had like one friend, and I had to block them. I had to, not in block them, but I had to like unsubscribe from the chat. I have sent my mom 2 back texts. Wow, I this one. And so she didn't mind music ever.
that's the spirit.
So, I think it's all kinds of things. So it could very well be.
Now, sure, I accidentally, apparently I said hi to one of those numbers, when they say, hey, so-and-so joined the app, say hi to them. And I accidentally, I think I was liking, I may have been liking somebody's, something in the condo, and then I maybe did that, and then a few days later, this guy messages me, I'm sorry I didn't see your message. How are you doing? I'm like, who are you? Years after the app is dead.
I know. That is, I haven't gone that far. I haven't had that, but I have been certainly unfreaking people and being like one push away from blocking people who I
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Like when you're falling asleep with the phone in your hand.
It's like pressing buttons. You're just pressing buttons. And you're like so close. And then like it's not so much like whoops, it's like how am I gonna explain to them it was an accident? Later when we bring it up and and all that it's like no, we were not friends. And then I just shut it off and went to sleep.
Sometimes, I'm listening, not talking, talking on stage, it really happens. It's just with my phone, to an app or open to the stage, because it doesn't count. It's a phone line, right? Like, if someone called me right now, just locked up. Or went to sleep. If I'm on stage, it doesn't do that. And I have sent one person, one that. I thought you said that to me on purpose, man. God, it was so embarrassing. I'm sorry. That person never responded. Oh my God.
Is it true what they were saying about the Jews controlling the outside? I'm probably is a semi or full retard?
Oh, ew, I just saw that. Oh, no, no worries. Thank you.
People literally haven't been raised right.
I was wondering about Ashton. He's in the,
What's the, did he run their TLDR and this do anything?
Careless music
It's all over Twitter. And then he starts crying, saying that the only victim is Sire and that the courts won't let him get his son. It's kind of sad. Then he's crying about tragedy, the son from his home, when he actually has a citizen. No, 50 posted about Diddy because the tape were leaked. You know, 50 Cent has a son right now named Sire. And he's saying that Sire's the only victim and that the courts don't see it that way. He tried to get custody of Sire and the courts turned him down.
channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way.
Do you have kids? Do you have kids?
Bro, no way. You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way. You found
Beautiful.
people have committed. 8,721,450. That's all of their white victims. There's 300 and something. I'll use approximate numbers. Approximately 371,000 black, 1 million Hispanic, 219,000 Asian, Native Hawaiian, and others, 681,000. Add all of those up, you get a total number. Then you divide by each one. So you divide the total number by the 8,700,000 white victims, the 371 people are probably not finding me. But you get a percentage of victims based on race. Black people make up 3. Cross next to that number. Significant difference from comparison group at a 95% confidence level. My only point in bringing this up is the fact that the perception that white people are out to get black people is false. They are not. But the opposite is actually true. When you look at the percentages, and serendipity isn't here, isn't that convenient of her to not hear that I just proved what she said is wrong? Because what she's saying is correct if you look at the numbers horizontally. But when you look at the numbers vertically, and this, thank you, Mr. Google, confirm these numbers. So that's where we are at. Yeah, so I just looked at now, we're adjusting for population size. Black people are 11 times most of the people kill us. We are huge disparity. And it's undeniable. We can count all the schizophrenic people in our population. That is not being done. It's not bridged together. At the end of the day,
Hello? Pepe, you're far away from your mic or something.
It's a relief, bro. Trust me.
Pepe, we can't hear you.
So I would just say you have, like, when it comes to the disparities, black people kill white people 11 times the rate that we kill them. Now, we could try to adjust for the things like, for example, schizophrenia, which runs at almost twice the rate in the black community than it does in the white community. That would not bridge the gap, obviously.
They were trying to get me last year.
Alan is correct that there is. We like to try to gloss over the black. But if we're being realistic, I kind of think it becomes somewhat of a moot point because you have blacks disproportionately, absolutely killing each other and victimizing each other. And I would say antisocial behavior that black people will run cover for. And how can you guys have like a functioning society where you continually allow just fucking shitty people that are criminal and are willing to use violence? I mean, if you guys want the black community, which is shit today and it's always been shit, if you want it to continue to be shit, by all means. But I would love to hear, how from any of the pro-black intellectuals, how you guys have the key to fixing the community, because none of you fuckers have actually, and we're talking about people a lot smarter than anybody in this fucking room or this app, thought they had the keys, and they organized a much bigger group than all of you. They thought they had the answer, but I'd love to hear from the pro-blacks.
What's your favorite coffee? Ice or hot?
I don't think there's any on stage, but the black community was in spite of Jim Crow. The marriage rates were high.
They made a couple of stories about
the education was high.
pretty famous over there.
In spite of all of that.
Yeah, put it in as a contact.
Once the Democratic Party came in, said, we'll take care of you.
I'm Russian, so we do it very
They sold their souls.
Hey, Orange, speak when you're
because
spoken.
they thought, the Democrats,
If you touch me,
they're going to
myself, you will get knocked out.
No,
I'm not going
they
to
didn't.
Orange, but she's too much to do.
Alex, I did with Native works. I did with some that's what we're doing a poor level, like customers. Yeah. I deal with a lot of black people in my business, and they're pro-Trumpers and they're black. And they're like, yeah, fuck it.
I've been waiting for you.
Yeah, but wait until they get a Jew with,
It just feels so
Yeah, I know, right? Fuck the Jews, man. Fuck those guys.
Well, I would just say, the Jewish population in America isn't running around in every major city murdering people, robbing people, taking their phones, holding them hostage, making them do financial transactions on their phones. So if you actually look at statistics, you would realize there's no Jewish crime. There's only male black crime in this country.
We can look at it as like the weaponization. So we can look at who are all of the, when it comes to the civil rights movement, who are the quote unquote white people that actually were advancing this agenda? They were Jewish. There's no denying that. Jews take credit for this. It's the point of
all I know is that nobody's perfect like me. Half Irish, quarter French, quarter English. What else? We are the perfect people.
Yeah, I agree with Alan. I think the Democratic Party enabled the black community and set them up for failure. I've been waiting for you all my life. Now you're here and it just feels so right.
I just like know I'm better than anybody else. I like when we Donald Trump called the news reporter Miss Piggy. That shit was.
I mean, if it wasn't for the Democratic Party, you dumb monkeys would not be able to do what you need to do. If there's any black people on the stage, I'm just saying that's how they speak. They think you guys are like special ed, and they need special ed. Basically provisions for you guys to.
But you went to special ed, didn't you?
Oh, all right, stop with the ad hominem, Matthew. The black community in America since the Civil Rights Act has been altruistically destroyed. There are photos of black families living on farms, completely educated, dressing well, respectful, kind, nice, but not anymore. Just go to Politically Correct tomorrow and listen to the black community. Listen to how they talk to each other. Listen to what they talk about. It's altruism and socialism all the time, nonstop. They don't care about knowledge. They don't care about business and trade. They care about being ideologues, political propagandists. That's their economy. That's their capital.
Yeah, but here's the problem. They were doing all of those things, but they were just trying to adopt whiteness, and they were just bending to the will of their white slave masters. So therefore, the entire system to rebuild it so that they're no longer co-signing with the whiteness of the people who oppressed and imprisoned them for the last 400 years. How'd I do? Did I sound like a white liberal? Did I do that well, or does it? I think it needs a little work, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think I got the proper anger and resentment.
You know what's amazing is that the white, you can look at it. As of the latest data we see, white birth rates, we're higher than that of Black Americans. The Latino Americans, they've absolutely, their birth rates have hit the shitter. We're actually on par to be amongst like the highest.
Read a book.
We're literally like on par to being like the.
When was the last time one of you fuckers actually read a book?
Okay, what is that comment directed at?
I wonder.
There's some.
No, I just wonder, like, what kind of people do you guys hang out with, like, in real life?
Undertone to that comment.
I don't know, man. Like, I have Black friends, I've got Chinese friends, I got Japanese friends. Most of them are like professors, doctors, whatever.
But no, who's saying that? But who's saying that you have to hate?
You guys live?
Okay, who's saying that you have to hate?
Love like television or something.
Okay, but that's fine. Nobody's saying you should hate people because of their race. That is the retarded part.
Yeah, but Matthew, look at what you just said. Most of them are professors. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't say this. My experience is the same as you. Most of the
The culture of this room is as lowbrow as any fucking hood room.
Well, absolutely. But that doesn't answer the question.
I just think you're like generalizing about.
There is a point to this.
America
has
problems. There's no doubt about it, dude. We got massive problems.
Is that you have a black culture that even the people that you and I have met who are black still condone and protect the lower class, or pick whatever word, or the ghetto behavior of the bottom 20%, because they did either through social pressure in the black community or some sense of empathy that they don't want to call out their own bad behavior in their own neighborhood. There is social pressure to condemn bad behavior.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I think what it is, right? So, yeah, you have like white people that like voted for Trump, people like that. I think it's a bit of a jab, but no, I think you're right. I think you're wrong. I think most of the people defending, quote unquote, let's say, I think what you're describing, and you read the book Black, white liberals and black journalists, white liberals. I'll use that as a reference.
is that there are people that live in cultural enclaves where the rest of society has passed them by. You get the reference what I'm talking about. So you'll have politicians that'll go down to like the West Virginia and say, hey guys, you don't need to change the way you're living, you don't need to skill up.
Politicians. Let's be specific, Matthew. Let's be specific. Black politicians. Black politicians. Be specific, Matthew. Black politicians. Be specific.
So this kind of, it's other people's fault. Culture has somehow passed you by. You don't need to adapt, right? I think it's the politicians do that.
Yeah, black politicians.
It's our fault. That we're gonna take care of you guys. Yeah.
But I think so. H is in a Canadian black neighborhood, if I remember correctly, and you can ask her. The parents and the uncles, they're very hard on kids that act stupid. It's the politicians that are. It's the politicians that are saying this bullshit. So I wouldn't say it's black people that are making excuses.
No.
I think that's.
We're talking about African American descendants of slaves. We're not going to compare them to Canada, which. Talking about primarily the ADOS people, some like to call themselves foundational blacks. It doesn't matter. But history, so much different.
What is your?
It is, yeah.
See, Matthew's the kind of guy that when you show him the statistics of actual black crime, he'll just overlook it and not recognize it, not contemplate it, not understand the epidemic, understand the culture. Like, Matthew, you're just too soft. I hate to break the bad news to you.
What I'm saying, what I think is if you go to the ghetto and you talk to grandmas and grandpas there, parents, and regular people of the street, let's say in Chicago, you know what? I hate when people are doing stupid shit all the time. Lock those motherfuckers up. But for some reason...
Yeah, it's called no cash bail. It's called ankle monitors. It's called restore...
The African Americans from America that can move there, and they end up getting approved for citizenship. You get the Caribbeans and the Africans that are able to move there because they're like, oh my God, they meet every metric, And so you're basically using a huge screen, which can basically only accept the people that are capable. Now, I understand, Canada, like the United States, they do accept refugees. Obviously, the refugee community never does as well as the merit-based immigrants that have to come in. No, that's largely true. Like depends. It depends, really.
Yeah, but Matthew, I understand the point you're making. Yes,
yeah, there's always internal criticism.
No,
always,
But and yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And then I will go to another statistic that when you look at the demographics of 911 calls, that the 911 calls coming from black people are 2-to-1 over white people. So, and the reason why I brought that up, or I first looked into that, was this idea that, the police are, they're targeting black communities. No, it's the good people of the black communities who are calling the police often enough where the police are, we need to go where the 911.
Look at the 91st.
But anyways, I got sidetracked.
Okay, my
but here's
attorney.
the point. The point is, you were talking about the politicians. I agree with
He
you.
says
what
to send you
said.
nothing.
Politicians will promise. What I'm talking about is the social pressures within each community, how they
And to first
deal
take you out on
with,
a
with their derelicts and those who are not, who are behaving badly. And I think clearly there is, yes, there's some overlap, and yes, you know, white people will forgive white people more than they'll forgive black people, and vice versa. Black people will forgive black. That tribalism.
Okay, my attorney responded. He says to send you nothing. And to first take you out on a proper date before sending
when
you
you
out
look
for
at the
those
political statements that are coming, and then you can look
Sorry,
at the
but he's a
politics
very good
and
lawyer.
the way it's being sold.
Sorry.
I'm sorry,
He's a
but when
very
going
good
back
lawyer.
to the title of this room, the majority
Yep.
from the black community should have been, yeah, that was
He also
wrong.
says if we get
He
married, you
should
have
go
to sign a prenup.
jail.
But he was in a psychotic state, so in that particular case, I disagree.
Yeah, because he was schizophrenic, right?
No, Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, you guys are talking about Carmelo Anthony, the basketball player.
This back to Carmelo. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear, but yeah, I mean, that's what is missing. You know, something that is clearly, he stabbed the kid. It doesn't matter. Yeah, teenage boys push and shove each other, whether they're black, white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. That's what teenage boys do. They don't stab each other in the heart just because somebody said you can't sit here.
Yeah, Matt, if this is an all white, you know that kid would have been put up on murder charges. Well, you know that it would be considered fucking I mean, there's no way. Does even say this has to do with race? This is a weaponization, especially by black people.
He also says if we get married,
To try to say like this has to do with race.
Right.
You don't get to just plunge a knife in somebody's chest. You know, out of fucking.
Oh, so I'm reading about this right now. So like another. Okay, that's pretty bad.
No, obviously, I agree with you, Cabana Allen. I'm all for self-responsibility. In fact, you know, obviously, like I live in Japan part of the time. Those people are probably they show more self-responsibility than any other group, any other culture in the entire world.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's very, very clear if you. No. My point is you have all these problems here in North America, Canada as well to a lesser degree. But the question is like, what is the most effective way of dealing with it? Because it seems to me that both from within and within the outside, that there's a general feeling, and I could be wrong because I'm Canadian, but in the African American community, that they're, what would I say? They're almost put to sort of passengers within their own lives type show. I don't know how to explain this very well, but how can I explain this?
I think like earlier you mentioned, the underfunded schools. I think education.
Well, education is the main fucking thing.
It's the main, yeah, because we have descendants of slaves as well. Like if you recall, we had the Underground Railroad.
Yeah.
And then that's how the Scotians came.
Yeah, the unfunded school shit has been debunked into oblivion. Highest performing children in New York City You know, oh my God, it's such a surprise. You know, Chinese people do better than white people. They do better. Yet
It's culture.
more than half of the Chinese population in New York City lives below the poverty line. Yet they still do better. And yeah, you can say it's cultural. That's fine.
It's 100%.
But the reality is, okay, but the reality is, they do better. Despite their financial shortcomings.
But the question is why,
and despite investments into the schools. So what I think blacks should focus on is how to be more like the fucking Chinese.
It's education when it comes down to it.
Well, look, as I said, I lived in Japan for a decade. I mean, all the...
It's mostly genetic.
No, in Japan, they can study 12 hours a day.
Yeah, they study 12. Yeah, they.
Of African Americans, they cannot behave. They can't sit still. They dance in their classrooms. They abuse their teachers. They pull out guns after school and create TikTok videos. These kids need to be incarcerated or put through some type of government military.
The celebration videos when they graduate high school, they start like dancing and acting ridiculous. Have you seen those?
Yeah. And then the thing is, they don't come from. Like, there's a lot of African American communities that don't have two-parent households, right? So it's like if the kids struggling.
Okay, is that a symptom? Is that a symptom of the dysfunction of the black community, or was it something that was put upon them? And once again, this is begging the question. You can have, with all of the dysgenic breeding that happens amongst African Americans in particular. They don't have, people. Now, we can say, racism. No, let's calm down. And here's the thing. Like, if we were to look at Japan, I look at this very high trust society where everybody is very orderly, and this shit just works. Every time I look at Japan and they take in white people, I think, like, dude, we are going to make them. We're going to chimp out in comparison to them. We are going to be more impulsive, far more fucking individualistic, way less conformist. We are not out to be like the Japanese. Now they had thousands of years. Well, I mean, if we're being realistic, tens of thousands of years of selection pressures, and of course, maybe millions of years when it comes to
complexity, right? Like, I like to explore the real reasoning behind things, right? Not just say, oh, it's genetic and that's the end of the story, right? So Japan's a fascinating place. It's all mountains, right, Pepe? And the only place that the Japanese can actually live is between the mountains and the valleys, right? And so, and the only type of housing that they ever made was out of wood. So what you had tiny little villages in these valleys between mountains. And literally you have one house right next to the other. So if Pepe next door is fucking his neighbor, I'm going to hear Pepe doing the nasty with his girlfriend, and I don't want to hear it, right? And then the other thing, and so everybody's really careful and considerate. So from a young age, they're taught, like,
just Google Japanese kids cleaning classrooms. So they're taught about interdependence, how if I do something negative, it's going to negatively affect. Asshole, like let's say Pepe took a piece of paper and he threw it on the ground in the classroom, all the other kids would get on Pepe's case to clean up that piece of paper.
Sure,
because
here's where I see this. I get it. I get that part. Yeah. But I think that this is the reality that most people in this room are not going to agree with. I think you get a bunch of white kids raised in Japan. We're going to be too individualistic. We're going to be too non-conformist. We are going to be basically the product after thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years of differences when it comes to evolution, that we cannot be like the Japanese. White people are great in a lot of ways. We are perhaps we have a lot of stupid people, a lot of smart people, a lot of people in between. When it comes to individualism, that's kind of our flaw. We are very altruistic, which is it's not a flaw when you live amongst your own group, but when you have outsiders that come in, they will absolutely exploit that.
Well, I taught at international schools when I was there in Tokyo, and I can tell you, bro, there were some white kids there. I remember a blonde girl with blue eyes, honest to God, and I started speaking. This was at the Canadian International School. I started speaking English with her, thinking that she could speak English, and she looked at me and she just started giggling, and I'm like, "You don't speak English, dude?" And she's like, "Eigo wakanna, eigo menne." I know. So she couldn't speak any English, and she was 1,000% Japanese.
Okay, but once again, you're talking about different individuals. Now, I can. It's my. The Japanese society, they all were raised by Japanese parents. Let's just say they had a large adoption of white babies.
Right.
My personal prediction would be that Japan would become absolutely unrecognizable within a generation. These people would not behave like the Japanese. You know, we artificially bred cats and dogs for their fucking personalities, for example. Yeah. Now, when it comes to humans, we are people that also bred with each other for very unique characteristics. And a lot of it had to do with basically survival and different elements. And we all had very different environments that our ancestors had to go through. And I think it is so naive to think that we've fucking seen. Like you don't. This is never. There's zero proof. Literally zero proof.
Culture is education. Education is culture.
You can have somebody that basically comes from a much different background. And they will ever do as well as your kids, or that if you're if you compare people that adopted, let's say, a white kid versus a black kid, the black kids can ever do well, on average, as the white kids that they adopt.
I understand what you're saying, but the thing is that genetics change really closely, right? You can admit that genes change slowly over time, at least thousands of years. Like if you're talking about race, if we're generalizing.
Yes, and that's the problem, is that we
just hold on.
Literally are separated by tens of thousands of years from the Japanese.
Right.
Okay, Nate,
really Yeah, and then we.
And they're all okay.
Hold on.
There's two groups that were able to do this without natural resources.
Hold on.
No, but there were two groups that were able to do this without natural resources. Now you get the Arabs, they got oil, for example, but they're still monkeys.
No,
but if we were to look at, hold on. But if we were to look at all the groups that have shown an ability to carry a first world country, they all come from two groups. That is literally the East Asian. That is literally the East Asians and people of European descent. All other groups, they have never been able to develop anything better than a developing country. Like that is a fact.
No. So.
Okay, where was I wrong?
So, China, like 100 years ago, people.
No, because my claim was there are two groups that can build first world countries, especially out of nothing. They are people of European descent in East.
Hi, Kaylee. Good evening, sweet dreams. And no, I'm not fake. I'm a real man.
It's not European. I can think of a couple that kind of come close.
The Middle East. I've been to the Middle East. They
No,
might.
but I said the Middle East. No. I said that did not have, an abundance of natural resources, which is the Middle East.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Alright, so as I was saying, Pepe, 100 years ago, everybody thought Chinese were like monkeys and dumb and fucking they were the poorest people in the world next to Africa.
The question I asked, okay, is where do you see any other group of people being able to live in first world countries?
No way.
Okay, besides that are predominantly, we can see it with countries that are predominantly, the population is of European descent and East Asian descent. We do not see it with any other group. And that is the caveat that they are not resource rich like the fucking the Arabs.
Like Africa?
Huh?
Like what?
Okay, well, if you want to go to Africa, we can look at like Rhodesia. We can look at South Africa while it had apartheid. We can look at Angola. We can look at all of these countries where you had took over. They're fucking third world cesspools they're too unsafe to really fucking live in comfortably. My question is, and there's a reason I'm asking this. What countries are first world that were founded by European that were founded by anything other than East Asians and Europeans? The answer is none.
Because
especially if they don't have natural resources.
And because there's countries with natural resources, with abundance of it, but then there's also proxy wars in other countries kind of puppeteering to have access to those resources, right?
You never listen to me when I try to explain the reason why some countries are.
Yeah, they come in, they get a little bit stable, and then another higher power country.
No, it's not just that. It's not that. It's not just that. Look, sausages, and Florida lives in Florida, and he makes bananas, right? If each of us live on these islands and we never trade with one another, the only technology that you're going to have is whatever you specialize in, right? And Florida man's going to keep making his bananas, and I'm going to keep making.
No, I think that's a shit poor example, because we can look at
Well, after World War II and the Marshall.
Countries that
No, because if we can look at World War II and the Marshall Plan, where we literally helped rebuild Europe, especially Germany, after World War II.
Sure.
We can look at, they obviously adopted the more American economic model. Japan right away become more successful at their model.
Germany
than
was
we
wealthier
were.
than the
We can
United
look at
States before World War
We can look at South Korea, for example. We can look at all of these places. Now, this has been tried in other places.
You found my
that keep the rest of the world afloat. That is Europeans and East Asians. Now, black people. Now, shut the fuck up. Black people are going to. They're going to say that colonization. Okay, you know what, Max? You got to go to the audience. Just don't shut the fuck up. Well, yeah, there you go.
Bad boy, Matthew.
But when it comes to Africa, first of all, people like to blame the white people for everything for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of a backstory to that, and types of academics that we're pushing this shit. But okay, you want to blame white people for all your fucking problems. The Chinese, and by the way, guys, look this up on social media. Go on X and look up Chinese racism, Chinese chocolates. Look up Chinese. I mean, it's how you guys behave. You know, and that's kind of, this is where I don't know how else to say it. Like, you see two groups of people that literally propel us into the future, that provide everything, technologically, they produce everything. You motherfuckers can talk about how you taught us to wash our ass, how we stole all of your inventions, but the reality is, though, is that if we look today, there are different groups of people that do so much better than everybody else. That's East Asians and Europeans.
It's because of STEM, Pepe.
Yes, we get a small subsect of the smartest from Kenya that do very well. And like that is absolutely the audience because you just don't know how to shut up.
There can only be one solution, and that's the El Salvador Bukele solution. We have to clean up our streets.
In a weird way. And so if we did the Bukele solution, the problem would be is that 80% of our prisons, our population would be black. And they don't want that.
That's not a problem. That's called law enforcement.
Oh, look at all these strong black men in jail. Oh, this is white crackers. Well, why we got to do that? Why don't blacks become more like the Chinese? This is your guys' fucking problems. You're too low IQ and too ready to chimp out and just be fucking act like a bunch of monkeys.
Well, it's kind of a projection alert, isn't it?
They're fucking criminals. They kill. You sell drugs. You go ahead and go do it. Put it in hand. Go bye. That's all. Thank you very much. It's my best chamber. That's where you go if you're a fucking Chinese criminal.
Executed. Yep. They'll kill you for selling drugs, things like that. It's true. America needs to be a little bit harsher on crime.
A little harsher?
Yeah, but blacks,
a little harsher?
The thing is, though, is that whenever you try to be harsh on crime with blacks, and we can look at the 94 crime bill, that is a result of black people begging us to fucking do something about the high crime in black communities. Cocaine, yeah, everybody used it. Yes, crack cocaine primarily affected black people. Okay, who were the people that were chimping out
basically fucking stealing, robbing, burglarizing to get their next fix of crack, black people. Who are the people that were killing each other all over the streets in America, especially in places like the Bronx? Black people. When it came to cocaine, powder cocaine, it was basically, this was violent trafficker level amongst foreigners. Like, anybody gives a flying fucking shit about them. It wasn't affecting everyday Americans. So America, but, oh my God, black people asked us to crack down on crime, and then, like, we're called racist because we did what they asked. I mean, this is bullshit. I mean, really. I mean, black people, you guys just bitch and complain, blame everybody for your fucking problems. Like, here I am as a white guy. Indian Americans do better than us. East Asian Americans do better than us. Cuban Americans do better than us. Jews do better than us. All of these people do better than us. But I see what they do differently. But you get a bunch of fucking whiny Negro bitches that just want to, like, literally their whole existence is just to fucking blame white people.
It's the modern economy.
I think it's kind of funny because,
it's the
like,
attention
as we
economy.
become less of a white country, you guys are going to start bitching more and more to these other people of color who don't give a flying fuck about your goddamn background. You can't guilt them because their ancestors didn't do it to you. They have sob stories of their own, and they're just going to lock a bunch of your fucking people up in cages where they fucking belong. This is the ultimate irony.
Their future.
President Biden was, like, alluding to this. He's like, look, the coalition is going to change. You have more Asians and Hispanics coming into your fucking country. We can't keep on focusing on you people, which is true. Either you fucking people need to get your shit together, or you can just be locked up en masse. And you can be absolutely fucking disparaged and basically have to deal with every bit of racism you guys deserve because you guys are shitty people.
Pepe, you gotta let some new speakers in, bro. You can't make it a Pepe show all night long. You gotta let some other speakers in.
Okay, so move to audience. I was actually done, but I'm just moving you to audience out of spite. Where the fuck have you been?
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Do you like my PTR?
Click it. Who is that? Is this?
He's low IQ. He discovered DNA, but yet he discovered there were differences between different groups of people, and how IQ and behavioral traits are genetic. And he was considered by Reverend I have an IQ as him, but very smart guy.
The race hustlers are high IQ. They know how to play the political game.
You were Ayn Rand.
Hello? I met Jesse Jackson. I've met P. Diddy. Oh, Jewish subversion? Yeah, okay. Yeah, the Jews are the ones committing all the crimes in America in every major city, as we've already discussed. It doesn't happen. We know who commits the crimes. All you got to do is look at Instagram. It's an epidemic. Every major city has major criminal problems, illegal aliens murdering people. A lot of African Americans, unfortunately.
Who are the people? Look, the top school in the country was literally about a block. It's actually a charter school. But I swear, I do not see one white motherfucker getting out of that goddamn school. They're all Indian and like fucking, Asian. That's what they are.
That's because they perform in STEM. They're interested in physics, chemistry, engineering, computer science. They go for difficult majors, and they don't rely on social equity, justice, wealth redistribution, and all the bullshit that Bima spews out about structural white racism. And if you're not trying to fix it every day, you're the problem. Isn't that right, Dr. Bima?
Bro, no way. You found.
This is a trick question. Blacks are not as smart as them. They speak literally brain drain Africa and India being their smartest. The average Indian, the average Nigerian is they're not even close as being as intelligent or capable as the ones that actually make it over. But they, with that being said, that is genetic also. You have two smart fucking parents. They're obviously going to raise you well, and you inherited their fucking genes. You're likely to be smart as well. They're going to outperform us. I mean, and like, look, you get people that are, you get.
Oh, no way. Bro, no way.
They come here, they have an opportunity to do better. But the problem is that blacks in America have had every goddamn motherfucking opportunity. You guys have more opportunities than every goddamn black people in the fucking world. Yet you guys still chip out, bitch, complain, say how we owe you something, and just do horribly. You guys literally, you guys do a disservice.
Bro, no way.
Show how if we give you fucking everything, you guys are still gonna chip out and act like you belong.
They get so many opportunities because it's such a small population of qualified people to begin with and people that even want to participate. And, you know, we really need a Bukele type of response to crime in America. And I can't believe that Donald Trump hasn't used the military to secure our cities. It's not just the border. We have to secure our cities. What is the purpose of having some of the best cities in the world if we let these Democrat criminal lawyers and judges let murderers out on ankle monitors, no cash bail to go kill us again?
They don't see drug dealers, they don't see gang members, they don't see kids. Nobody's out doing any shitty bullshit. They grow up in a safe, protected world where they're protected, literally. And you know, this is something
Stop.
I would actually talk about years ago, where it's just like, how do you actually solve their fucking problem? Like 20 years ago, they're saying how like it was weird, like there were black people there, but like a lot of them were
Pepe, stop.
D. Don't interrupt Pepe and let Pepe say what Pepe needs to say. So like they would go there and oh, black people there, but there was no like thugs, there were no none of that. Like they kind of they were not a problematic group. And of course in Cuba they'll lock your black ass up in a fucking heartbeat if you are going to provide, if they think you're going to negatively influence their country. They have laws about doing that. They don't really care about being racist. And you know, my whole thing was like maybe take all these fucking white that like that gangster like
Hey, don't interrupt him when he's making a point.
Yeah, like literally, they grow up. They never see any of this dysfunctional bullshit. Maybe it's like you need to have a family, type of situation where these people just like you just lock them up. And
But like when you were a child, Pepe, weren't you in like the bad school for boys?
I mean, I was like.
No, but that's the whole.
Yeah, he might have been, but like, why are you getting so personal with him? Like, he's just saying his point of perspective.
No, I'm not. Well, first off, Pepe, stop it.
Are you light-skinned Negro?
I am light-skinned.
No, okay, that's why he said it.
No, see.
But not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way.
No, when I say is that something to do?
Is that we're not talking about whether or not you're poor.
No, well, the reason why I said poor.
That are not violent and not criminal.
Well, again, and when I say poor,
but when it comes to those that want to chimp out and be violent, look in the white community. If you can look at the whitest state, whether it's Montana.
Yeah, and they're just poor, and then that's.
You know what they do with their criminals? They literally lock them up and throw away the fucking key. They are zero tolerance.
So the reason why
what I would say is that when it comes to black people, there needs to be zero tolerance.
There's no more black community anymore.
Well, it looks like, I think the niggas need to be held to the same standard as the white people.
No, seriously, no.
You want to claim racism has something to do with it? You being a poor black piece of shit growing up has something to do with it? Amazing.
When I didn't. Okay, the reason why I mentioned poor means that you might live in a place where you may not have education and you may not have certain things, but what I'm saying is, and that across all colors or races, that's all I'm there to say. And the thing.
We don't tolerate white people that rape, that rob, murder.
We actually do, because that's the president. He raped and robbed. What are we doing? What are we talking about at this point?
Okay, like we can look at any of the documentaries.
No, I know what I'm saying is I 100% believe what you're saying. But when it comes to white colonialism and putting trade embargoes on people, that's an American construct. If you look up the stats. If you look up the stats. No, but if you look at it.
But it was far worse. Like, you can't compare the medieval Slavic slave trade to the Atlantic slave trade. Like, it was far worse.
I never even mentioned slave trade. We're talking about stuff with the people who are.
No, Pepe brought it up. He brought it up. I just wanted to correct him.
Atlantic slave trade was literally you can look at the Barbary slave trade and the Islamic slave
Trey, we're
Like literally, the reason why they don't. And you'd fucking drown. Like, to sit here and pretend like we were the most barbaric fucking people is retarded.
Well, I only known one person or one white group of people who would annihilate a group of people. I mean, when it comes to
Who did we annihilate?
Wait. Stop with annihilation, okay? If you want to hate on somebody, don't talk about annihilation. You be specific.
Say out of the whole world.
So why don't you name the group?
Oh, no.
Hang your nuts out. Hang your nuts out.
No, but like just to go back to the
No,
barbarian.
you're insane. Hold on, give me 1 second. America was the only person or country ran by white men who were Christians who dropped 2 nuclear bombs on people. Forward, you had another white man who was Christian who sat there and said he wanted to obliterate a whole group of people because he just didn't like what was going on.
No, you got that incorrect. So, if we were to invade Japan, they wouldn't surrender during the war, we would have lost millions of men. They would have lost millions of people. Us showing that we had nuclear bombs was literally showing, like, hey, look what we can do.
No, I hear you. That's what
we
white
ended
men
the war.
do.
Like, to say that, if anything, it was a smarter choice.
That's typically what white men do. They just want to peacock and pull their dick out and ruin everything. It's little dick energy. It's okay.
Well,
And AIDS is, I'm an American, so I don't have AIDS either.
Yeah, that's just projection, Rodney. You're projecting onto us your internal emotional state. I hate to break the bad news that you got a little dick.
It's not an AIDS dick, like Pepe said.
Well, do you take PrEP?
Oh, I can shoot dozens with the best of them. Like I said, I have a good time. I mean, we're not whipping dicks out right now. We're not fucking nobody, so it's okay.
Got it. Well, the suit.
I don't have AIDS, but it's not 1980.
Well, Rodney, as soon as the U.S. government decides to start mass imprisoning all of the criminals in every major city that are doing, break-ins and stealing ATMs and literally executing them on the spot, and putting stings together and eliminating the criminals. Socialist, communist, racist, supremacist, piece of shit mayor named Brandon Johnson. I live in a city. That's right, Rodney. The cowboy. The cowboy Rodney with his little dick energy.
Oh, I was going to sit there and say Chicago is one of my favorite places to go. I love it. And I don't like when people sit there and call it that because, one, Chicago, when it comes to landmass, is bigger than New York City. Y'all, I sit there and tell people all the time, I've been to Chicago. It's one of my favorite cities. It's the cleanest urban city I've ever been to. So I don't understand why you would get on here and say all that. Like, you can't walk
Projection
out.
alert. Projection alert. Projection alert. Projection alert. Projection alert. Judges that go on to murder many more people. We have a legal industrial complex Democrat problem. These are murderers lighting people on fire on trains, slicing their throats on trains. breaking into businesses all night long. The crime, it never ends. They let people, there's a guy in Chicago who has sucker punched 50 women in the street, and they keep releasing him to commit attempted murder over and over and over and over. This piece of shit needs a bullet in his fucking head and his body thrown into a shallow grave.
That's what happened in the 80s. The states didn't want to sit there and put people in the mental institutions anymore. My grandfather used to oversee a mental institution. And guess what? That's the what are we doing?
Hello?
This is the thing. And also, too, it's not like you don't know no social workers, no teachers. Unfortunately, we are in a
Oh, don't be rude and don't do ad hominem, Rodney. Just stick to the topic. Little dick energy. Don't attack people. Debate the topic. If you attack me personally, you will lose the argument.
I wasn't attacking you at all. First off, I sat there and said that I'll be going to Chicago, I guess, this month now.
Oh, great. As soon as you go out of your hotel room at 6 a.m. to walk your dog, you're going to get murdered or sliced up and robbed. I can't wait for you to come back here to tell us your horrific Chirac experience.
That's not true. I've been there at least a half a dozen times.
What are you talking about? Just come back after your trip and let us know how it went, Rodney.
It'll go perfectly fine.
Great. Then come back in the future and tell us about how great it was.
It's actually an amazing, I keep telling you, it's one of the cleanest cities. It's an urban place that I've ever been.
Yeah, it's got one of the highest It's a fraud. It's a lie. It's murder.
No, I'll be honest. This is crazy. I don't know what it is. I don't know if y'all get like a download every morning and an email.
Yeah, we look at the news. We follow the local news. We got local journalists, independents, reporting the crimes, following them in their cars with cameras. We're documenting the crimes. We're documenting the criminal judges and lawyers that are releasing murderers to kill again. Do you want the data? Do you want to see the links? Or do you just want to sit here and say, this is crazy? I've been to Chicago. It's the cleanest city in America. Little dick energy, little dick boy. Got a little dick. Got a little dick. Okay, Rodney, when you start talking about the law, it'll be a serious conversation. Until anybody starts talking about the law, it's never a serious conversation.
I just don't understand. It's actually, I keep telling me. They need going to the beaches, for the land, and then also too, you have the Navy is out there. Like, that's what I'm saying.
What are you talking about? This is crazy. Hello? What are you talking about? What are we doing? Hello?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
You got this. You got this. You got this. Forget it. I'm done speaking.
Yeah. You should shut up.
Yeah, just shut up. Ignore the crime. It ain't a problem. Go take the blue line from the train to downtown. Find out how dirty it is with all the homeless black bums sleeping on the trains, getting ready to kill you, rob you, take your shit, punch you in the face, knife you in the throat. There's a lot of veterans that die on the trains. Military veterans, unarmed. They should be armed to kill these pieces of shit before they kill them.
That ain't usually funny. You're weird. Why don't you just move?
Yeah, when people lose the debate on Clubhouse, they always say, you're weird. This is weird. That's weird. Let's just not talk about the topic or data or evidence, statistics, examples, correlation, correspondence, anything of any real value. Let's just pretend we live in La La Land and not clown world, where we have Democrat judges that release murderers, rapists, killers, robbers, thieves, gangbangers back into the streets, and they say, "Oh, I think you learned this time. I think you learned your..." Don't read a book. Don't go to the gym. Don't go to college. Don't take an internship. Be a YN and be a community peace activist with the radical communist mayor. That's the situation. Hello?
Got a pile of clothes you never wear anymore? Turn them into cash with Vinted. Snap a photo.
We now know the identity of the woman set on fire during a horrific attack on a commuter train. She's biblical studies. Cops say this lunatic poured gasoline over Bethany on a Chicago L train as she sat looking at her phone 7 days ago. Bethany tried to fight off her attacker and fled to the back of the train, but cops say the crazed man followed with a lit bottle and set her ablaze.
Exactly. Don't want to hear no truths.
I can't even change a fucking diaper without babies crying. White babies, excuse me. If you're brown or black-bodied, you're excluded from these comments. But these white, whiny crybabies. And look at all these problems. After they create them. After I'm tired of the white, whiny crybabies. My money, F reparations, my money. Well, yeah, your money, their money. It's over. You got your money, you little socialist tyrant.
Hello?
You got your money. You got your money. You know who didn't get their money? People who were left out of the system. People who were left out of the legislation that built the middle class in the United States. White, whiny crime babies. My money. No, I'm not a liberal. Not a liberal. I don't align with Democrats. I don't align with the left. Shall set thee free. So what white, whiny crybaby
wants to come up and cry about a system that they created, not understanding that white is the default for everything. I can't see. I don't see color. I'm not a racist. Systemic oppression doesn't exist. Sorry, honey. You've been lied to. Well, you're lied to. And then you found out the truth. And this is the problem. You're still gonna be a white whiny crybaby like John Kitover. You're so liberal. No.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not a liberal.
Yeah.
I just
When you are raped and murdered by a black man, you will cry and say, John Kitover was right. This person's murdering me.
my show. This is my show. What?
Oh, it's my show to talk about the racism in America. I am not a liberal, but racism is real. Structural racism is real, everybody. John Kitover doesn't know what he's talking about. This whiny little white bitch. This little whiny white little bitch.
White man who has known nothing but white as the default of everything. White is going to play stupid. Like he can't sit and logic and figure out the psychological implications, the systemic implications of just pure momentum of what was created.
Oh, pure momentum.
You want to be a dummy?
Yeah. Everybody's racist. You're all racist. It's all racism. Guess what? Everything is racist.
That's not even the point anymore. You know what's cool? Being anti-racist. Opening your white dominant majority mouth and pointing out systemic racism every day. If you're not doing something to dismantle systemic racism every single day, even if it's just a conversation like this, guess what? You are a racist. If you ain't anti-racist, you're a fucking racist. And now this is the other thing. Listen, it's just the truth. A lot of people get so scared to accept it, right? Because of the implications that it means for them to either change their worldview or to do something about it. That we
by lecturing to us about the racism inherent in the system. Thank you, Bima. Oh, here we go. Structural context, of course. Oh.
You know,
holy
there
cow.
ain't no help for you.
Ain't no help for you.
No help for you. That's all about you, baby. Talk to mommy. Talk to daddy. Consult your higher power. Nobody's gonna help you. Nobody's
fat laugh.
Yeah. John Kitover.
Fucking fat pig.
White, comfortable Nazi.
Ooh, wow. Projection alert. Projection alert. Projection alert.
Please spare me. The Republican Party stopped. The truth seekers know about the shift. We know if you were to seek when the Republican Party was established that year and look up what issues and where those Republicans, quote unquote, fell on the economic and social rainbow of issues, you would see that today
They're the Democrats. Sorry to tell you. And you know what the Democrats are the Republicans, okay? There was a shift, but nobody's gonna look it up. You're not gonna look it up. You're listening, you won't. You know why? Because you don't want to know the truth. You want to keep denying it. You want to deny that it never happened. But I mean, it's there. Just look up the issues. There is, and I'm talking about political issues. I'm talking about the platforms. Just look it up. You can't claim that anymore. You can't claim it. And I could give shit to the left too. I can give shit to the left too. And I will, okay? Right body, liberals, leftists, you're entitled. You think that you're entitled to other people's hard-earned money and work. That's a problem. Because you're not. Little sociis, little commies. But if you support the federal constitutional republic for which that is, and I mean, Republicans, you don't escape. You're part of the socialized institution as well. The United States isn't just a free market capitalist society. No. We're a crony capitalist.
Hello?
Mixed economy.
Hello? Oh, it's a mixed economy. Okay, got it. But it's a racist mixed economy. Are you done with your bullshit, fat ass? Have you been to the gym today? Are you gonna educate us all on Beam of Truths? Oh yeah, everything is racist. This lecture right now is you're a racist Nazi. Silence yourself. Quiet. Be quiet, Nazi. Be quiet. Be quiet. And let me fix the structural racism by lecturing to you. I will lecture to you until we fix it. Hello?
Use your regular voice.
Hello?
Just, don't do that.
Uma.
Uma. 3,
2, go to the gym and stop with the fat girl laugh and stop being a schmuck. That's the truth. You all heard it. Everything is racist. Everything is structurally racist. If you don't have the context of structural racism. Yeah, more than whatever. Whatever. Yeah, okay. Okay, Bima. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're welcome to come up again. You're so welcome to come up again. Yeah, okay, Bima. Okay. Here we go, me fat ass.
White men get paid to flaunt them to beat out the racism.
How about the Asian one?
It takes some we go.
I will be the fucking badass. I love black or white or albino bullshit. That's right, baby.
But what are we going to do about all this racism? What are we going to do about it?
Because men gone gay.